Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Wednesday here at the 2025 Canadian Western Agribition. Here in the GMC Arena, we have the National Speckle Park Show along with the Simmental Show, running two shows simultaneously each side of the arena. Of course, you folks on DLMS, you can watch both shows at the same time. Folks in the ring will be alternating back and forth, myself and my good friend Larry, on both of the breeds. Again, at this time, as I mentioned, we are in the GMC Arena, and I'd like to direct your attention to the big screen for an opening video.
I can see it in your eyes.
Yes, it's 9 o'clock.
Well, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Glenn Gable. I'll be your MC for the Simmental Show today, and we're going to kick it off with the percentage division. This will be class number 1, split 1. The percentage females born January 1st through to May 31st. This class is January 20th through to February 22nd. 3 exhibitors in this class. Entry number 3122, Boss Lake Miss L, 536N, Boss Lake Genetics of Parkland County, Alberta. Entry number 3117, Copper Kettle Lucille, 258N, Copper Kettle Cattle Company, Watrous, Saskatchewan. And rounding out our class is entry number 3113, WBC Rosebud, 30N, Westbrook Ventures, Rockview County, Alberta. I'd like to welcome our judges from Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan, Corrine Gibson and Tyson Hertz.
Okay, if we're ready to go on the Speckle Park side, we'll be starting in our first class here with our calendar year heifer calves. This is our junior heifer calf class, and these calves are born between the 23rd of March and the 3rd of March. There should be 2 entries. We're going to give Chase a bit of a warm-up here to start things off with a class of 2. Our judge today is Chase Miller from Cremona, Alberta, and I don't know, the Miller family is really synonymous with agribition over the years. I think his uncle Jerry was president of Canadian Western Agribition like in the 80s. And it's Miller Livestock at around Saskatoon is part of his family, and he's kind of cool because here we have the breed of cattle that was developed in Saskatchewan, being judged by somebody that's been involved, whose family has been involved in the beef industry in Saskatchewan probably for over 100 years. So we sure like to welcome Chase here and have a good day. So Chase Miller is now from Cremona, Alberta, where he and his wife own and operate Miller Livestock, growing up on a large animal reproduction facility and taking part in junior shows. Chase began to pursue a career in agriculture, and his love and enthusiasm for the industry has led him to develop a purebred and percentage Angus and Simmental breeding operations. He also runs a livestock clipping business, and he's fortunate enough to have been mentored by industry leaders from Canada, Australia, and the USA. Miller Livestock has marketed and sold cattle across Canada into the States, and he also takes great pride in assessing livestock and enjoys traveling across Canada judging breed shows, market steers, and prospect jackpots. His profile of where all he's judged, it's long and it's pretty in-depth and pretty impressive. So we'll sure like to welcome Chase here.
Well, over here in the Simmental ring, a nice class of percentage heifers, and just want to reiterate, what an honor and a privilege it is for Karina and I to be out here to evaluate this show. We were discussing last night. It's a breed that we have a lot of respect for, and the progress that it's made that we've watched over the past 10 to 15, 20 years is pretty remarkable if you ask us. And they're cattle that excel in the real world. They're cattle that excel in the show ring. They got some terminal value as well as some production value as well. So in this percentage class, I think there's a really strong class. Again, two females that rise to the top. A little differing in type, to be honest with you. The bald face heifer, just a little sleeker fronted. She comes out just a shot higher at the top side of her blade. A female that maybe doesn't have the punch and power that we see in our second place heifer, but just a longer, more extended kind of a female, and we like that about her. The heifer that stands in second, definitely one that's undeniable in terms of that sheer muscle mass, body, and total length. For me, I just like to see her sit that tail head in down, just into her hip structure, just a shot better, but I think a female that's really high quality in her own right. The female we round the class off with, a nice maid heifer that's sound in her structure, gets out and moves good. For me, she just maybe doesn't have the extras from a look and balance standpoint that we see on those top two.
Well, thank you very much, Tyson's, and the placings in Split 1 in our percentage females of 2025. In first place, entry 3122, Boss Lake Miss L, 536N, Boss Lake Genetics, Parkland County, Alberta. Second place, entry 3113, WBC Rosebud 30N, Westbrook Ventures, Rocky County, Alberta. And rounding out the top three is entry 3117, Copper Kettle Lucille, 258N, Copper Kettle Company, Watrous, Saskatchewan. Our next class will be Split 2 in a percentage females with a birth split from January 2nd through to January 11th.
Well, good morning and welcome everybody to the National Speckle Park Show here at Canadian Western Agribition. First and foremost, I just want to thank the exhibitors and all the committee members for having me come out here to judge today. It's certainly something I've been looking forward to for a long time. A lot of effort and time goes into making sure this show happens, and all the organizers going forward to make sure everything runs smoothly, and the sponsors putting their money here so we can all enjoy the best cattle show that Canada's ever known. And it's really exciting to come in here and judge some of the Speckle Parks, and we got two really nice ones to kick off the first class here today. We're going to lead with the more white female to lead off this class. A little more complete in my eyes when you look at her overall balance and body type. Proportionally, she's just a little better in my eyes. I really like how stout she is over her top. She's really bold sprung in her ring or in her rib shape, and I really like the overall eye appeal that she has through her front 1/3. She gets around the ring really nice, good foot and bone, really nice heifer to lead off this class. The one that follows her up here has a little bit of a size frame advantage, but when you stand in behind her, she's not as naturally as thick and stout as the female that stands above her. Maybe isn't as well put together in her top line and in her back legs as the one that leads off the class. But two exceptionally well-liked females to lead off this first class here, so thank you guys. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Chase. And we're going to start this class number one off with first in class and junior heifer calf champion today is entry 3329, Wolf Lake Juniper 31N, owned by Wolf Lake Speckle Parks from Bonnyville, Alberta. Second in class and reserve junior heifer calf champion is entry number 3328, KFC Full Cover 115N, and entry Morena Farms at Chilliwack, BC. Coming in next will be our first split of intermediate heifer calves. There should be 5 in the class. The date of birth range is from the 15th of February till the 23rd of February, and there should be 5 of them. It'll be their first split of intermediate heifer calves.
Class in the ring on the Simmental side is Split 2 of our percentage females born in 2025. Once again, the age split is January 2nd through to January 11th. Split 2 in percentage females. Earlier on, I introduced our judges in the Simmental division, Corrine Gibson, Tyson Hertz, both from Fur Mountain, Saskatchewan. A little bit more about Corrine. Her roots are in the commercial cattle industry. Corrine married Clayton Gibson, and together they took over the reins of 6 Mile Red Angus in the early 1990s. They have 3 children, Callie, Cade, and Coy, and they represent the 4th generation at 6 Mile, and their excellent labor as they provide and build the 6 Mile purebred herd up to what it is today. Callie married Mr. Tyson Hertz, our other judge, and he quickly became an integral part of the 6 Mile purebred operation. Corrine is very proud of her grandchildren, Sloan, Fowler, and Rustin, who represent the 5th generation of ranchers on 6 Mile. Corrine has served as the president of the Canadian Angus Association, president of the Saskatchewan Angus Association, and the vice president of the Canadian Red Angus Promotion Society. Corrine has judged cattle shows in Canada as well as Mexico and is most honored to be judging alongside her son-in-law, Tyson, here at the prestigious Canadian Western Agribition. Let's make welcome Corrine Gibson.
There are a lot of major sponsors here that help make this show go. Without sponsorship, we don't have a show. So we'd sure like to thank all the sponsors that are taking part. I'd like to mention right now the Herdsman Awards presentation. The Herdsman's Awards is Performax Animal Nutrition is proud to present the Herdsman Awards. Performax Nutrition is focused on the cow-calf operations across the prairies. And visit our Co-op Agro booth in the John Deere sale arena. So that's not far from here. When you head over to the Speckle Park sale a little bit later on today, you'll be going right past the Performax booth, and so yeah, stop in, say hello. Another of our major sponsors is FCC, Farm Credit Canada. They're proud to be 100% invested in Canadian agriculture and food, and learn how we can help your business at Farm Credit Corporation. At FCC.ca. FCC is proud to be a partner of the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Awards. Those are two really heavily sought after awards in every barn. It's a true endorsement of your program if you can get in on the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Awards. Thank you to Farm Credit.
Well, over in the Simmental side of things, I think I maybe just come in under the wire. Sorry, Chase. I think this is probably where putting Karina and I together is really beneficial, because we see cattle differently and we maybe have slightly different priorities, and that's okay. To be completely honest, the heifer that wins the class is probably my kind of heifer. Heifer that ends up in second is probably more Karina's type of heifer, and so that's what's going to make today exciting, fun, challenging, and everything in between. So the heifer that wins it for us, she's just a little sleeker up front, and that's where we put the biggest emphasis in this class. She just comes out just a shot higher. She's a little cleaner in her jowl and down into her chest floor. She's also maybe just a shot fresher when you compare her to our second place heifer. But the heifer in second, undeniable amount of power, body, shape, and the main talking point for us is the teat size and spread on this one. She's pretty unique in that respect, and a heifer that looks like that at this stage, you can almost guarantee she's going to be a really, really good cow. And so we like that heifer a lot, just a little more common from her shoulder forward. Heifer here in third probably patterns our class winner in terms of freshness and eliteness in terms of her front end. It's when she's set in motion, we'd probably just like to relax her inner spine when she gets out and goes. The heifer we come to in fourth, a really nice big featured red heifer, maybe just doesn't have the body, barrel, and natural swoop to her rib cage that we see at the top end, but we love the stoutness of feature in this one. The baldy heifer that comes to us next, the kind and type that you'd want 100 of just running in the replacement pen. With that being said, she's plainer up front and packing a little extra skin underneath in her navel. The baldy heifer that we're coming to next, a really bold sprung heifer, one we just want to loosen up in terms of her structure. And then a really long spined red heifer that rounds out the class. We just want to see her a little sounder out of her hock.
Thank you very much, Tysons. We now have the placings in Split 2 and our percentage Simmental females born in 2025. In first place, let's congratulate entry 3120 RF Beauty 534, shown today by Kate Rancier for Rancier Farms of Killam, Alberta. In second place, entry 3116 SVS BLK Sage 26N, Sunny Valley Simmentals, Hanley, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry 3124 Perot's Black Betty 24N Perot Cattle Company, Alameda, Saskatchewan. In fourth place, entry 3114 Cliffs Eliza Janet ET 56N, the Cliffs Farm of Saskatoon. In fifth place, entry 3118 Tidy's Northern Debut 11N Tidy Livestock, Streamstown, Alberta. Sixth place, entry 3123 East Poplar Lenny 520N, East Poplar Simmentals, Cornack, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top seven in Split 2 was entry number 3112 GFD Sky 20N Corona Farms of Porcupine Plains, Saskatchewan. We welcome back into the show arena the top two finishers in Split 1. That'll be entry 3122 Boss Lake Miss L 536N, along with entry 3113 WBC. No, we're not. Oh, no. But These aren't our calves coming in, no, are they? No. Weren't we supposed to do?
You go. Yeah, you
No,
go.
go ahead.
Well, back in the Speckle Park ring here, we got a couple different styles that come to us in this class here, and I think depending on what you value and where you see, the profitability in your cattle, you could sort this class a few different ways. For me, I'm going to go with the stoutest heifer here, the biggest ribbed one. She isn't as feminine as I'd like to see through her front 1/3. She's certainly got a little more of a masculine skull on her, but you take that out of the equation, and from the shoulders back, she's the best heifer in this class. She's huge bone, big footed. You stand in behind her. She's really well put together in her top, big springer rib, really solid in her underline. It looks like she's going to have some of those maternal traits to go along with the power that she has. Really, really nice female in that regard. Like I said, I just want to clean her up in her front 1/3 to make her perfect. However, I think she's a really nice female to lead off this class. And we come into second here. This is where the style switch up kind of happens. We got a really elongated, really feminine, super long bodied, nice female. And when she gets set up just right with her head up, she does balance out pretty good. However, when you set her in motion and kind of idealize her compared to the female that leads off this class, she isn't as well put together in her top line and in her hind stifle there. However, she's a really nice female with a ton of future in her. She's long, she's smooth, she's got a ton of maternal traits. A really, really nice one there. I just want to nitpick a little bit on her hooks and pins. As we come into third place heifer here again, really nice. Maybe not as much condition and overall fleshability as the females that lead off this class, but still a really solid individual. She's got a tremendous length of spine. She's really nice in her skull and really feminine. Looks like she's going to have a really good future ahead of her. As we come into the female in fourth, we start to get a little bit more moderate in terms of our frame score here. She doesn't have quite all the depth of body as the females that stood above her, but she still is really serviceable in terms of a breeding piece. And I think, again, you mate this one to the right sire, and you can add a little more depth of body, and she'll do the rest. Rounding out the class here, we have a female that's just having a little bit of trouble getting around the ring in comparison to some of the other ones. She's just a little more stoved up and compact in her makeup, but a really solid class top to bottom.
Thank you, Chase. And this first split of intermediate heifer cows are starting off with first in class is entry 3336. Skyline Wilcox Neva, 30N, an entry of Skyline Farms in Terra, Ontario, and Wilcox Livestock. Second in class is number 3339. DAM Dots Neolite, 645N, an entry of Mackley Ranching at Unity. Third in class, we have entry 3340. Highmark Nixie, 50N, an entry of the Highmark Stock Farm at Hague. Fourth in class is entry 3337, Willow Lane Naughty Girl, 18N, an entry of the Willow Lane Land and Cattle, Tisdale, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the class, we have entry 3334, PJS Nina, 86N, an entry of PJS Speckle Park at Prince Albert. The next class will be our second split of intermediate heifer calves. These calves are born between the 1st and the 4th of February, so there's essentially no age spread, and there should be 4 in the class.
In the Simmental pen, we are in class 4, the percentage females born in 2024. We have an age split January 10th through till September 20th. January 10th to September 20th, class 4 with 5 entries.
Well, a pretty big age spread over here on the Simmental side, and if you don't got a show book in front of you, we stretch all the way from September to January within this class, which, makes things just challenging. I mean, you got a lot of shapes and sizes, a lot of points in terms of condition and where they're at in terms of their pregnancy. And so, you really got to let the skeletons sort themselves. And, we did gravitate to a pretty easy class winner, a really nice heifer that, balances up well. And for her age, I'm calling her genuine in terms of her size and skeleton size. A big-bodied, heavy-structured kind of heifer, good neck, presented really well, and gets out and goes really good. We found her pretty quick. I do think it becomes a lot of discussion from there on, and the big cowy one comes next, a big-bodied heifer. To be honest with you, she's probably a little past 12 o'clock for my liking, but a female, just a ton of rib shape, and big-bodied and broody kind of a heifer, and that's what's going to sort her up to second. She does get out here and motor good enough for the condition that she has, and just finds a nice home in second. And then you get into some discussion into third, and then we switch back to one that, maybe patterns our first-place heifer for sure, but a female that's a little softer down her top and then runs uphill into her tail head set, and that's where I would change her. But I think she's super angular in her front end and really attractive there as well. And then the heifer we come to next on the standstill, we gravitated to her pretty quick, the blaze face heifer. She's pretty elite. It's just when you set her in motion, you need to see her get out and go with a little more flex and authority and comfort when she gets out on the move. And then the female we round the class off with, a female maybe just doesn't balance up quite like the heifers above her. She's a little deeper at the point of her chest and then cuts up into her forerib a bit, but a heifer that's really big up high with lots of rib shape there. We just need to see her balance up better.
Well, thank you very much, Tysons. And placings in Class 4, the percentage females born in 2024. Your champion in first place, entry 3126, CD Dixie Erica, 4141, Canadian Sires and Donors of Mountain View County, Alberta. In second place, and your reserve champion, entry 3129, Perose Merlot, 33M, Percyview Land and Cattle Corp, Kisby, Saskatchewan. In third place, entry 3128, CSD Emmy 4416, Canadian Sires and Donors, Mountain View County, Alberta. In fourth place, entry 3127, CD Linda 4200, Canadian Sires and Donors, Mountain View County, Alberta. And rounding out the top five, entry 3125, Maple Elm Sweet Motion 5M, Taylor Makey, Ituna, Saskatchewan, additional owners, Maple Elm Cattle Company. That's the placings in Class 4, the percentage females 2024. Next class in the ring will be Class 7, percentage females with their 2025 tattooed calf at side. Age split on the cows January 16th through to January 6th. The calves are January 1 through to January 3rd.
A couple really strong individuals to lead off this class of Speckle Park heifers here. I'm going to elect to go with the bigger, bolder sprung, overall body mass advantage to the female that leads off this class here. When you stand in front of her and from the side, she sure is impressive in terms of her rib shape, and I think she does handle that pretty well. She has enough feminine traits for me to see her as a future breeding piece, and she really, really does excel in this class as a source of power. You standing behind her, that hip shape she has is just an extra shot of muscle compared to any of the females that are also in this class. She's good on her feet and legs, a little coarser in her joints perhaps on the fronts than I would particularly like to see. However, she still really does handle it together pretty well. A really nice female. We come into second here, and this heifer is super well put together. You gotta love her in her top line. She's extremely well presented, really up-headed in her front 1/3. She just gets straight out-bodied by the female in front of her. I really like her. If you could size her up and have that extra dimension that the female that leads off the class has, this one would win it all day just in terms of structure, in my opinion. However, when you put them side by side, the overall body and just trading hairs, the female in front of her still is good enough structured. I really do like this female. I just want to see in front of her. As we come into third here, again, we're looking at some of the size differences now. This female just doesn't have quite as much natural spring of rib when you stand in behind her. A little less body advantage, not quite as much depth, but still super nice in her own right. Really good over her hooks and pins and really level over her top line, and she gets around the ring fairly well. Rounding out the class here, we have a female that's a shot behind in terms of condition. The really big frame female, I think one that once she grows grows into herself is going to be able to put a lot of pounds into her calves, and I think overall be an asset in the breeding piece. A really, really good class here.
Thank you, Chase. On this second split of intermediate heifer calves, we're starting off with entry 3330. Carmack Next Chance Diva, 105N, an entry of Carmack Cattle in Lashburn, Saskatchewan. Second in class and also coming back for intermediate heifer calf champion is entry number 3338, INC Maryland Monroe 12N, an entry of INC Cattle at Saskatoon. Third in class is entry 3131, Extremes Gabby 7N, an entry of Extreme Speckle Park at Redvers. And fourth in class is entry 3335, PJS No Doubt 47N, an entry of PJS Speckle Park in Prince Albert. So the next class in the ring should be our intermediate heifer calf champion. So coming into the ring out of the first split will be entry 3336, Skyline Wilcox Nevea 30N from Skyline Farms in Terra, Ontario, and Wilcox Livestock. And second in that class was entry 3339, DAM Dots Neolite 645N from Mackley Ranching and Unity. And from the second split, we should have entry number 3330, Carmack Next Chance Diva 105N from Carmack Cattle in Lashburn. And second in that second split was INC Maryland Monroe 12N from INC Cattle. This is your intermediate heifer calf champion class.
Well, a really interesting group of females here, and this placing is extremely close. In first here we have a spectacular cow. I mean, you got to really appreciate this female. We love her udder set. We love her front end and the extension. We love how soft she is and so much capacity. She's just kind of a beautiful type of female we'd all like to have in our herd. And then look what she did right in front of her. Look at this powerhouse of a bull calf. I mean, could you get a much longer bodied bull calf? He stands, wide in the front. He's square on all fours. Where we struggle with this calf is when we set him in motion, and we just like to free him up a little bit in motion, but a beautiful pair. And then we get into the second place pair, and we really like this young cow. I'll tell you, she's doing a great job on these. Both these calves are January calves. We like this heifer calf really good. We just think that when we come to the cows, we have a longer bodied female, a little shorter from hooks to pins here in this female, but again, just a solid, good. Love to have 100 of these in the pasture. So impressive set of females.
Well, as we get into this intermediate heifer calf division here, I think you can kind of see the type of cattle that I'm going to be going for here today. An emphasis on structural integrity, an emphasis on longevity and maternal look, and also some size and body mass to go along with it. And we look at these 4 females here that came out of their classes, I think you can really see that. The Speckle Park breed has done a tremendous job of getting their cattle to a fleshability point here where they got some body mass while still maintaining that structure that I'm looking for. 4 really, really nice females. I am going to go and take the champion in reserve out of the last class here. They're going to be your intermediate heifer calf champions. Give them a round of applause, folks.
Placings in the previous class in the Simmental. Your first place, entry 3130, Mater Sugar 49L, calf at side, Mater Mr. Chow 32N, and in second place, entry number 3131, Deeg Miss Pride 92L, calf at side, IPU 92L, Tia Lisa Lynn 1N with Labatt Simmentals.
Okay, over here on the Speckle Park side, intermediate heifer calf champion is entry number 3330, Carmack Next Chance Diva 105N from Carmack Cattle in Lashburn. And reserve intermediate heifer calf champion is entry 3338, INC Maryland Monroe 12N, an entry of INC Cattle in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. A little later on, we'll see those 2 females come back for our grand champion female drive. Our next class in the ring, it will be split 1 of the senior heifer calf champions and heifers, just the senior heifer calves, first split, and there should be 7 of them. They range in birth date from the 31st of January till the 13th of January.
Back in the Simmental pen, we now have the overall Grand and Reserve Champion drive for the percentage females coming out of Class 1. It'll be entry 31-22 and 31-13. Out of Class 2, the percentage female calves will bring back entry 31-20 and 31-16. Out of the yearling division, 31-26 will be coming back along with 31-29. And out of the 2-year-olds calf-fed side, 31-30 and 31-31. I'd like to give you a little bit of a bio on Tyson Hertz, also judging here in the Simmental pen. He grew up in Dutchess, Alberta on a family-owned purebred limousine operation, Ivy Livestock. He now resides near Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan, where Tyson, with his wife Callie, their 3 children, Sloan, Fowler, and Rustin, work alongside Clayton and Corrine Gibson to operate 6 Mile Ranch. 6 Mile currently runs approximately 650 cow-calf pairs, with the main focus on red and black Angus seed stock. 6 Mile hosts an annual bull sale every April at the ranch and a select female sale every fall. 6 Mile proudly hosted their 50th annual bull sale in 2025. Tyson has judged cattle across North America and is honored to be part of the Canadian Western Agribition.
Another of our major sponsors is Norheim Equipment. Lee Norheim Equipment Company is a Saskatchewan-based retail that supplies equipment for Western Canadian livestock producers. As farmers themselves, they understand the demands of the livestock production and deeply care about the future of the industry. From tractors to feeding to fencing, Norheim Equipment delivers practical solutions, providing expert support to help producers work smarter, safer, and more profitably. We sure like to thank Lee Norheim and his company for their support. Their exhibits are sprinkled around Agribition, and they'll be out in the soccer field as well as down at the commercial barn.
I would So don't tell me you don't need me. You could kill me dead or murder me entirely.
Well, a pretty fun percentage show here, and lots of types and kinds. And I guess, maybe not huge in numbers, but you get on that front side, and I think there's a lot of quality. And Crean and I, kind of gone back and forth on a few in here, and each one's got, pieces and parts that we think are pretty unique to add and breed up on, definitely. So I know we got a lot of cattle to get through today, so we commend these percentage exhibitors for coming out here. Crean will show you the two we're going to use.
Now that was the ground and the reserve. Which one did?
So 20 or 31-26 is grand.
And your grand champion goes to entry number 3126, CD Dixie Erica, 4141, Canadian Sires and Donors in Mountain View County, Alberta.
22.
And reserve goes to entry 3122, Boss Lake Miss L 536N, Boss Lake Genetics, Parkland County, Alberta. Congratulations.
Another proud partner of Canadian Western Agribition is Connexus Credit Union. Thinking about growing your operations? Stop by our booth in the Connexus Watering Hole for a coffee and a chat about our expert ag advisors. So that'll be over by the sale ring. So on your way to the sale ring, stop in and visit with the Connexus people. Thank you very much. Another of our sponsors will be Master Feeds. Master Feeds has been supplying the nutrition that produces showstoppers at beef shows across Canada for 96 years. Master Feeds is a proud sponsor of Canadian Western Agribition. I would like to congratulate all the competitors for your dedication and commitment to excellence. Thank you very much to Master Feeds for their sponsorship.
In the Simmental pen, we're just going to have a small break where we do some a photo opportunity for our grand and reserve champion percentage females. Once they get those pictures done, our judges will make their way back into the show pen here at the GMC Arena, and we'll start out with Class 12, the purebred females born January 1st through to May 31st. We do have a couple splits in our heifer calf class. So following the pictures, we'll move back into the purebred division.
Highly competitive heifer calf class here with a lot of differences and certainly some similarities as we get through with the Speckle Park class here. The heifer that leads off this class, certainly the biggest, boldest sprung female. She's really nice in her front 1/3, huge center of mass when you look at this female. From any angle as you circle around her, the thing that sticks out to me is just how big her hip is, how big her rib shape is, and just how well put together she is. She certainly isn't the longest one in here, but I think when you look at proportionality and overall completeness, I really do like this female. She's good on her her foot. She's really big bone, and I think she's got a ton of future, a lot of power in that female. Coming into second here, we got another one that patterns pretty closely to her. She's maybe a little more refined through her front 1/3 in the female that stands in front of her, but she also is a little more refined in the rest of her skeleton and overall body mass. And I think that's the trade-offs for me, is I think the female in front just outbodies her. But two really, really nice females. They're solid on their feet and legs, really proportionate, really balanced. I quite like them. We'll pull the female in third here, and I think depending on what you value in your program, we'll get her on the side profile here. I really like this female. She's really fresh in her appearance. She's really long. She's a little bit taller in terms of her frame score. She doesn't have as much mass when you compare that on that bigger skeleton there. She just doesn't quite pattern with the top two, but I really like this female. I think she's got a ton of future in her. You add a little shot in terms of depth of body for her, and I think that she could win this class pretty handily all day long. We come in next to the female in fourth here, and I think this is where we start to get into some differences in terms of frame size and overall completeness. She's shorter bodied. She is really, really well put together. When you put her side by side in those females that lead off this class, she's almost half a foot shorter in terms of her overall body mass there. A really nice female. She just gets out-horsed by the ones that stand in front of her. We come in next here to a little more taller, a little longer bodied female, but she doesn't have the overall balance. She's lacking a little bit of that depth of body and overall hip and muscle shape that I like to see in some of the other ones. And when you analyze her, she does get a little more rounded in terms of her hooks and pins. She is really nice and elongated through her front 1/3. She gives you a nice look on that side profile. A really nice female, just doesn't quite have the extra bells and whistles as the ones that stood above her. Coming in next year, we got a really stout made type of female. I like a couple things about her, but I would like to change some of the coarseness in terms of her hind leg joint structure there. I'd also like to sit her down in that tail head to give her a little bit more body to compete with those other ones. But a really nice female. I think you could have ones in your herd like that all day long and still make some money. Certainly going to produce some bulls in the future. And rounding out the class here, we have a female just a little bit behind in terms of overall condition and muscle mass. Really nice female. I think she's got a ton of future. But again, we got to split these females as they come in through the class. She just doesn't quite have as much natural body mass and muscle shape as the ones that stand above her.
Thank you, thank you, Chase. And on this first split of January senior heifer calves, we're starting off with entry 3351, Ravenworth Lightning Lady 509N from Ravenworth Cattle at Middle Lake, and she'll be coming back in a few minutes for the senior heifer calf championship. Second in class is entry 3353. Willow Lane Neon Moon 6N, an entry of Willow Lane Land and Cattle at Tisdale, and she also will be coming back in a few minutes for the Senior Heifer Calf Championship. Third in class is entry 3341, Wolf Lake Fiona 2N, an entry of Wolf Lake Speckle Parks in Bonnyville. Fourth in class is entry 3354, Maple Lane Kindle 136N, an entry of Maple Lane Stock Farm at Wetaskiwin, Alberta. Fifth in class is entry 3348, PJS No Springs Attached 86N, and then exhibited by PJS Speckle Park and Prince Albert. Sixth in class is entry 3344, Highmark Natalie 3N, an entry of the Highmark Stock Farm at Hague. And rounding out the class is entry 3355, Wilcox Nellie 89N from Wilcox Livestock in Treherne, Manitoba. Our next class in will be our second split of senior heifer calves, and these calves are born between the 1st and the 10th of January, and there should be 7 of them.
We're ready to reconvene in the Simmental pen right now. This would be the purebred division. This would be class 12. This would be our heifer calves with an age split of February 2nd through to February 28th. February 2nd to February 28th.
Another of the major sponsors at Canadian Western Exhibition is Versatile. Versatile wishes the best of luck to all participants. Versatile Nemesis is the only Canadian-built tractor in the segment designed for the toughest conditions. So we'd sure like to thank Versatile for their long-term commitment to Canadian Western Exhibition. And we have a reminder from SGI as a sponsor of Canadian Western Exhibition. A reminder to our friends at SGI and Canadian Western Exhibition, go out, have a good time, and make sure the good times can happen always by making arrangements for a safe ride home. So thank you to SGI for their sponsorship at Exhibition.
Again, the class in the Simmental purebred division is class 12, split 1. This will be a class within the class. It's a junior division, and we'll also be recognizing the champion and reserve champion out of this class as well. Next class in, we'll be moving into the intermediates.
Another of the sponsors at Canadian Western Exhibition is our official steel supplier, 2W Livestock Equipment. Proudly manufactured in Canada, meeting all your livestock demands. See your local dealer for pricing and build it today for tomorrow. Thank you very much to 2W for their sponsorship at Exhibition and their supplying all the steel. Just one more quick little sponsorship thing. CIBC is an important part of Agribition ever since it started with the early morning coffee and scones. And the 5 o'clock in the morning coffee that they've been supplying here for about 30 years has been really appreciated. And I'd sure like to thank CIBC for their early morning coffee and donuts they've been handing out for a long, long time. Thank you very much.
Again, a really competitive class here on the Speckle Park side. I really like this female that leads off this class. I mean, you look at her from a maternal aspect, and she really does check all the boxes there. She's long spine. She's really elevated in her front 1/3, relaxed in her top line, good on all 4 points of her legs there, a really nice swooping underline. And you standing behind her, she certainly doesn't leave much to be desired in terms of overall stoutness and eye appeal and how proportional she is. Just a really complete female that I think finds her way to the top of the class pretty handily, in my opinion. As we get into second and third here, I think it gets a little closer. I elected to go to the female, the darker colored one. She's just a little more relaxed and even in terms of her top line. I think the longer you left those two standing there on the side profile, the more she just accelerated over top of the heifer in third in that regard. She's adequately balanced. I think she's deep enough. Again, she's really nice for her front 1/3. She is good in all 4 points there. When I stand in behind her, I think she does lack some of that overall muscle pop and dimension that the female that stood above her. But again, a really, really nice balanced female I think just has a tremendous future ahead of her. Coming into third here again, like I said, she types in kind with the top 3 very easily, in my opinion there. When you just stand on the side profile, she just doesn't quite carry her top line as nice as the ones that stood above her. I think maybe you could hammer that out with a set of clippers a little bit too, but when she gets set up there, super nice female. Really long spine, really well put together. She could drop a little bit more body mass in her flank there, but again, these are heifer calves, and I think she's just got a tremendous future. You get that one bred, and I think she could move up pretty high in this class here. I'm excited to see what she has going forward into her program. Coming next to the female here, really like the stoutness and the overall shape that this female has. When you look at her in terms of overall femininity, she maybe doesn't have quite that natural beauty that the ones that stood above her. She's a little shorter in her neck, a little more compact in her skull. I do like her. I think you just clean up some of those things, maybe take away that navel there and just size her up a little bit. A super nice stout-made female. I just think that she doesn't quite have as much of the feminine traits that I'm looking for in those ones that stood above her, but really nice in her own right. Coming in next here, we have a female, again, really nice long spine, up-headed in her front 1/3. When you start looking at her, she does get a little more fine and petite in terms of her bone structure there. She's maybe a little more less refined in how she's put together in her skeleton. A really nice female, needs more body, needs more jam, but still a super functional kind of female. And I mean, we're getting into this class here. These are really, really top quality. So even as we move towards the end of this class here, I think there is still a lot of quality to be found here. We just got to sort them on some of the differences. As we round out the class here, we got females a little greener in condition, maybe don't carry their structural integrity quite as well, but still in their own rights very useful, and certainly females that have a good purpose in this cattle industry. Thank you.
Well, over here in the Simmental ring, we have a really, really strong class of heifers here. I just want to say, first of all, you're going to see, I think this is the first time ever there has been a mother-in-law and son-in-law judging team, and we don't always see cattle the same. And I'm not sure who nominated us, but they were probably hoping for a little bit of somebody going in the penalty box or something. But you're going to see a little variation in our judging because we do see cattle a little bit differently, but when it comes to structure, we see them the same. And so we're going to start off with a heifer that we both just love. She walked in the ring. She really caught our attention. This heifer has such incredible clean lines. I love the capacity that she has, yet she's still feminine. You get behind her and there's so much width from stifle to stifle. She has that big top, and then she's setting down this beautiful udder set and udder spread. So this female really wins the class easily for me. She has that little bit of flash too to add to all that function. So we really like this female. The female in second's a little bit different. She's a little excessive in her condition for us today. We'd like to see her, toned down a little. Tyson especially doesn't like to see heifer calves quite in this condition. You can see she's already laying fat deposits in through her front end. But I'll tell you what, this is a power female. She's got a nice udder set, really wide based. She has enough extension for us in the front, and lots of barrel and capacity. Love this heifer. And then moving into third, actually when this heifer came in the ring, Tyson and I both were gravitated to her. She just, she had a lot of things right. She just doesn't quite set in that tail head as nicely as we'd like. And when you get behind her, she just doesn't have the mass of the other two females ahead of her when you get behind her. But a nice long body female, beautiful, beautiful the way she comes out of her shoulder into her neck. So we really, really appreciate that. So a beautiful heifer on the profile especially. Then we get into the pounds of performance kind of female, and I'll tell you what, I really like this heifer. When she walked in the ring, she caught me. I like this type of heifer. I like them to have mass. I don't mind a little rounder muscle. Where we just had to fault this heifer was on her back wheels. When she gets moving, she sets under herself a little bit too much. That does come with that rounder muscle shape. But again, a massive female. We just like to see her move a little better today, but a good female too. This heifer coming in this baldy next, just a little straight for us in the hind end, very straight on those back wheels, a little shorter bodied made female, but she's got all that flash and real good extension up front. And then we're moving into a female that just doesn't have the balance. She's a little deeper chested, again, a big tanky female. We really like that about her, just could move a little smoother off both ends and just a little bit too much chest. We get down to the last two females. We just like to see a little more capacity in these females. They just got outpowered by the females ahead of them. But I'd like to give this young man a round of applause because I believe this is his first show here. And he did a great job showing. So good for him.
Okay, in that second split of senior heifer calves, we'll quickly go through the placings. 33.52 was first in class, KFC Kashmir 16N, and she's back out here for the Senior Heifer Calf Championship. Second in class was entry 33.42, Wolf Lake Zarina 1N, and entry of Wolf Lake Speckle Park in Bonneville. She's also out here for the Senior Heifer Calf Championship. Third in class is PJS, is entry 33.50, PJS Noteworthy 55N from PJS Speckle Park in Prince Albert. Fourth in class is 33.49 PJS Newland 9N, also from PJS Speckle Park in PA. And then fifth in class is 33.47 PJS Nelly 48N from PJS Speckle Park in Prince Albert. Sixth is 33.43 KFC Snowy River 13N from Morena Farms in Chilliwack. And rounding out the class is entry 33.45 Highmark Nova 1N. In this ring right now is our Senior Heifer Calf Champion. So from the first class, we have entry 33.51 Ravenworth Lightning Lady 509N from Ravenworth Cattle in Middle Lake. And second in that first split was 33.53 Willow Lane Neona Moon 6N from Willow Lane Land and Cattle in Tisdale. And then from the class we just finished, entry 33.52 KFC Kashmir 16N from KFC Farms, and second in the second split was KFC entry 33.42 KFC Wolf Lake Zarina 1N from Wolf Lake Speckle Parks in Bonneville. So this is our Senior Heifer Calf Championship.
We have the placings for Class 12, the purebred females born from February 2nd through to February 28th. That's our junior division. Your champion in the first place, entry 31.97, KTME 53.96, KT Ranches, Cherryville, British Columbia. In second place, and your reserve champion, Copper Kettle Molly 254 and Copper Kettle Company of Watrous, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry 31.94, Black Gold Miss Flirt 272 and Black Gold Simmentals, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, entry 31.48, HFL L.A. Beretta 5158N, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba, additional owner L.A. Ranch. In fifth place, entry number 3192, Boss Lake Miss L 538N, Boss Lake Genetics, Parkland County, Alberta, additional owner Adeline Fisher. In sixth place, entry 3185, Flying W Miss Black Licorice 62N, Flying W Stock Farm, Kenora, Saskatchewan. In seventh place, entry number 3181, TSS 369J, Black Maxine 533N, 3-star Simmental of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top eight is entry number 3183, TSS 63D, Black Mode 552N, 3-star Simmental of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Class in the ring is Class 13. This would be our intermediate division, Split 1.
Well, as we move into the senior heifer calf classes, we certainly start to see the advantages of the maturity on these young females as we went from the junior heifers, intermediate, now onto the seniors here. They just keep getting better as you expect them to. I mean, with more time, you get to see more dimension, more development as they come forward, and I'm really happy with the 4 females that we got out here. I think that all of them are really good representatives of the breed, but I think there's 2 that shine just a little brighter in my opinion. I'm going to go out and select those now. Thank you.
So our senior heifer calf champion is entry number 3352, KFC Kashmir 11N from KFC Cattle, KFC Farms in Abbotsford. And reserve senior heifer calf champion is entry 3351, Ravenworth Lightning Lady 509N from Ravenworth Cattle. Those 2 females will be back in a few minutes for the grand champion female class, and we sure like to congratulate and thank those winners.
Over here on the Simmental side, a challenging class in terms of just shape, sizes, condition, and structure. The 2 we landed on, we'll admit, they're probably just a shot bloomier than we'd like them, but they're definitely the stoutest featured females in this class. Longest bodied, longest hipped, and I call them sound enough, and we think they're sound enough. We'd like to see them both relax just a shot more in their spine when they get out and go. But that's just getting pretty nitpicky on some big stout heifers here at the top end. When you compare first to second, I think there is just a shot more just genuine muscle mass down the top side of the skeleton on our class winner, and she is probably just a shot longer from her shoulders forward. And so that's how we've landed on our class winner. The one here in second, we really like her on the standstill. She opens up with a big explosive rib cage. She's square around the corners. But for me, I guess she'd probably just want to see her just a shot fresher in the grand scheme of things. The one in third, a nice heifer. I think she probably actually is the freshest in terms of her condition in this class of the top trio. For us, we'd like to see her just set in on her tail head a shot better and then just get a shot more comfortable off her ankle. But I think that heifer is pretty good in terms of her body shape. Heifer we come to next, one that's maybe just a shot plainer in the way she's put together. She's just a little got a shot of navel underneath there, but she's fresh and good in terms of her structure. We just want to clean her up in terms of her extra skin. The heifer we come to next that the young man's got, a heifer that's really nice outline. When you ask her to go, we just want to see her reach with a little more flex and cushion off of both ends. Then the red heifer, we round the class off with a big broody kind of a female, low to the ground, moderate in terms of her type and kind. We just like to see her a little cleaner in her joint work.
We now have the placings in our first split in intermediate division. In first place, and we'll be returning to the championship drive. Entry 3152, WBC ME 36N, Westbrook Ventures of Rocky View County, Alberta. In second place, also returning to the championship drive, the entry 3145, Tydees Reloaded Elegance, Tydees Livestock, Streamtown, Alberta. In third place, entry 3157, Double Bar D Emmy 490N, Double Bar D Ranch, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, the entry 3147, HFL Beretta ET 5102N, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Fifth place goes to entry number 3178, NAC Lovely 121N, Northern Light Simmental, Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out the top six in that class was entry 3180, RHS Amber's The Best Bet 52N, Risk and Hope Farm of Craik, Saskatchewan. Next class in the Simmental purebred division is the second split in the intermediate division. We do have an age split of January 21st through to January 26th. January 21st to the 26th in this split in the purebred Simmental heifer calves.
Over here in the Speckle Park side, we have our first class of yearling heifers. So these are our junior yearling heifers. This is the only split of junior yearling heifers, and these heifers are born between the 29th of April and the 7th of April. And as you can see, there's only the two of them.
Like they said, there's just the two females here in this class, but I think there's still quite a bit of quality to be found as you look through both of them. The female that leads off the class, she's just tremendous in her own framework. She's long spine, really smooth in her shoulder. You got to love that about her. I think she's the cleanest transitioning female that has body mass as she comes into the front 1/3. Just immaculate in that regard, in my opinion. She's deep-bodied. She's wide sprung. When you stand in behind her, I think she's stout enough. I think she's big enough bone. Certainly gets around the ring really well. Looks like she's going to have a decent udder as she continues to mature and gets closer to calving out this coming year. I really like the female that rounds out the class too. When you just stand in behind her, she just doesn't quite have the body condition, the overall muscle mass of the female that stands above her. But two really exceptional females for this junior division here. Thank you.
Okay, so first in class and junior yearling champion is entry number 3356, Wolf Lake Juniper 03M, and enters entry from the Kindersley Creek Ranch at Bonneville. Second in class and reserve junior yearling champion is entry 3357, Wilcox Fitness 69M from Wilcox Livestock at Traherne, Manitoba. Both these females will be back a little later on for the Grand Champion Female Drive. Our next class in the ring will be our first split of our one and only split of intermediate yearling heifers, and there should be 6 of them in the class, but there will be just the one split of intermediate heifers.
All right, another really exceptional group of heifers here. This heifer that wins the class came pretty easily to the top for us. Again, lots of middle and width to get behind her. She's got that base, yet she's really elegant into that front end. She ties in from that shoulder blade into her neck really easily. Really nice heifer. Moving into second place, a heifer again has a little more condition than what Tyson and I like to see at this stage of the game. You can actually really hurt a heifer calf if you stuff them, put too much feed into them. But again, a nice, really nice female in that respect. If we could just clean her up a little in the chest floor, but a really solid, beautiful heifer. Moving on down the line, the heifer that comes in third just tends to be short striding a little bit today off those back wheels, giving this girl a little bit more difficulty than, and we'd like to extend her up through that front end. But a nice heifer. The red heifer is really an interesting heifer. She's got a lot of mass and middle to her, good on her feet and legs. We'd just like to clean her up into that chest floor and just lengthen her out from hooks to pins if we could, and maybe just deepen that flank. Then on down the line, the two heifers that end the class, just like to see a little more capacity in these females, but this is a super long and attractive female, just if she had the mass to go with it. And the last place heifer just got a little outpowered today, but a good, great class of heifers.
Placings in that last split in the purebred Simmental heifer calves with a birth date of January 21st to the 26th. In first place, also be returning to your championship drive in the intermediate division is entry 3171, R&R Darlin, 40N Double RN Ranching Corp, Lloydminster, Alberta. Second place, returning to the championship drive, will be entry 3150 HFL Rose ET, 5080N Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Third place, Entry 3134, DK Pashaminia, 32N, DK Landon Cattle Corp of Blampman, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, entry 3165, Boundary Tumbler, 133N, Boundary Ranch, Robsart, Saskatchewan. In fifth place, 3179, NAC Lovely, 91N, Northern Light Simmental of Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out the top six will be entry number 3201, AJT Miss Molly, 25N, Ava Tim, Kanisano, Saskatchewan. We now have split three coming in the purebred calf division into intermediates. Have an age split of January 16th through to January 21st. 16th to the 21st of January is the birth dates on these females. Following this class, we'll do the intermediate division champion and reserve champion purebred heifer calf. We're just going to get caught up a little bit more in the Simmental side of the business, and we certainly do apologize to our sponsors. We didn't have the list quite in front of us when we were giving out the banners, so we do want to acknowledge those sponsors because it's certainly a very important part of the industry. And again, your grand champion percentage female was sponsored by Risk and Hope Farms, reserve champion junior heifer female, Pheasantdale Cattle Company. The grand champion senior heifer, Millington Ranch. The reserve champion, Cooley Crossing Cattle Company. The grand champion junior percentage, Grassroots Ranch. The reserve champion, Section 17 Livestock. Thank you for that sponsorship. The grand champion 2-year-old percentage, Townview Farms. The reserve, again, a big thank you goes out to 3-Star Simmental. And the overall grand champion percentage female, thank you to Borson Marketing Services, and your reserve champion overall percentage female, Sugar Ranching. Again, we do apologize for not announcing those when the banners were given out, but once again, on behalf of the Saskatchewan Simmental Association, all of us in the Canadian Western Agribition, we do certainly appreciate your generous sponsorship.
Another sponsor we should probably acknowledge from Canadian Western Agribition is Cowtown Master Fees. They provide the Barn Boss jackets for everybody here at Agribition. There are those orange jackets you'll see around the barn. Those are the guys that make sure everything's in place and in place for everything as the day goes on. And it's a tough job. We sure like the Barn Bosses do an awful tough job. We sure like to thank them for their participation. We'd like to thank Cowtown for providing the jackets. Also, we have Co-op, the official fuel supplier for Canadian Western Agribition. Co-op supplies fuel to agriculture all over Saskatchewan and Alberta, and we sure like to thank Co-op, Federated Co-op, for their sponsorship as a fuel supplier at Canadian Western Agribition.
couple really good ones up here on the top end of this class, and some give and take on these two for sure. There's different types and kinds in these two that's fairly evident. The first place heifer, the blaze face heifer, just overwhelming in terms of body mass, and that deep sweep to her rib cage is the direct advantage we see over, and specifically how she transitions to her rear rib and flank is the advantages we see over the blaze face heifer over our heifer that stands here in second. Now, with that being said, the heifer in second is longer from her shoulders forward. She's probably flatter in her shoulder and longer, in their front end, and we appreciate that about her. Push comes to shove, the bigger bodied one wins in this tight duel. Third place heifer, we love her on the standstill. We're a sucker for a red blaze, and we love this one when she hit the ring, just from a flashiness standpoint. You just gravitate to her. Where we set her in motion, we just want to see her get out and go and stride with a little more flexibility and fluidity off of both ends. But on the standstill, you love the dense muscle build in the body and rib shape that she possesses. An interesting heifer. We just need to see her get out and go a little better. Heifer that comes to us in fourth, a female that maybe just pushing a little extra shot of chest in front of her for us today, and just like to tidy her up underneath, but a female that's bold and robust over top, and that's what we like about her. The black heifer that we turn to next, a female that's, again, really stout in her construction and full of red meat. When you ask her to go, we just want to see her with a little more flex and give off her hawk and pastern. The female we come to next, a female with some big features. She's big and stout-legged. With that being said, though, we want to see her change the way she distributes weight on her rear too. Give her a little square land on her back 2 feet. I think some big features on that one. And then the heifer, we round the class off with another big featured heifer, big outline, large, high-performing heifer. One we just want to see with a little more reach and go.
Thank you very much. In our intermediate class, and this will be the third split, we'll be bringing back in our top 2 out of all 3 splits for the overall Grand and Reserve Champion Intermediate Female. But the placings in this split: first place, entry 3190, RF Scream, 5117, Regina Farms of Killam, Alberta. Second place, entry 3159, WF Darlin, 288N, Walgren Farms, Edgerton, Alberta. Third place, entry 3140, MRC Miss Princess, 8N, M&R Cattle Company, Winborn, Alberta. In fourth place, entry 3168, City View Black Betty, 538N, City View Simmentals, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. In fifth place, entry number 3132, Peters Miss Navajo Nikki, 22N, Peters Simmentals of Purdue, Saskatchewan. Sixth place, entry 3154, CJS Daydream 3N, Gowdy's Prairie Acres of Stoughton. And rounding out the top 7, we have entry 3200, RBP Miss Caliber 6N, Rebecca Porter, Canistano, Saskatchewan. Okay, I missed. Females back in the Simmental side of the pen will be the first and second place of females out of each split in our intermediate. We do have 3 splits. So coming out of the first split would be entry 3152 along with entry 3145. Split 2, we're going to bring back entry 3171 and 3150. And out of that last split we just saw, entry 3190 and 3159. Again, this is the intermediate division champion and reserve champion purebred heifer calf drive at this time in the Simmental Arena. We do want to acknowledge the banner sponsors in the junior division in the purebreds and the Simmental. Your grand champion sponsored by Crossroads, and your reserve champion sponsored by Double Bar D. Again, do appreciate your banner sponsorships for the champion and reserve champion in the junior purebred females in the Simmental class. Your champion, entry 3197, KTME 5396. Reserve champion, entry 3175, Copper Kettle Molly 254N.
a real exceptional group of bred heifers here as we get into the Speckle Park class. And I think the top two, they come to the top of the class very handily, in my opinion. And I think, you just got to appreciate these females for what they each bring to the table. The female that leads off this class, from the second she walked in the ring, she just had that locomotion, the flexibility, that upheadedness, that overall body balance, tremendously long spine, huge boned, really well presented, deep-sided. I like how she's got a good udder coming underneath of her, extremely clean fronted, just a heifer I would say that's in optimal condition right now for this show ring. I really, really like this female. And she's followed in tightly with another female that you got to appreciate for the power and the overall competitiveness that she has. She's a little more practical in terms of how she's put together, a little more what you see every day. A big hip, big shoulder, well put together shoulder with lots of muscle there, and a huge rib cage. When you put the two of them together, I'm going to give the advantage to the female that's got a little extra length, in my opinion, a little better udder set, and just overall a little more bone and showiness. It's two extremely good females here, and I think depending on what you value, go either way. But I do think that the female that leads off this class, this is her day today. She looks exceptional. We come into the third place here. I think a really nice female. I think one that has a ton of versatility, a lot of different ways you could go with her. She doesn't have the overall eye appeal of the ones that stand above her. She maybe gets a little more plain in her front 1/3. Maybe doesn't have as much expressiveness in her overall rib shape and body cage, but I really, really like her. Again, I think she's got a tremendous future in her. She just ran into two top dogs that stand at the front of this class. As we move into the next place female, again, we're sizing down as we come here. She's a little more refined in her makeup, doesn't have quite as much natural jam and body mass as the ones that stand above her. A really nice female. If I'm going to hit on her, it's how she transitions from her shoulder into her neck there. It's just a little rougher compared to the ones that stand above her. The female that stands next to her, really big-bodied, bold-sprung one. She has some structural issues, in my opinion. She gets a little coarser over her hooks and pins, and just maybe doesn't have the bone mass to stand with the ones that are further up in class. And rounding out here, we have a female that's just lacking some of the maturity of the ones that stand above her. I think she's got a ton of future. She just needs to be a little longer, a little deeper. Like I said, she just needs more maturity to stand with the ones that stood above her in class. But a hell of a class, in my opinion. Exceptional top end. Thank you, guys.
So, in the intermediate yearling heifers of the Speckle Park show, we're going to start off with entry 3360, INC Red Carpet 76M. She is our intermediate yearling heifer champion, and she'll be coming back for the champion female drive here in a few minutes. Second in class is entry 3359, KFC Ms. Poppy 101M from KFC Farms at Abbotsford, and she also will be coming back for the champion female drive here in a few minutes. Third in class was 3358, Carmark Miss Chance 102M, an entry of Carmark Cattle and Lashburn. Fourth in class is entry 3362, Graham Creek Magma 24M, an entry of Graham Creek Cattle at Pearson, Manitoba. Fifth in class is entry 3363, Skyline Misty 6M, an entry of Skyline Farms in Terror, Ontario. And rounding out the class is entry 3361, Graham Creek Lady 5M, an entry of Graham Creek Ranch in Pearson, Manitoba. Next class in the ring should be our senior yearling heifers, and there's only one split of them, and they were born between January 1st and January 26th. There should be 7 of them.
Back over here on the Simmental side, a strong division and a lot of type and kind on our first place side, and a lot of quality there. Some give and take on all three of those heifers, to be honest with you. And Karina and I have discussed it, back and forth, and we apologize that we do want to discuss these things to try and get to a place where we, both are on the same page, and that's what makes this fun, challenging, and everything in between. So Karina will go out and show the ones we landed on, but I think that all these intermediate heifers have a strong place within this breed, and let's put our hands together for a really good division.
There's a future for
We'd like to thank Cityview Simmentals for sponsoring the banner for the Grand Champion Intermediate Heifer Calf. That goes to entry 3190, RF Scream 5117, Ranch Farms, Gillum, Alberta. And Peak Veterinary Services of Moose Jaw sponsoring the Reserve Champion Intermediate banner to entry number 3152, WBC Emmy 36N, Westbrook Ventures, Rocky View County, Alberta. Congratulations. Next class in the ring will be the senior calf division in the Simmentals, the purebred females. First split coming in, we'll have a birth range January 13th to January 14th. That's a busy couple days, I guess, calving out these good Simmental heifers. Again, 2-day split on our split one for the senior division in the Simmental purebred females.
Another sponsor to mention would be CN, and they'd sure like to invite you to a very unique event on Saturday afternoon and evening. It's the Agribition Supreme. It's presented by Canadian National Railway, CN, and it's a unique event throughout the show industry across North America. We've got champions from all over North America showing up in a challenge, and it's kind of a cool evening on Saturday afternoon. So CN would sure like to invite you all out to take part and enjoy the Agribition Supreme. Bud Light loading chute. Yeah. There's another kind of fun thing that goes on here at Canadian Western Agribition is the Bud Light loading chute. Budweiser is proud to support Canadian agriculture industry and remains committed to working with farmers across the country for years to come. Agribition has partnered with the Saskatchewan Country Music Association to bring live entertainment to both the Bud Light loading stage and various locations across the grounds. Thank you very much to Bud Light to Budweiser for this sponsorship.
Over here on the Simmental side of things, a nice heifer to start the class, a really bold, robust, kind of a female that's got enough look and enough balance to her that, one we gravitated to, and she sorted herself up fairly quickly. If I were to change her, I would maybe just give her just a little softness down her spine when she gets out and moves. She does want to ride up ever so slightly, but I understand these calves are maybe fighting the halter a little bit out here too. The second place heifer I probably gravitated to when she came in the ring as strong as anything. She's flat-shouldered, she's long-fronted, a heifer that's just pretty fault-free in terms of her skeleton. For me, she's just a little plainer in her rib cage and rib design, and maybe doesn't just get out and hit you real hard when she's on the standstill like our class winner. But I think that's a really good one in terms of the flatness of shoulder, length of front end. A good heifer there. The heifer we come to in fourth, again, one we really like from just a correctness standpoint. In terms of her angles, I think she's good. For me, she just wants to be just a shot harder out here in terms of her rib shape and body design. I'd soften her up there to compete with the ones above her. Heifer that comes to us in fourth, a heifer that probably patterns our class winner as good as any from a squareness and build standpoint. When you ask her to go, we just want to see her hinge a little better out of her hip-loin junction, but a really square-made kind of a female there. The red baldy heifer just overwhelming in terms of power and body in this class. Maybe doesn't give you those aesthetics and freshness that we see at the top end of this one. Heifer we come to next, a really bold and heavy-muscled kind of a female packing a lot of red meat down the top side of her skeleton. One that we just want to see a little cleaner in her joint work and get out and go just a shot better. And the heifer we round the class off with a long spine kind of a female, just carrying a little extra skin and leather for us today.
Really strong top end of bred heifers as we get into this class here, and the one that stands behind me, I think she really is the source of overall completeness, eye appeal, cow power, maternal breedability. I really like that about her. I think that she packages herself in quite the ideal situation for me. You look at proportionally, she's huge ribbed, she's clean in her joints, and she's really smooth over her top. For me, she is not quite hitting a full stride today, and I think that has something to do with how full she is. So I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt and say that if she wasn't as expressive and show day full as she is, that she'd maybe be walking a tiny bit better. But once she does get set in motion, she does hit her stride. So I do think it's in her capability and wheelhouse. But a tremendous nice heifer, really eloquent through her front 1/3, really nice skull on her. I mean, this is the kind of female that continues to produce year in year. I really, really like her. Who wins this class pretty handily, in my opinion. We come in next to the solid black heifer. Tremendous cow prospect here. You can certainly tell that she's far along in calf here. I think that she's going to have a tremendous amount of milk in her first year of production. A really, really practical kind of made female. She doesn't quite have as hammered out of a skeleton as the one that stands above her, but I really like the overall cowiness she has, the predictability and the breeding that she will have, and I really like her. I think as far as this class sorts itself, she finds herself in the second place hole pretty adequately in my opinion. As we move into the third place female here, this is where we start to find some of the differences. A female that's a little more modern in her makeup, maybe not quite as expressive in her front 1/3 and elongated as the ones that stand above her, but a tremendous amount of rib shape. She's stout made. She just isn't quite as proportional, or maybe not quite as overall showy as some of the ones that stand above her. You could smooth her up in her joints a tiny bit for my liking, but again, a female that I think if you trimmed her up in her chest floor a little bit, would maybe present herself a little more nicely through her front 1/3. Still a really solid female as to find herself up against these top two that stand above her. Coming in next, kind of similar story. We got a really powerful, robust female. She's just shorter. She's just a little more compact with that front 1/3, a little more masculine in her jaw shape and in her skeleton. I just don't quite find her to be an overall maternal package as the ones that stand above her, but she's really stout made, big bone, good on her feet and legs, certainly a functional female. Next up here, again, a female with a similar story, a little bit more chest floor, as you see, some body condition that's setting down in there. Maybe not quite as expressive in terms of her overall rib shape, not as balanced as the ones that stand above her, but a solid made female, good on her feet and legs, big bone, long made. The girl does a great job of getting her shown. Certainly a very functional female. Rounding out the class, again, a female that doesn't quite have as much jam, maybe not quite the feed pan that's been pushed to her. Certainly one that's ready to go out there and have a calf this spring and be a functional cow. But again, we got to bring them into a show ring appeal, and we got to compare them to their contemporary group here. And for me, she just lacks some of the overall luster and body type that I'm looking for. But top and bottom, just an exceptional class. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chase. Okay, starting out with the senior yearling heifers. We're first in class and coming back in a few minutes for the grand champion female as senior yearling heifer champion is entry 3369 PJS Milky Way 105M and entry of PJS Speckle Park, Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Second in class and reserve senior yearling heifer champion is entry 3370 KFC Dandelion 10M, an entry of HQ Livestock, Mountain View County, Alberta. Third in class, we have entry number 3367, Highmark Maya, 8M, an entry of Highmark Stock Farm at Hague. Fourth in class is entry 3366, Byesview Jewel, 1M, an entry of Byesview Speckle Park from Ripley, Ontario. Fifth in class is entry 3365, KFC Delta 20M, an entry of Marina Farms, Chilliwack, BC, and sixth and rounding out the class is entry 3464, KFC Holly 34M, and now also an entry of Marina Farms, Chilliwack, BC. So next in class will be our 2-year-old female with calf at foot. I think there's only the one entry.
In the Simmental pen, the placings for the previous class in our senior calf division. In first place was entry 3184, SMRT Ms. Molly 7N, SMRT Livestock Hoosier, Alberta. Second place, entry 3161, Scott Miss Neon Moon 17N, Scotland and Cattle Company, Arrowwood, Alberta. Third place, entry 3163, Blair's Just Flirtin 807N, exhibited by Blair's Ag Cattle Company, Lanigan, additional owner Westbrook Ventures. In fourth place, 3135 DK Pashminia 13N, DK Land and Cattle Corp of Lampman. In fifth place, 3173 CNT Miss Sammy Abbey 13N, Oak Hill Farms of Melville. In sixth place, entry 3186 Flying W Miss Holiday 22N, Flying W Stock Farm, Kenora, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top seven, entry 3177 TCC Miss Christie 15N, Tim Cattle Company, Canistano.
Yeah, over here on the Simmental side, a nice class in our senior division, and two that we gravitated to quite quickly that sorted themselves up. And there's some give and take on these heifers. The heifer in first, she's just a little denser in her body build. She's more opened up, directly behind her shoulder, and probably just a shot more base width than our heifer that comes in second. Now, with that being said, the heifer in second is longer spine from nose to tail. She's flatter shouldered, and that's definite advantages that we see. For us, we just want to see her opened up and in terms of her base width when she gets out and goes, but two nice heifers there. Heifer in third, a really kind of problem-free heifer, and probably the color pattern doesn't really help her out with the white belly, as she does look maybe just a shot harder in that center portion. But when you analyze this one, I do think that there's some genuine width and body in this one. She's just maybe a shot plainer in terms of her neck design and carrying a little extra navel that is then emphasized by her color pattern underneath. But I think that's a pretty good heifer to stand in third. The heifer that comes to us in fourth, one that we really like just from a build standpoint, she maybe just doesn't give you enough power and punch that we see at the top end of this class. But I think that one's good in terms of her structure and her lines. We just want to see a shot more punch, muscle, and bone underneath this one. The heifer we come to next that the young man's got, a heifer that's good on the standstill. We like her. She's long and stretchy and got some frame and power to her. We just want to see her set in motion and go a little freer for us today. A lot of the same things can be said for the heifer that comes to us next, a big power heifer, and we like that about her, how much red meat she's got. One that's just plainer in her overall design. The heifer we come to next that's just spinning the corner, female maybe that's just a little lower fronted and runs downhill. Maybe just want to see her get out and go a little better, but a big expansive rib cage on this one. Then the one we round the class off with, one that's just a little underwhelming in today's class, but I think from a fundamental standpoint, she checks a lot of boxes.
But now the placings in split 2 in our senior calf division. Again, we had a January 13th to January 8th split in first place, and we'll be returning to the championship drive. Entry 3198, KT Soda 5126, KT Ranches, Cherryville, British Columbia. In second place, entry 3137, Mater Emmy 87N, Mater, Alberta. Third place, entry 3153, Millington Satin 2508N, Millington Ranch, Duval, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, entry 3151, HFL Cream Soda 5039N, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Fifth place, entry 3187, Andrew Eleanor 1017N, Andrew Cattle Company of Regina, Saskatchewan. Sixth place, entry 3139, MRC Miss Princess 6N, M&R Cattle Company, Winborn, Alberta. In seventh place, entry 3138, MRC Miss Princess 4N, M&R Cattle Company, Winborn, Alberta. And rounding out the top 8, entry 3182, TSS 60Z, Blackburn 525N, 3-star Simmental, Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Just a single entry here in the Speckle Park 2-year-old cow-calf class, but certainly one that can stand up to some competition. I really like the cow in this pair here. She's certainly got some good pieces about her. I really like how she's put together. She's super balanced, done a tremendous job raising this calf beside her. I really like how bold sprung she is. She's adequately stout for me. She's put together extremely well. Feminine through her front 1/3. Really nice skull on her. The girl does a great job of getting her shown, and the calf behind her, certainly one that complements her well. I think one that has a tremendous amount of future in her. Certainly, like I said, they could stand a lot more competition, but we'll see how things shake out when they come back in for the grand drive. Thank you.
Okay, for the 2-year-old female with calf and foot, we only have the one entry. PJS Lulubelle 516L, an entry of PJS Speckle Park, Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. And they are the 2-year-old champion female. And that banner is sponsored by Kodiak. Meet me at Kodiak at Ardrossan, Alberta. The reserve there was a banner sponsored by Red Walk Farm in Souris, Prince Edward Island. We will be giving a list of all the sponsors here when we're waiting for the champion female class, because we didn't have the list before. Sorry about that. On the Speckle Park side, the next class in the ring should be a mature cow with calf at foot, and once again, there is only the one entry.
Heart starts racing every time I'm looking at her. She's my country girl. I couldn't tell you what she's doing to me. She's so damn out of my league. She's a little bit crazy on the weekends, dancing in her red dress, and I love the way she looks in my eyes. And I'm feeling like midnight's getting closer, and I just wanna hold her in my arms till the sun comes up. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. Guitar. Yeah. All right. Wouldn't lie to you. Doesn't matter what I do. She's got a hold on me. Ha. She's a little bit crazy on the weekends, dancing in her red dress, and I love the way she looks in my eyes. And I'm feeling like midnight's getting closer, and I just wanna hold her in my arms till the sun comes up. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. Every day I walk the floor and think of you, and every night I pray the Lord to see.
Again, just another single entry here in the mature cow-calf pair class for the Speckle Park show. But, I mean, certainly some that have a high amount of quality here. We'll start with the bull calf. He's got a ton of maturity at this point here, and he's looking really, really good. He's really bold sprung in his rib shape. He's powerful in his forearm, big in his bone structure. I like the character he has in his head and his neck. I think he's got an adequate amount of muscle. He gets around the ring decently enough for me today. I think he certainly could withstand some competition, and I'm sure he's going to come back later on in the bull calf classes here. I'd like to maybe soften him up just a little bit in his forerib and his underline there, but I think for this stage of the game, this calf is a really good example of what the Speckle Park breed can do, and getting some power and some performance in some of these bull prospects. A 3-year-old cow that stands behind him, and wow, she's such a tank. I mean, you look at the overall performance that she has. Huge ribbed, huge topped, really stout made, big bone, sound on the move, adequate milking in my opinion. She's done a tremendous job of raising this calf here. Certainly a pair that could withstand a lot more competition. They did a really good job of getting them out here and getting them shown, and like I said with the last one, we'll see how things shake out when they come in for the overall females. Thank you guys.
Back on the Simmental side, I think a really strong class with quality that runs probably as deep as we've seen today, and we gravitated to the Baldy heifer pretty quickly. Both Creed and I agree on that one. Just length of spine, flexibility, good look, body, muscle. She kind of puts a lot of good things together. Specifically, when you compare her to our second place heifer, she handles her hock and her ankle better in our opinion. A female that, I just think she checks a lot of boxes and finds her way up front pretty quick. Heifer that we come to in second, maybe just a little shorter coupled heifer if you want to get real nit and gritty, comparing her to our first place heifer. And we discussed how her hock and ankle when she gets out and goes. But when she's on the standstill, man, she's deadly. Like, she's bold, she's attractive, she's balanced. It's just the hock and ankle. That's where she's going to find a home in second. I do think it comes to discussion here into third. A really nice red heifer, and one that we see maybe just a little quicker in her maturity pattern, but man, is she balanced and dense and moderate and cowy in her build. We really like that about her. When you compare her to the top two, we just want to see her a little longer spine, longer hip, but we think that one's really good in terms of her build and cow power in that one. Heifer that comes to us in fourth, one that, on the standstill, we like a lot of things about her. For us, the balance just gets thrown off. She's pushing just a shot of chest in front of her. She is still fresh enough, just that chest is just pushed out, and that throws off her balance a little bit in today's class of some really good heavyweights up front. Heifer we come to next, a nice, good deep-sided uniform in terms of her lines that way. We just want to see her just a shot sounder on her rear too when she gets out and goes, but a really bold made heifer there. The red heifer that we turn to next, one that's really easy doing low to the ground, maybe just a shot quick and early in her maturity pattern for us. And then the heifer we round the class off with, one that's just a little plainer in her overall makeup.
Okay, on the Speckle Park side, the mature cow-calf class and senior champion female here today is entry 3373, Willow Lane Classy Girl 7K, and the calf side is Willow Lane Nobleman 19N. And she'll be coming back right away for the Grand Champion Female Drive.
Placing us in the Simmental pen in that last senior class that was just in the ring. First place and returning to the final drive will be entry 3136, Mater Rose 71N, Mater Ranches Incorporated, Carstairs, Alberta. Second place in that split, also returning to the championship drive, be entry 3205, Grassroots Emmy 514, shown today by Grassroots Ranch of Bradwell, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry number 3162, Red Blair Soda Pop 803N, Blair's Ag Cattle again in Westbrook Ventures. In fourth place, we're going to go to entry number 3149, HFL Rose 5034N, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Fifth place, entry 3164, Boundary Camille 24N, Boundary Ranch, Robsart, Saskatchewan. In sixth place, entry number 3156, Double Bar D Onyx 417N, Double Bar D Ranch of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top seven, entry 3155, Double Bar D Savvy 418N, Double Bar D Ranch of Grenfell, Saskatchewan.
Okay, over here on the Speckle Park side, we've come to the grand finale of the female show, our Grand Champion female class. So we're starting off with our junior heifer calf champions. Entry 3329, Wolf Lake Juniper 31N from Wolf Lake Speckle Parks in Bonnyville. And the reserve junior heifer calf champion, entry 3328, KFC Full Cover 115N, and entry of Myrna Farms in Chilliwack. Then we get into our intermediate heifer calf champion. Entry 3380, Carmark Next Chance, Diva 105N, and entry of Carmark Cattle in Lashburn, and reserve intermediate heifer calf champion 3388, INC Marilyn Monroe 12N, and entry of INC Cattle. Then we'll move into our senior heifer calf champions. We start off with entry 3352, KFC Kashmir 18N, an entry of KFC Farms in Abbotsford, and reserve senior heifer calf champion, entry 3351, Ravenworth Lightning Lady 509N from Ravenworth Cattle in Middle Lake. Then we start with our junior yearling heifers. The junior yearling heifer champion is entry 3358, Wolf Lake Yaw Juniper 03M, an entry of Kinnersley Creek Ranch in Bonnyville. And reserve junior yearling heifer is entry 3357, Wilcox Fitness 69M, an entry of the Wilcox Livestock and Traherne. Intermediate yearling heifer champion, we have entry number 3360, INC Red Carpet 76M, an entry of INC Cattle in Saskatoon. And reserve intermediate yearling heifer is entry 3359, KFC Ms. Poppy 101M, an entry of KFC Farms in Abbotsford. And finally, we get into our senior yearling heifer champion, entry 3369, PJS Milky Way 106M, an entry of PJS Speckle Park in Prince Albert. And the reserve senior yearling heifer champion is entry 3370 KFC Dandelion 10M. Finally, we get into the 2-year-old champion, entry 3372 PJS Lulubelle 516L, and her calf beside PJS Nulabelle 517N from PJS Speckle Parks in Prince Albert. And a mature champion cow is entry 3373 Willow Lake Classy Girl 7K, and entry of Willow Lane Farms at Land and Cattle in Tisdale, calf beside Willow Lane Nobleman 19N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our grand champion female class. I think our judge deserves a round of applause for what he's come up with today, and I think these exhibitors do too. Please give him a good round of applause. Congratulations. Okay, can we have a representative from Maple Lane? They're here. Is there a representative here from Maple Lane Farms, Craig and Dion Brown? They're on their way. Okay, our Herdsman Award is here now. And presenting the award is Grace McIvitt from Federated Co-op Limited, our feed coordinator, and we'd sure like to thank Grace and Federated Co-op for their award. And the winner is Craig and Deanne Brown from Maple Lane Farms. Congratulations. So our champion sponsors, MNP Accounting Agricultural Specialists have deep roots in the industry, and they are proud to be a partner with MNP Breed Champion Bars around the show, following the show. So we sure like to thank MNP. They've been sponsoring this the bars at the champion stalls for a number of years. John Deere is proud of its heritage of making outstanding farm equipment, and John Deere dealers line up the same values as the company has founded on so many years ago. They have the signage that has identifies the champions as you walk around the barns. Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association is the voice of the Saskatchewan beef industry through advocacy, and they are a proud sponsor of the champion breed banners, and we sure like to thank Saskatchewan Cattle Association for their work that they do lobbying for the beef industry all year round. Okay, and the Reserve Grand Champion banner for this for the Grand Championship Drive is presented by INC Cattle.
Well, folks, what do you say we put our hands together for the female portion of the Canadian Speckle Park National Show? It's been something that has been near and dear to my family for a long period of time. I can't remember the year, maybe 2010, 2011 in the old Agribition barns. I'm up in the international booth with my father, who happens to be here today, and a bunch of international investors that are looking at bringing a breed of cattle that was projected right here in Canada and bringing them across to Australia and into the European markets. And, you know, even though I was pretty young sitting there at that table, it was certainly something neat for me to see. And then, of course, as we progressed and, you know, started doing a lot of embryo work, exporting embryos off the kind of cattle that are in here, it was something that helped develop me and what I appreciate in cattle, and introducing me to new people in this breed and seeing how they market it and how they put their own unique twist twist on it and how they brought this breed and fixed some of the you know, the issues that were present in the early days, and just to see it all culminate in what we got here today. And you know, other shows that I've judged in Toronto for the Speckle Park show, and you know, this breed has just been a product of time and intensive work and exhibitors that just give a damn on how to present and market them and increase the profitability and overall better their own cattle. And I think it's humbling to see where you guys came from to where you are now, and just knowing that you did it in such a short amount of time. I mean, hats off to you guys. It's something that, you know, a lot of breeds strive to do. I think that you guys have come a tremendous long way, and standing in front of me, we just got an exceptional group of cattle here, and I think it's been a lot of fun for me to go through them today. I'm not going to go through the animals on individually here. I did that in class, but I think what I'm looking for here is structural soundness, overall body mass and performance, maternal ability, and overall breeding potential. I've seen enough cattle go through the rings, and obviously we have our own at home. I see what traits are heritable and how hard it is to get some of these individual traits that I'm looking at, and how important it is to, you know, to piece these through. It's not a breeding program that happens overnight, or certainly not in a year either. It's a 10-year process plus that to go through and equivocate what's going right and what's going wrong. So I mean, so you guys have just done a tremendous job, and I think the cattle in here are second to none. The people in this ring are second to none, and the Speckle Park breed has certainly done a lot of favors to my family, helping me grow and putting food on our table. It's been awesome. I appreciate you guys having me out here. I'm certainly happy to give my opinion. I hope you guys, at least if you don't agree, I hope you can at least see where I'm coming from, and I appreciate what I go through with these cattle. So, you know, with that being said, I'm going to go select your champion, followed by your reserve. But let's give these guys a huge round of applause. This is just top to bottom, just an excellent showing.
I look out across the water. I smell the salt. I feel the breeze. But in my heart, I hear the calling of my old home, Tennessee. We know where these rivers flow, why the wind chooses when and where to blow. The sun is gonna rise each and every time.
Grand champion female of the national 2025 national show, Canadian Western Exhibition at 3360 INC red carpet 76M. Congratulations to INC Cattle on the grand champion female, and they will receive the $500 credit at Bovagen for embryo transfer or collection. And reserve was the female following her in class, entry 3359, KFC Ms. Poppy 101N, and entry of KFC Farms in Abbotsford. Congratulations on our winners, and congratulations to all the exhibitors. A tremendous set of cattle.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the backside to the Speckle Park breed. As we transition over here to the Simmental side, I think there's a really unique trio up here that give and take on all three. The one we landed on, just she's the combination heifer for us. She's bold enough and powerful enough, but she's still got enough look and spine length and structure underneath her. We really like her teat size and spread at this stage of the game, and we're a big fan of that one. We landed on her. A lot of discussion here between second and third, and the more moderate one's going to find her home in second. She's still fresh enough in terms of her condition. She is a little rounder out of her hip than our class winner and our heifer that sits in third. For us, she's just more moderate and more our kind of female. You know, one that we think you'd want 100 of those running in the pastures down in our country. They're going to be the lower input, easier keeping kind of females, and that's where we gravitate to that one. The heifer that stands in third, a female that we love to stretch and outline and grow on, and I wouldn't be surprised if next year she comes back as a hammer and competing in the bred division because she's outlined really good. She maybe doesn't give you just a real long reach and flexible stride when you compare her to our top two, but I love the stretch and grow in that one. And then you kind of switch gears years into a more moderate red heifer, a real cow prospect here, big-bodied and dense in terms of her muscle. We love that shape down into her lower stifle. And for that much muscle, she does get out and motor really good. When you compare her to our class winner, she's just more common from her shoulders forward, and that's where she's going to land in our fourth hole. Heifer we come to next, a large outline, long spine heifer that probably patterns our third place heifer as close as any. When you ask her to go, we just want to see her with a shot more reach out of her front end, but that's a good long spine kind of a heifer. Two heifers that round the class off with big, dense, real punchy kind of heifers. For us, maybe just pushing the limits in terms of condition for our personal preference, but we love the muscle shape and you know, the total dimension that they bring to the table.
We have the placings in that split in the purebred female heifer calves. In first place, returning to the overall championship drive in the senior division will be entry number 3160, WF Darlin 252N, Walgreen Farms of Edgerton, Alberta. Second place, entry 3193, also coming back to the championship drive in the senior division, East Poplar ME 510N, East Poplar Simmentals, Cornack, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry number 3176, Black River ME 1N. Shown today by Taylor Makey, Ituna, Saskatchewan. Additional owners, Black River Farms, 719 Cattle, and Maple M Cattle Company. In fourth place, entry number 3167, SVS Red Sage, 17N, Sunny Valley Simmentals, Hanley, Saskatchewan. In fifth place, entry number 3144, Paw Nightcap, 523N, Southpaw Cattle Company, Carstairs, Alberta. Sixth place, entry number 3204, PF Scott Red Luscious, RLP 1N, shown today by Scott Landon Cattle. And rounding out the top seven, the entry number 3170, MJP Miss Caliber ET1N, Porter Simmentals, Canistano, Saskatchewan.
Got her feet on the ground. I can't get enough of her. She can drive me so wild, just with that sweet smile, and there's nobody else for me. My heart starts racing every time I'm looking at her. She's my
And once again, on the Speckle Park side, we sure like to acknowledge and thank John Deere for their sponsorship on the champion banners, MNP for their bar, Bovagen for their credit for, that's good till December of 2026 for embryo transfer. So we'd sure like to thank those sponsors. We should go through, we finally got a list of everybody that has been sponsoring all morning, so we'll just quickly go through those, and I apologize to these sponsors that we didn't have it before. Okay, in our junior heifer calf champions, the sponsors on the champion was the Inch Creek Cattle Company from Hafford, Saskatchewan, and the reserve junior heifer calf champion was sponsored by McClear Ranching in Unity. Our intermediate heifer calf champion was sponsored by Martinson Farms at Rockwood, Ontario, and the reserve intermediate heifer calf champion was sponsored by the 444 Ranch, Edson, Alberta. Senior heifer calf champions was sponsored by Greenwood and Ivory Downs Speckle Park in Lloydminster and an Australia partnership. And their senior reserve heifer calf champion was from Willow Lane Land and Cattle in Star City. Then we get into the yearlings. The junior yearling champion was sponsored by Desert Acres in Charlie Lake, BC, and the reserve junior yearling champion was presented by Windy Valley Cattle Company in Mankota. Intermediate yearling heifer champion was sponsored by Spots and Sprouts, the Heberts at Neilburg, and the reserve intermediate yearling champion was sponsored by Fleetwood Speckle Parks in Iona Station, Ontario. Senior yearling heifer was sponsored by Ancrest Farms in Ingersoll, Ontario, and the reserve senior yearling heifer was sponsored by Watson Land and Cattle from Bransford. Our 2-year-old champion female was Meet Me at Kodiak from our Drawson, Manitoba, Alberta, and reserve 2-year-old female, there was a banner sponsored by Red Rock Farms in Souris P, Prince Edward Island. And then our senior female was champion was Samtia Speckle Parks in Tabor, and our reserve senior female was Midway Farms in Amherst, Nova Scotia. We'd sure like to thank these sponsors, and we will have them as the classes go by for the bull show. And once we're done with pictures, we'll be starting into the bull show. And it takes like they say, it takes a village to raise a family, it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a village to run a show. And so we'd sure like to thank a few of the people that are helping us out here today. First of all, Travis Biversen. He's here as barn boss for the Canadian Speckle Parks. It's a thankless job. He wears the orange coat, and we sure like to thank Travis for his help in keeping things organized, keeping everybody in their place, and making sure there's a place for everything. In the ring, we've had a grandma and grandson combination in Darla and Cajun Souter. We'd sure like to thank them for their help here today. And marshalling out back, we have Kate and Jason Moyer. Our clerk is Sierra Mathis. Bridget Harima is here. She's the Canadian Speckle Park Association Marketing Promotion Manager, and we sure like to thank Bridget for her help here today. Just like to remind everybody that the Speckle Park sale is this afternoon. I think it's at 3 o'clock. I'm not sure. And at 3:30 over in the sales pavilion over in the John Deere Arena. So We'll all be looking forward to seeing you there.
Okay, well, we're going to apologize for taking a little bit of time with this. We have some huge variations in this class. We started with the heifer we find the most complete heifer in the class. You know, when she came in the ring, she caught our eye right off the top. We'd like to, if we could, we'd take a little bit of that chest floor out. But this is her extremely long body. She ties out nice from her shoulder into her neck. And when you get behind her, there's a lot of base width. And then we had a lot of difficulty with the next two heifers because they're just totally different types. I've been waiting for a real powerful meat and muscle kind of heifer coming in the ring, and I think we have it in the second place. Does she have that extension up front that some of the others do? Perhaps not. But when you get behind this heifer and you see the mass and the middle, she has as much middle as the other heifers, but the length of body actually makes her maybe look like she doesn't have as much capacity. But we like this heifer on the move as well. This heifer was the one that gave us the most trouble because this is an elegant featured female, and we really like this female from the standstill. When she gets moving, she's on her back wheel, she's swinging out a little bit, but I mean, this is one to really watch, really watch into the future. The next heifer, the red blaze heifer that we have here, she's just a little quick for us, a little easy fleshing kind of female that we like out on the ranch too, just a little shorter bodied, shorter from hooks to pins. And then we get into the power female of the class. I'll tell you what, if you're raising bull calves and you, this is the kind of female you're going to want in your herd. And then on down the line, the black heifer, the more moderate heifer, just struggling, you know, in her movement, and we'd like to just set her free on those back wheels a bit. And then the female that we're rounding out the class with, just a few structural things we'd like to tweak, but a great class.
Thank you very much, Corrine. Placings in this split in the senior heifer calves. First place, returning to the overall championship drive for the senior heifer calves. Entry 3142, Pawn Neon Rose, 512N, Southpaw Cattle Company, Carstairs, Alberta. Also returning to the championship drive would be your second place female, 3166, SVS Red Sage, 7N, Sunny Valley Simmentals, Hanley, Saskatchewan. In third place, entry 3146, Tidy's High Caliber Elegance, Tidy Livestock, Streamstown, Alberta. Fourth place, entry 3158, Double Bar D Galaxy 409N, Double Bar D Ranch of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Fifth place, entry 3133, Peter Smith's Nitty Gritty, 3N, Peter Simmentals, Purdue, Saskatchewan. Sixth place, entry 3141, Par Nirvana 510N, Southpaw Cattle Company of Carstairs. And rounding out the top seven, entry 3188, Clearwater Nelly 2N from Clearwater Simmentals, Mountain View County, Alberta. We're going to move into the championship senior heifer calf class right now. This would be the top two coming out of each of the five splits. Again, out of the first split was entry 3184, MSRT Miss Molly 7N, along with entry 3161, Scott Miss Neon Moon 17N. Out of the second split was entry 3198, KT Soda 5126, and entry 3137, Mater Emmy 87N. Out of the next split, we bring back entry number 3136, Mater Rose 71N, along with entry 3205, Grassroots Emmy 514. Following the split, we bring back entry 3160, WF Darlin 252N, and entry 3193, East Poplar Emmy 510N. And that last split, we're bringing back entry number 3142, Pawn Neon Rose 512N, and entry number 3166, SVS Red Sage 7N. Class in the ring is the championship drive in our senior purebred heifer calves in this Simmental show this morning.
Yeah, I think there's a really strong division here, and obviously the senior calf division in the Simmental show is always exciting. I always poke fun at the Simmental breeders because they don't really get much of a Christmas break. So I'm going to take my jab there as we see this size of this senior division. But it sure is good in terms of quality, and there's a lot of punch and power in these cattle. We sifted through them and found the ones that we thought were, designed the right way. And for us, it does come down to 3. And, of course, I always like to know why I stand where I stand when I'm exhibiting. And for us, it comes down to the 3 in the middle. The gentleman with the cowboy hat, that heifer is really nice on the standstill. She's flat-shouldered, she's elegant, she's good-bodied, she's stout enough. When you ask her to go, you wonder if she just hinges off that rear ankle, as fluid and as flexible as some of the others, and that's the question we ask ourselves, but that's a really good one. The heifer that's standing in the middle, the blonde-haired lady that's doing an awesome job getting this one stuck, she's real punchy. I like the body in this one, but she combines it with a really good skeleton, and that's very important to me, specifically how she handles her ankle is really good. But now with that punch, she does open up at the base of her shoulder. She's pushing a shot more chest down when you compare her to the one that we just spoke about and the one we're going to talk about next, the one in third that the gentleman has. I love the teat size and spread on this one. She's a really fault-free heifer. Body type, neck, power, she's really good. Thing I'd change about her is how she comes from hock to ground. She wants to just get a little rounder in her ankle, and that's where I would change her. So I think there's give and take on those 3. Those are the 3 we've kind of penciled her down. We're going to have a quick discussion, but let's put our hands together. This is a really strong division with a lot of quality all the way through.
Okay, we're going to start off with the Speckle Park Bull Show, and we're going to start off easy with our junior division. We have a single entry.
Three.
Okay, that's 31-36.
And your champion female coming out of split 3 in their senior division, entry 31-36, Mater Rose, 71N, shown today by Mater Ranches of Carstairs, Alberta. And your reserve champion coming out of the second split, entry number 31-98, KD Soda, 51-26, KT Ranches, Cherryville, British Columbia. Congratulations.
Did you do the sponsors?
We'd like to thank Sunny Valley Simmental sponsoring our grand champion banner and East Poplar Simmental sponsoring our reserve champion banner. Congratulations.
Just a single entry here in the Speckle Park Junior Bull Calf class to get us fired up, but man, is he something special to look at here. He's quite well developed at this point in the game, just a young calf. He's got adequate testicular development. He's really soggy-sided. He's well put together, adequate amount of muscle shape in his crest and in his hip, and you just love the balance in him. He gets around the ring fairly well, certainly one that can handle a lot more competition. They've done a great job of getting him presented, I just say, for a junior bull calf class that this guy's about 12 o'clock. So I would like to see a few more in here to see where he stands with his contemporary group, but certainly a strong individual.
Thank you, Chase. So our junior bull calf champion, class winner and junior bull calf champion is entry 3374, KFC New Orleans, 116N, an entry of KFC Farms at Abbotsford, BC. The banner, this class is sponsored by Ravenworth Cattle and Red of Middle Lake and Red Rock Speckle Parks in Prince Edward Island. We'd sure like to thank them for their sponsorships. He'll be coming back in not very long for the Grand Champion Bull Drive. Congratulations.
Back in the Simmental pen, we're going to move into the yearling purebred female division. This will be class number 16. We do have 5 splits in this class. This will be split 1. We do have 5 exhibitors, 32-23, 32-09, 32-29, 32-11, and 32-26.
On the Speckle Park side, we've got our intermediate bull calves coming in, and the winner of this class will be our intermediate bull calf champion. There should be 4 entries. The birth dates range from they're February cows, from the 1st of February till the 25th of February, and there should be 4 of them. For anybody that's just kind of getting here at the Speckle Park side, I'd like to introduce our judge again for today, Chase Miller from Kimona, Alberta. He and his wife operate Miller Livestock, growing up on a large animal reproduction facility and taking part in junior shows. Chase began to pursue a career in agriculture at an early age. His love and enthusiasm for the industry has led him to develop a purebred and percentage Angus and Simmental breeding stock operation. He also runs a livestock clipping business where he is fortunate enough to have been mentored by some of the leaders of the industry from Canada, Australia, and the USA. Miller Livestock has marketed and sold cattle across Canada and into the U.S., and Chase takes great pride in assessing cattle and enjoys traveling across Canada judging beef shows and market steers, prospect jackpots. He's been at numerous shows. Looks like it's his 4th time judging at Agribition, and we sure like to thank Chase for putting in his time here today. The Miller family's been in the livestock business around Saskatoon for generations. I think we go back 100 years dealing with different generations of the Miller family, and it's the disease. We all have it. Thank goodness for that. I don't know if I got a minute. I guess I'm just going to say, history is changing and things are changing so fast. And Chase's dad, Donnie Miller, sitting right over here to my left. And he's one of the pioneers of embryo transfer and reproduction. And if you want to learn a little bit about the history of ET and all that stuff, Donnie'd be a great guy to talk to. So I'd sure like to recommend anybody. Sorry about that, Corinne. Go ahead.
Over in the Simmental ring here, we're just going to leave these two stand the way they are. Close between these two, but the heifer in first just has more overall body width. I like her from the hooks to the pin. She has more extension in that area. She's nice fronted. She moves well. Both heifers could use a little more spread between their teat placement, but two really good heifers. The first one just has it in overall volume and mass, and you get behind them as well. Into this third place heifer, this really long-bodied red heifer, I'll tell you what, she moves out really well. Look at that middle and that extension. She just gives up a little of the femininity and a little deep in her chest floor for us. This baldy heifer, just, restrictive in her movement and a little shorter striding for us today. And then down in the ends, same thing, just a little bit with the movement, but a long-bodied, big capacity, beautiful female. Good class of breds.
Placings in our first split of our yearling females. First place, returning to the championship drive in the yearlings, to be entry number 3209, Twist Hull's Lizzie Hartz, 456M, Hull's Cattle Company, Craven, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 3226, Boss Lake Ms. Passion, 414M, Boss Lake Genetics, Parkland County, Alberta. In third place, entry 3223, SMRT Ms. Cream Soda, 24M, SMRT Livestock, Hauser, Alberta. In fourth place, KTME 4673, J. Sewell Something About Mary, 8421, KT Ranches, Cherryville, British Columbia. And rounding out the top five, entry 3211, RWS Sage, 2439, Millington Ranch, Duval, Saskatchewan.
A good group of bull calves here as we get digging into this class here. Two top-end ones that certainly stand out in my opinion. I'm going to leave them as they came into the ring here. I really like this lead-off bull calf here. I think he's got a ton of power. I think he's got a ton of presence. He's balanced beautifully. Beautiful hair coat, stout over his top, tons of muscle. He's put together really well, but what brings him to the forefront of this class is his locomotion. You set him on the move, and he hits his stride. He's really eloquent in how he gets around the ring, and it's nice to see that kind of get encapsulated when you get one that this young that's got so much jam and presence and still gets around and walks freely. This one's going to be a tremendous herd bull when he comes around to the time. The calf in second has the advantage, in my opinion, in terms of power and performance. He's a shot bigger. He's bigger hip. A little bit more middle to him. When you set him in motion, he doesn't track as true as the bull calf that leads off the front here. And when you get two individuals that are this complete at this young of an age, you got to look at those nitpicky things. And for me, I just feel that the lead-off bull calf here just gets around the ring with a little more integrity and a little more presence, a little more effortless in his movement. But two extremely nice individuals to kick off this bull calf class. As we get into the bull in third place here, I really like him too. If you're looking for one to add some pounds and some performance and some frame size, I think this is a bull you can't go wrong with. Really advanced in his testicular development, maybe just not as heavy boned and proportionate to his body, a little extra sheath on him, maybe not quite as naturally as deep as he is, but when the young lady gets him stood up there, he certainly is a bull that has some good qualities in his own right. I just don't think he quite punches with the weight of the ones that stand in front of him. Bull calf that rounds out the class, a little greener, but I think that's not going to be a detriment to him. I think he's going to grow at a little more leisurely pace. When he gets set up there, he certainly has some good attributes. When you look at him in terms of muscle mass and standing behind him, he doesn't quite have that fleshability over his top line, maybe not quite as bold sprung in his rig, maybe not quite as much power and wow when you stand in and around him, but a tremendous group of bull calves. I think all four of these are really good examples of what the breed can do, and I'm excited to see what the future has for them, especially come sale time.
Thank you, Chase. And so our winner of this class, an intermediate bull calf champion here today, is entry number 378, KFC Night Moves, 75N, an entry of KFC Farms, Abbotsford, BC. Second in class and reserve, and they win the Norfolk Ridge banner. Second in class and reserve bull calf, senior bull, intermediate bull calf champion will be entry number 3377, PJS Notorious BIG 125N, an entry of PJS Speckle Parks at Prince Albert, and they receive the banner presented by Raise the Bar Speckle Parks. Third in class is entry 3375, Extremes Nonstop 9N, an entry of Extreme Speckle Park and Redvers. And fourth in class is entry 3376, Highmark Novak 53N, an entry of Highmark Stock Farm at Hague.
We're here on the Simmental side. I think this class sorts a little quicker for us. An easy one to find, just a good-bodied, heavy muscle kind of heifer with enough look and balance and gets out and tracks good enough for us today. She wins pretty handily. A little bit of discussion here in second and third on the next two blaze face heifers. Just prefer the body shape in the second place heifer. I understand she's probably pushing it from a condition standpoint for us, but I still think there's more genuine rib shape in this one. If I were to change her, I would probably give her a little more squareness when she gets out and goes. As she gets heavier in calf, she's probably walking around a baby in there too, but I'd trim her up and just change her there on her back wheels. Nice heifer on the stand, still comes to us in third, the blaze face heifer. Just when you set her in motion, we just want to see her with a little more base width, specifically on her back end, but a nice balance kind of a heifer. A black heifer that we come to next, lots of muscle and shape on this one. Again, one in motion, we just want to free her up off of both ends. The young man's heifer that we ran the class off with, a really long spined heifer, just need a shot more body on this one and a little more agility off her rear too.
Thank you very much, Tyson. And the placings in split two in our yearling purebred Simmental females. We're going to go to entry number 3214 in first place. We'll return to the championship drive. IPU 104B Ms. Revlon 117M Labatt Simmentals, Gladmar, Saskatchewan. In second place, also returning to the championship drive, entry 3225 Pheasantdale Lady May 200M Pheasantdale Cattle Company, Belcarris, Saskatchewan. Entry number 3, 3224 Pheasantdale Miss Tonky 110M Pheasantdale Cattle Company, Belcarris, Saskatchewan. In fourth place, entry number 3221 RHS Masterpiece 415M Risk and Hope Farm, Craig, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top 5 in split 2 will be entry number 3222 TSS 44B Blackbird 415M 3-tar Simmental of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Class coming into the ring in the Simmental division will be split 3 in our yearlings. We do have a class split of January 16th through to January 25th.
On the Speckle Park side, the class in front of you right now is our first split of senior bull calf champions. These senior bull calves, there will be a second split. And this split is birthdays between January the 16th and January the 31st, and there are 4 of them.
Heads up in the ring, please, on the Speckle Park side. Heads up.
really contrasting duo up here on the top end of this class, both with a lot of strength and quality to them. Red baldy heifer, you know, a female that's, you know, just our kind of female. She's low to the ground, she's big-bodied, and the deciding factor for us was undoubtedly the teat size and spread, specifically the spread on this one. And then when you analyze her just from the side profile, she is a little neater and tucked up about her chest floor when you compare her to the black heifer. Now, I do want to admit the black heifer probably gets out and goes a little fresher and easier off her rear, too. The red heifer is, you know, obviously pretty far along in calf and maybe walking around baby there. But you know, two really strong heifers. The black heifer, long, extended, really big framed heifer. We just want to see her tidier in her chest floor to compete with the one above her and then space her out in terms of her teat size. Stout, good-looking one there. The heifer we come to in third, the black baldy heifer, a real moderate kind, probably pairs with our class winner from a frame and stature standpoint. With that being said, we just want to see her a little longer spined and longer hip, and then just give her a little more, make her a little square from hock to ground when she gets out and goes. The red heifer that comes to us next, a big power broody one. She's long spined and big framed and powerful. Again, one that's maybe just pushing down a little chest for us today, but we love the spine length and the broodiness in that one. Baldy heifer we round the class off with, a really nice heifer from a spine length standpoint and hip length. For us, we just want to stouten her up from a base width standpoint.
We now have the placings in split 3 in the purebred yearling Simmental division. First place, also returning to the championship drive, entry number 3208, Tidy's Prickly Pears, 27M, Tidy Livestock, Streamtown, Alberta, additional owner 27 Cattle Investments. Second place, also returning to the championship drive, 3206, DK Pashmina, 31M, DK Land and Cattle Corp, Lampman, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry 3230, Black Gold, GW Miss Foxtrot, 111N, Quinn Hogel of Lloydminster. In fourth place, number 3219, Copper Kettle, Sheila Rose, 242M, Copper Kettle Company of Watrous. Rounding out to top 5, entry number 3217, WFL Miss Red Doll, 4037M, Silverdale Cattle Company, Melfort, Saskatchewan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to draw your attention to the big screen while the judges are working on placing both their classes. P.J. Butler's 2024 Champion of the World Awards, recognizing excellence in cattle breeding from around the globe. This year, the competition saw over 1,950 entries, representing 95 countries, representing 16 different breeds, and evaluated by 42 judges worldwide. The Champion of the World competition was founded in 2012 to promote awareness, goodwill, and trade within the global cattle community. And the 2025 Champion of the World competition will take place this coming year from December 1st through to December 14th. This week, 20 world champion breeders have traveled from across the world to be here with us at Canadian Western Agribition, and we're proud to celebrate their achievements here on our stage. The Simmental winners from 2024 were Miss World Gustavo Bertre from Brazil, Champion of the World Anthony Simonade from Australia.
Well, we've hit a class here with certainly there's some trade-offs that are pretty evident in my opinion when you get going through this bull calf class, but we'll start with one that I think there's truly a clear winner in here. He comes out, he just got a tremendous amount of muscle and capacity and eye appeal, a really well put together bull. He's balanced super well, his skeleton's hammered out just how you'd like to see it, just a super well put together bull. He really excels in muscle shape and testicular development, yet he carries it together with a clean enough transition from his hip to his rib and his rib to his shoulder and his shoulder to his neck. Just a really well put together bull that I think he really does eat this class up in my opinion. We follow up in second with a bull that I think patterns pretty close in type and kind to the one that stands in front of him. Doesn't quite have the overall bells and whistles and maybe that wow factor as the guy who leads off, but when you look at him just from a skeletal standpoint, he gets the job done. He could be sized up in his bone just a little bit in my opinion, and maybe a little more pulled apart in his hooks and pins to stand with the capacity of the one that stands above him, but I really do like him. I think in this class he lends himself to a second place fairly easily in my opinion. Moving to the third place bull here, one that I think does have some good pieces there, but there's some things I want to change. I want to add a little more muscle into his neck, a little more crest for this point of maturity. I'd like to clean him up in his chest floor and in his sheath there, and just add a little more muscle in terms of his hip shape. But when this young lady gets him set up there, he's got a good look to him. He's got good depth. He's nice and elevated through his front 1/3. Just a bull that I think needs to be refined and then added some muscle shape to compete with the ones above him. Rounding out the class is one that I struggled with. I really do like this bull for many reasons. He's put together extremely well, super nice in his top, big hip, nice neck. For me, he's just lagging behind in overall body size and testicular development, and I hope I'm wrong with him. I hope he comes along, continues to gain, and gets through the job, because I do think that he patterns close with the type, the one that leads off the class here, but again, you size him down the way he is, and I just want to see more nuts at this stage of the game. So a really interesting class, and yeah, certainly some tough competitors in here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chase. Okay, now on this first split of senior bull calves, first in class is entry 3379, Carmark Nashville 2N, an entry of Carmark Cattle in Lashburn. Second in class, and coming up for our senior division champion here in a few minutes, was 3384, Willow Lane North Country 7N, and an entry of Willow Lane Land and Cattle in Tisdale. Third in class, we have entry 3380, Extremes Nico 2N, an entry of Extreme Speckle Park in Redvers. And rounding out the class is entry 3383, Ravenworth Style 308N, an entry of Ravenworth Cattle in Middle Lake. Next class in the ring will be our second split of senior bull calves, and these calves are born between the 15th and the 3rd of January. There should be 4 of them. On the Speckle Park side, we also had a P.J. Butler's 2024 Champion of the World Awards. And the Speckle Park winners in 2024 were, for Miss World, was Kelly Feig and Alison Potter from Australia. And the bull champion of the world was for Vaughn Johnson from Australia. We'd sure like to congratulate these breeders on their wins, and we look forward to seeing their genetics going up and down the road.
Really strong class on the Simmental side, and to be honest with you, a heifer that wins, we didn't really see her get out and go just as good as we'd like today. She's a little lethargic on the halter and maybe just tired. I'm not sure. Halfway through the week, I'm tired too, but I think this one's pretty elite on the standstill, and I read her angles is really good. Her shoulder, knee, hip, hock, and ankles, I think, are really good. I like the body. I like the look. I love her skull. She's a good-looking heifer. I think it does become a discussion between second and third here, the red baldy and the black heifer. The red baldy heifer, a really powerful heifer. I love the muscle shape in this one. One that's maybe just a more common from her shoulders forward when you compare her to our class winner. And from a teat size and set, we prefer the class winner in that respect as well. The heifer that we find here in third, the black heifer, a heifer, talk about direct advantages, we prefer her teat size and spacing than the red heifer, but when she gets out and moves, she just maybe a little stiffer and lethargic off of her hock and hind leg, and maybe just pushing a little extra chest, maybe past 12 o'clock here today, but a good udder coming underneath that one. The black heifer that we come to next, the long spine heifer, I really like that. She probably has a class advantage in that respect from nose to tail. She's the longest heifer in this class. With that being said, she's got a little extra skin underneath in her navel and throws off her balance ever so slightly. Red heifer we come to next, a little shorter coupled heifer, a female that's just shorter backed and shorter hip, but we think that she's got a lot of red meat down the top side of her skeleton.
Thank you very much, Tyson. And the placings in split 4 in our purebred Simmental yearling division. In first place and also returning to that championship drive will be entry number 3207, Mater Violet, 84M, Mater Ranches Incorporated of Carstairs, Alberta. In second place, also returning to the drive, will be entry number 3231, Roseview Maggie, 3M, Homer Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Third place, entry 3210, Scott Licious, 2M, Perot Cattle Company, Alameda, Saskatchewan. In fourth place, entry number 3215, IPU 130H, Ms. Caliber 40M, Labatt Simmentals, Gladmar, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top 5 will be entry number 3220, TCC, Miss Carly 10M, shown today by Tim Cattle Company, Canistano, Saskatchewan, additional owner, Ava Tim. Class in the ring is split 5 in our purebred Simmental yearling division. Again, following this split, we'll bring back in the top 2 finishers out of all 5 splits to determine and crown our champion and reserve champion purebred yearling Simmental heifer. Sponsored by McMillan Ranching and Southwest Simmental Breeders.
Another strong class here, and there's certainly some body type differences as you get going through the particulars of this class here. But this white bull, I really like him. Again, like the last class, I think there's one that sorts himself to the top pretty handily. It's this guy, in my opinion. No matter what angle you're looking at him, I think he impresses you with one aspect or another. Huge rib, really nice and smooth in his shoulder, huge in his hip, nice and balanced over his top. I like how he hits the ground there, square on all 4 corners. Big enough foot size, and I think he's got good set of testicles developing there too. Young lady does a great job of getting him shown. I think, yeah, he just sorts himself to the top in terms of completeness, balance, power, and overall efficiency in the time frame that he's had allowed himself to develop. We follow in next with a solid black bull calf. Smaller frame for sure, a little shorter in terms of his overall body length, but I really like how he's put together, and I think that's what brings this bull calf into second place here. You start analyzing the top lines as we look at him and further down the class here. He's the most relaxed, the most true and genuine in his top. He's big in his rib shape. He's good off his hip, and I think he gets around the ring really well. He's lacking a little bit of the maturity of the bull that stands above him, but again, these are young, and some of them are going to, mature a little faster than others, but I think overall from a structural standpoint, this bull finds himself in the second place hole pretty handily. Coming into third here, we got a long spine bull. Young lady, again, does a great job of getting him shown, and I think there's a tremendous amount of good in him. I am going to hit on him for how he connects in his hooks and pins into his top line, and I'd like to see a little more overall mass in his belly there. I think that the bull, that it has some good pieces there and certainly would be a great breeder, but when we're comparing them into their contemporary groups here, I would like to power him up a little bit just to stand with the ones that are further ahead of him. And rounding out the class here, we have another really good, solid bull prospect here. Again, we're going to talk about some structural issues. I just like to see him a little bit better off his hind wheels and a little better off his hooks and pins as he gets around there. He's just a little more restricted and a little bit tighter in terms of his body capacity. But again, top to bottom here, we got a bunch of great breeding bulls here, and I think anybody would be happy to take these back to their operation, whether you're putting them on purebred cows or running them in a commercial situation. I think that's what this breed's doing a good job, is getting productive cattle out at the forefront. So a really solid class top to bottom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chase. And on this second split of senior bulls, we're going to start out with entry number 3381. KFC Nashville 30N, an entry of KFC Farms at Abbotsford, and he'll be coming right back for the Senior Bull Calf Championship class. Second in class is entry 3382, Ravenworth Alliance 507N, an entry of Ravenworth cattle from Middle Lake, and he also will be coming back for the Senior Bull Calf Championship class. Third in class is entry 3387, INC Desperado 2N, an entry of the INC cattle in Saskatoon. And rounding out the class is entry 3385, Maple Lane Natera, an entry of Maple Lane Stock Farms, Otasco in Alberta. So our next class in the ring should be our Senior Bull Calf Champion. So from the first class, we'll have entry 3379, Carmark Nashville 2N, an entry of Carmark cattle in Lashburn. And second in the first split was entry 3384, Willow Lane North 40, 7N, entry of Willow Lane Land and Cattle in Tisdale. And then from our second split, we have the bulls that were just in the ring, entry 3381, KFC Nashville 30N from KFC Farms in Abbotsford, and entry 3382, Ravenworth Alliance 507N from Ravenworth Stock Farms at Middle Lake. This is our senior Bull Calf Champion, and the sponsors are KFC Farms for the championship banner, and the reserve champion banner is sponsored by Max MX Ranching at Neilburg.
think a good trio here in our bred heifer division class. The Baldy heifer that we're going to use to win does so just. She's a little square when she gets out and moves. When you compare her to our second place heifer, yes, she is more common from her shoulders forward. She's maybe pushing a shot extra chest even too, but it's when they're set in motion that we're more confident on the movement, specifically on her rear too, and that's where she elevates today. I love this second place heifer on the standstill. She's my kind of female. She's attractive. She's up-headed. She comes out really high and proud. Beautiful skull on this one. Just would like to redesign her on her ankle, and when she gets out and moves, she gets a little outside herself and swinging around on those back too. But standstill, she's deadly. The heifer that we come to in third, we like this heifer a bunch. She's really bold and powerful. Again, really up-headed and love the skull. For us, she's a little past 12 o'clock for us. We'd like to dial her back from a condition standpoint. And then maybe she just doesn't have all those extra pieces and cleanliness and sharp lines that we see in our class winners. But I think a really good one there that's bold and robust in the way she's designed. In terms of how one comes out of the top side of her shoulder, I love this red Baldy heifer we come to next. Man, she's as laid back in that shoulder angle and as high and natural and proud as anything in this class, and that's what we love about her. For us, she's just a little flatter in her forerib when you compare her to some of the ones at the top end of this class, but some really unique pieces on that one. The heifer, we round the class off with a real bold one. From a meat and muscle standpoint, she's got some genuine shape there. For us, she's just a little round in the way she's put together.
Well, as we come to the completion of our senior bull calf division here, I think we've got 4 individuals that certainly ring the bell and check all the boxes in terms of what you want a bull calf to be and look like at this stage. And I think that, they came out of their respective classes for a reason here. And I talked about why and what I'm looking forward here. And I think that these guys really embody that. I mean, we got tons of mass, we got power, we got longevity, structural integrity, eye appeal, some hair on them. I think that these are all important things, especially living in, the area that we are in, to encapsulate that and have the doability and make sure that these animals work, whether you're in the foothills or you're sending cattle to the feedlot. They got to be able to get out there and cover ground and look the parts and be efficient in their breeding intervals and all the things that make a cow-calf production or producer profitable at the end of the day. So, I think that there's 2 bull calves out here that, stand and hit me with a little more wow factor. So I'm going to go out there and select them now. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so the senior calf champion is number 3381, KFC Nashville from KFC Farms in Abbotsford, BC, and the reserve senior calf champions entry 3379, Carmark Nashville 2N. They're both called Nashville. 2N from Carmark Farms at Lashburn. So we will be seeing those guys right back right away for the Grand Champion Bull class here in a few minutes. Our next class in the ring is our junior yearling class, and there should be 3 of them.
Placings in split 5 in our Simmental yearling division, and our females coming back into the championship drive is entry 3218 Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota 4M RRN Ranching Corp of Lloydminster, along with Westman Farms. In second place, also back in for the championship drive, entry 3212 Black Gold Miss Haley 28M. Owned by shown today by Walgreen Farms of Edgerton, Alberta, owned with Greenwood Cattle and Ivory Downs. Third place, entry 3216, City View, Montana, 8M, City View Simmentals, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Fourth place, entry 3203, Birch Miss Melody, 1M, Rocking Zed Cattle Company, Rossum, Manitoba. And rounding out the top 5 would be entry number 3213, Scott Miss Mabel, 31M, Scotland and Cattle of Arrowwood, Alberta. Class in the ring right now in the Simmental division is the championship drive for our yearlings. We have the top 2 coming out of each of the 5 splits. 10 yearling Simmental females in the ring. And out of split 1, we have entry number 3209, Twist Hall's Lizzie Hart's 456M, along with entry 3226, Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414N. Split 2, we bring in 3214 IPU 104B Miss Revlon 117M and entry 3225 Pheasantdale Lady May at 200M. Out of split 3, we have entry 3208 Tydee's Prickly Pear 27M along with entry 3206 DK Pasminia 31M. Out of split 4, we recognize entry number 3207 Mater Violet 84M and 3231 Roseview Maggie 3M. And the fifth split we just had a moment ago, entry number 3218 Black Gold Lindgren Minnesota 4M and entry 3212 Black Gold Miss Haley 28M, the championship drive in our yearling purebred Simmental division.
Sweetener steaks, $100 a ticket.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, while we're having our judges deliberate over their champion and reserve champion yearling, I'd like to remind everyone that we have the Breeders' Sweepstakes tickets that are available, and that's right down in the show arena, just to the left, or to the right, pardon my right, of where all the banners are, as well as the SSA, the Simmental Association Scholarship Fund fundraising auction, and those tickets, I believe, are $10. And again, you have the opportunity to win a brand new state-of-the-art semen tank from Bovagen on that one as well. So once again, visit with our two ladies down in the show arena. Again, they are sitting over there, and I believe they have water in their Yetis, and they got 2 laptop computers, so you can go there and get your tickets for the raffle.
An awesome bred division of 5 classes with quality all the way down. You know, lots of shapes, colors, and sizes that we were fortunate enough to sort through. For us, this division probably sorts a little quicker and easier for us than, say, that senior heifer calf division. I think there's a couple that are really good, but I think there's 2 that are exceptional. So Karina will go show you how we like them, and let's put our hands together. What a big, awesome set of bred heifers we got.
And your champion coming out of split 4 be entry number 3207 Mater Violet 84M. And your reserve champion in the yearling division coming out of split 1 be entry number 3209 Twist Hall's Lizzie Hart's 456M with Hall's Cattle Company. Well, we'd like to thank McMillan Ranching sponsoring the grand champion, or the champion banner for the yearling females, as well as Southwest Simmental Breeders sponsoring the reserve champion banner. Our next class in the Simmental side of the GMC show arena, we're going to move into class number 19. This is the Simmental purebred females, born in 2023 with their tattooed 2025 calf at side We have two splits. Split 1 will be coming in first. Class 19, 2-year-old purebred Simmental females with their 2025 tattooed calf at side.
We got 3 yearling bulls that find their way into the Speckle Park division here, and I think 3 individuals that certainly all have qualities and bring solid attributes forward. But I'm going to lead off with the mostly white-colored guy here. I really like him. I think he's got a ton of mass. He's got a ton of muscle, lots of crest in him, but I still like how he gets around the ring. I mean, when you get one that's as robustly built as he is, you know, you sometimes see that come apart when you set him in motion, but this guy holds himself together extremely well. I think they got him at an optimal body condition for the body type that this bull is. He still doesn't have a ton of chest floor, which is nice to see, and I like to see that you know, he gets out and goes and still carries that muscle well. Huge in his rib, nice over his top, big and square off all 4 corners, a nice big foot on him. What more can you ask for in a yearling bull at this point? Coming in second there, I really like this guy too. He maybe doesn't have that wow factor and that overall body capacity as the one that stands above him, but there's certainly some good attributes in him. He's smoother over his tail head than the one that it stands in first. He's smoother in his shoulder. He's just a little more round and soft in just about every dimension there. I would like to just maybe give him a shot more power to stand with the one above him, but if you're looking for one that's going to calve easy, be good easy fleshing, and make a whole bunch of replacement feels for you, then fill your boots with that guy, because I think he fits that bill very easily in my opinion. Rounding out the class, we certainly have a good individual here. I really like the presentation they got done on him. For me, he just gets a little more refined in terms of his bone structure and his overall muscle that he offers in his twist there. I'd like to see a little more depth of body and just have him maybe be a little more expansive in terms of his body cavity, but still 3 really solid bulls. And like I said, whether you're using them for a purebred or you're putting them on commercial cows, I think all 3 of these bulls are extremely useful in today's industry. Let's give them a round of applause, folks.
Thank you very much. On the this is a junior yearling bull class, and this junior yearling bull champion will be coming back for the grand champion bull drive here in a little while. The winner of this class is entry 3389, Highmark Manchester 37M, and he wins the Speckle Park banner from Northern Ireland. Second in class and coming back for the championship drive in a few minutes is entry 3390, reserve junior yearling bull, Greenwood Martin Matrix 34M, an entry of Maclear Ranching at Unity, and Jay Baranecki. And third in class is entry 3388, Extremes Made You Look 9M, an entry of Extreme Speckle Park and Redvers. Our next class will be our senior yearling class. There should be 3 of them in the ring, and their birth dates range from the 1st of January to the 14th.
I love when we get into the production side of things on the just in the ring in general. It's fun. It's what we do. It's what makes Canadian cattle shows so unique and different from everywhere else. And go right, wrong, or indifferent. Having a January calf milking on a 2-year-old cow this stage of the game might not be practical, but sure is fun to look at and see what stands in front of these awesome cows. I think it's a close decision here on our top pair. To be honest with you, when they come in the ring, we wondered if this bull calf was soft enough. He's a little shelly, but he is long and stretchy and powerful. We also questioned if he moved and got out and flexed off of both ends good enough. And that's a decision that we say, yes, he is. Would we change him there and just give him a little bit extra go and fluidity? Absolutely. But for us, it's the cow that wins it. And, man, you could just stand here and look all day at this cow. She's sound-uddered. She's big-footed. She's striking on the profile. And when you compare her to our second-place cow, that's where the advantages are. She's stouter built, she's bigger legged, and she's longer spine. I'd also prefer this cow's udder. Not saying this cow in second's a poor uddered cow, but we prefer the udder in front of that we win the class off. Well, now to be completely honest, we prefer the calf on our second-place cow. I think a calf that's bold sprung and good looking and got a lot of good pieces to her. And if you could switch them, we probably would. But I think when you put cow power into perspective, that's where we're going to use the one that wins the class. A nice top duo with a lot of discussion between the two. The heifer and the first calf heifer that comes to us in third, there's a lot of unique pieces about this one too. She's so refined and elegant in her front 1/3, and you see that in the calf. She's up-headed and beautiful skulled. She's long and extended there, level in terms of her top and her hip. For a January calf, you wonder if there's enough there. And we always, we breed our first calf heifers for calving ease and to get one that's still good quality, but you can't expect the first calf heifer to always have just a punchy bull calf that we see at the front end of this class. I think that's a really good pair, just run out of calf on that one. The one we round the class off with, a really big, rugged kind of a calf. We love the bone and the foot size underneath this one. He's definitely the biggest muscled calf in this class and probably the longest spine calf as well. With that being said, we'd like to alter the way he gets out in motion today. And the cow, we just trim her up in her chest. But I think that's 4 really good cows. We know the effort it puts in to get them here. Let's put our hands together for an awesome class of Simmental pairs.
Thank you very much, Tyson. Placings in split 1 in our 2-year-old females with 2025 tattooed calf at side. In first place and returning to the championship drive will be entry number 3241, Black Gold Miss Haley, 304L. With calf at side, shown today by Black Gold Simmental's Lloyd Minister, Saskatchewan. In second place, also returning to the drive, will be entry number 3240, Boss Lake Miss L, 34L. Shown today by Boss Lake Genetics, Parkland County, Alberta. Additional owner, Andrew Pastrick. In third place, entry number 3236, SMRT, She's the Dream, 25L. Shown today by SRMT Livestock, Hoosier, Alberta. And rounding out the top 4, entry number 3237, Macintosh Holly, 92L. Shown today by Flying W Stock Farm of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Next to come in will be split 2 in our 2-year-old purebred females with their 2025 tattooed calf at 5. We have 3 exhibitors scheduled to show in this class.
three super nice individuals in this class, and I took some extra time to go over these top two here just because I think they deserve it. I think both of these bulls excel in terms of anybody's breed expectations here, and I think that when you start looking at them, there's some differences between them. There's some trade-offs, and there's some, some preferences in myself that I'm going to go and elaborate on here. The white bull that leads off this class, he's a shot bigger, he's a shot longer, he's huge in his testicular development, he's really nice over his top, and I think that's what propels him to first place for me, is the longer you left those two bulls on the stand there, this guy just holds himself truer in his top line. He's super square in all four corners, big boned, he gets around the ring comparatively to the bull that stands in second there. Super nice. I mean, this bull is a source of power in here, and he certainly is a frame size bigger, and that's where it's going to be maybe an advantage in my opinion of cattle. I really do like him. We come into the bull in second here, and he's kind of the sports car of the group here. I really like the power he has. I like how he's put together. I like the eye appeal of him slightly better, but like I said, structural differences as you analyze him, how he connects to his spine over his hooks and pins is a little more rounded in that regard. He's a little smaller in terms of his overall dimension, and for me that's enough to move him into second place. But both these bulls certainly punch heavy and hard. I really like that. There's a tremendous amount of good in here. That's just how I'm going to split them. Bull that rounds out the class today, certainly no slouch in his own regard. I like the body mass he has. I think he's big in his hip. I think he's soft in his side. You compare him to the bulls that stand ahead of him in class today, he doesn't have the overall jam, especially when you look at him in a 3D dimension from behind there. He's a little more rounded off of his hooks and pins, not quite as explosive in his hip shape, but he is good on the ground, and he's got good testicles under him, and certainly a bull that I think has a ton of value in this industry. So let's give these guys a round of applause. It's a lot of work to take out a mature bull.
Thank you, Chase. Winning this class and our senior yearling champion bull today is entry 3391, PJS Maximus 10M, an entry of PJS Speckle Parks in Prince Albert. They win the Samtia Speckle Park banner from Tabor, Alberta. Reserve senior bull calf, senior yearling champion and second in class is entry 3392, KFC Memphis 43N, an entry of KFC Farms at Abbotsford, and they win the banner from Speckle Parks in Ontario. And rounding out the class is entry 3393, INC Flying Ace 20M, an entry of INC Cattle at Saskatoon, and that's our senior yearling class. Coming into the ring next will be our 2-year-old bulls. There should be 3 of them. Birth date ranges from January 13th till the 30th of March.
Well, this was an extremely difficult discussion with Tyson and I. This is a power. Let's round of applause for this class. I mean, you Simmental breeders, you've got it going on, man. This is incredible. We started with this pair. When this cow, she strikes you on the profile. I mean, you can't get a better udder. And this heifer calf, I mean, she just typed herself right in front of her. And this is an incredible pair. We just think a lot of this pair, but this pair in second is no slouch either. I mean, again, a mother cow doing what she does best, putting a calf like that, her very first calf, in front of her like that. Udders are comparable. Where we give the strength to is the calf. Perhaps the calf's a little bit younger and a more powerful calf in the first to this second place calf. But man, incredible pairs. And then this third place pair. I mean, a 2-year-old putting this kind of production, and this is a March calf too. I just think they deserve a round of applause for all of the pairs that we've seen walk through the ring.
Placings in split 2 in our 2-year-old female Simmental division. In first place, returning to the championship drive in this division, be entry number 3239, RF Scream 3121. shown today by Rancier Farms, Killam, Alberta. Additional owners, K. de Rancier. In second place, entry number 3235, Brooksland Laney, 313L. Shown today by Northern Light Simmental, Rossburn, Manitoba. And rounding out the top three will be entry number 3234, Hall's Miss Liddy, 383L. Shown today by Hall's Cattle Company of Craven, Saskatchewan. We're now going to move into the Champion Reserve Championship Drive in our 2-year-old division. Of course, we'd like to thank Ashworth Simmentals along with Dusty Rose Simmentals sponsoring the banners in our 2-year-old division. Coming out of split one will be entry number 3241, Black Gold Miss Haley, 304L. With calf at side, Black Gold Strut, 140N, shown today by Black Gold Simmentals. Joining her in the ring will be entry 3240, Boss Lake Miss L, 334L with calf at side. Boss Lake Miss Ellie, 548N. Shown today by Boss Lake Genetics, Parkland County, Alberta. Additional owner, Andrew Pastrick. Coming out of split two, we'll have entry 3239, RF Scream, 3121 with calf at side. RF Scream, 5141, pardon me. Shown today by Rancier Farms of Killam, Alberta. Additional owner, Kate Rancier. They'll be joined with entry number 3235, Brooksland Laney, 313L. Calf at side, NIC Laney, 35N. Northern Light Simmentals of Rossburn, Manitoba.
Three super nice bulls here as we move into some of the final classes for our Speckle Park show. And I really like the top two. I like all of these bulls in this class, honestly. I think depending on where you're at and what you need back home, you can find use for just about every single one of these bulls and have them be a benefit to your operation in a heartbeat. The bull that leads off the class, I mean, he's just tremendously powerful, and he's put together particularly well for how powerful he is. And I think the advantage he has over the bull in second place there is when you stand directly in front of him, the chest cavity that this guy has is just sloped in a little bit nicer, not quite as maybe particularly hard calving in my opinion as he passes on his genetics. I really like that bull, but yet when you stand from the side profile and analyze him, he's got a tremendous amount of depth of body and overall rib shape. He's stout made. All the bulls in here are moving just a nickel short in their stride, so that's a wash in my opinion. But when you get him standing there for a long term, I think he holds himself together the best in this class, and I think that's why he's going to stand alone at the top here. The bull in second here, tremendous amount of power. Now, he's a little bit coarser in his joints. He's a little bit coarser in his chest, as I mentioned before, but still a lot of good in this bull. He's explosive in his hip shape. He's long in his body. He's got a tremendous amount of maturity and crest in him. A bull that I think really is going to add pounds to your operation, especially if you can put him on some cows that have already had some calves. I really like him. There's a tremendous amount of good. The bull that rounds out the class, not to be outdone, the tremendous amount of testicular development on this bull, and he's super smooth sided, and he's really nice in how he transitions from his hind quarter into his ribs and into his shoulder and into his neck. You really got to appreciate that. Soft sided, really no fault when you analyze him in terms of how he's put together. For me, I just want to see more of it. It's the smoothness of him that lends himself to an advantage there. However, when you're looking at overall performance, he just lacks a little bit of that jam and some of that pop that these other two bulls have. But again, all three of these bulls are top notch, and I think you could go to a lot of different breeders' herds and go through and find that these might be some of the best bulls that you would find. They just all happen to be in the same class, and I got to shake him out how I see him today. Let's give these guys a round of applause. Three tremendous bulls.
Okay, our senior champion bull here today, class winner in this class, is entry 3394, RH 5E Silvertip 302L, an entry of the River Hill Farm in Neilburg, Saskatchewan, and 6-star Speckle Park's Greg Ebeck from Australia. Second in class is and reserve senior champion bull here today is entry 3395 Wolf Lake Leviathan 56L, an entry of Wolf Lake Speckle Parks in Bonnyville. And third in class is entry 3396 Extreme LaRue 823, an entry of Extreme Speckle Park at Redvers and Calico Creek. The championship banner is presented by Carmark Speckle Parks, and the reserve champion banner is sponsored by Maple Lane Farms. Our next class in the ring will be Grand Champion Bull.
You good? I think this is probably one of the strongest set of cows in recent memory that I've seen, not just in my judging career, but I love watching shows too. And I mean, just 4 incredible cows, and 2-year-old division's always fun because, you know, they're just bred heifers with udders to us, and they're still coming into their own. And I just commend you exhibitors for the job that you've done getting these ready and getting to town, because we know the work it takes to get a pair here, and you know, I always say first and foremost you got to keep that dang calf alive, and that's sometimes the biggest challenge. So and then getting them here and, you know, making them this competitive is not an easy feat. So I tip my hat to you guys, and anybody ringside. You can see the crowd just growing in the back because of the quality that we have in this ring today, and we're not even through the matures. So I tip my hats to you guys. Kareen's going to go show you how we like them, but I don't think there really truly is a 3rd or 4th place pair in this class, because any other year they might be your champion female. So put our hands together. Kareen will go show you how we like them.
And your champion pair in the 2-year-old division, entry number 3239, RF Scream 3121, Ranche Farms, Killam, Alberta. Additional owner, Cade Rancier. Congratulations. And your reserve champion going to entry number 3241, Black Gold Miss Haley, 304L, calf at side, Black Gold Strut 120N, Black Gold Simmentals, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Again, we'd like to thank Ashworth Simmentals for the grand champion, or the champion banner in the 2-year-old division, as well as Dusty Rose Simmentals, the reserve champion banner in our 2-year-old with 2025 tattooed calf at side.
On the Speckle Park side, we have our Grand Champion Bull Drive going on here. We're going to start out with our Junior Bull Calf Champion, entry 3374, KFC New Orleans, 116N, an entry of KFC Farms Limited, Abbotsford, BC. In our intermediate bull calves, we have a first in class was entry 3378, KFC Night Moves, 75N, an entry of KFC Farms at Abbotsford, and reserve intermediate bull was entry 3377, PJS Notorious, BIG 125N, an entry of PJS Speckle Parks in Prince Albert. In our senior bull calves, we have entry 3381, KFC Nashville 30N, an entry of KFC Farms at Abbotsford. And our reserve senior bull calf was entry 3379, Carmark Nashville 2N, an entry of Carmark Cattle in Lashburn. In the junior yearlings, we had entry number 3389, Highmark Manchester 37N, an entry of Highmark Stock Farms in Hague, and reserve junior yearling champion was entry 3390, Highwood Martin Matrix 37M, an entry of Maclear Ranching and J. Baranicki. And in our senior yearlings, we had entry 3391, PJS Maximus 100M, an entry of PJS Speckle Parks in Prince Albert. And the reserve senior yearling champion was entry 3392, KFC Memphis 43M. And finally to the 2-year-olds. Senior champion bull was entry 3394, RH 5E Silver Tip 302L, and an entry of River Hill Farm and 6-star Speckle Parks. And our reserve senior champion bull was entry 3395, Wolf Lake Leviathan 56L, an entry of Wolf Lake Speckle Parks in Bonneville. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our grand champion bull class. I think our judge deserves a round of applause. He's put together an awful set of bulls for us to look at. Congratulations to everyone involved.
Class in the ring on the Simmental side of the GMC arena right now is our senior division in our females, purebred females, with our 2025 tattooed calf at side, born 2022 or earlier on these females. We do have 3 exhibitors, entry 3243, 3245, and 3244.
I think at this time I'd like to acknowledge a few of our sponsors on the Grand Champion Drive. Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association is represented here by Jolene Shea from Kinnersley. Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association is lobbying and advocating for the beef industry year-round, and without their efforts to keep our industry on the table when they're negotiating, we'd be in an awful tough spot. So we sure like to thank Jolene and the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association for their sponsorship, but more importantly for the work that they do up and down the road. Our John Deere rep is Tyson Mazaga. He's territory customer support manager, and he's supporting with John Deere. And John Deere has the jackets and the signage for the champion stalls. And of course we've got MNP with the champion bar set up for the champion bulls, and we've also got Bovagen with a $500 credit for drawing semen on the champion bulls here today. Reserve champion banner is sponsored by David Jonah Stock Farm, David and Justin. Thank you very much for your sponsorship as well.
Well, folks, what do you think of this group of bulls that we got assembled here on the Speckle Park side? I would certainly agree that there's a lot of impressive individuals in this group here, and I think once we've seen the show progress and how the calves have come forth, and as you watch through here the different maturity stages as we move from young bull calves all the way up to mature 2-year-olds there. I mean, it's just impressive to see what the breed really has to offer, and it's not without you guys, the exhibitors, the breeders, the fitting crews, the people out back, the people who travel miles and miles and miles and thousands of dollars to do this here. I mean, this is the product of your guys' hard work and all the time and attention that you've put forward, and it just wouldn't happen without you guys doing this, and it wouldn't happen without the help of the ring people in here and the sponsors that make this show go, and the organizers and the announcers and the photographers. I mean, think about all the things that have to come together in order for a show like this to happen, and it starts to make a little bit more of a perspective of just how much time and effort goes into all this here. And I think you guys certainly have my respect for the cattle you've brought forward. I got some thank yous to make out here. I mean, without my father, who's sitting on the side here of the stage, I never would have been introduced to this lifestyle. I never would have met these people that I see around the ring today, and the people I've grown with and laughed with and won with and lost with as well. It's something that I don't take for granted, and it's certainly something that I appreciate, and I hope that I can pass on to my kids as they continue to grow up. And my wife Alana back home looking after the farm right now and raising our beautiful little girl. You certainly are doing a tremendous job. I know these last couple of years have been hard on all of us, but here's to looking forward, and I get motivation looking at these cattle that we see out here today. It really is nice to see just all the hard work and all the young families I've seen from when they were kids grow up to, being here showing today, and some of the mentors that I had that are still out here. It just really is special. So thank you guys so much for having me out here. It really was a pleasure for me to come, and I hope you guys enjoyed the time I took today. With that being said, I'm going to go select your champion, followed by your reserve. I really appreciate the opportunity to do that.
No. Grand champion bull here today is 3391 PJS Maximus 100M from PJS Speckle Parks, Prince Albert. And the reserve grand champion bull is the bull that followed him. Entry 3392, KFC Maximus, Memphis, 43M, an entry of KFC Farms at Abbotsford, BC. And I think it would be appropriate to announce at this time that KFC is the winner of the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. Congratulations to Ken and Ashley and the crew at KFC on those wins. Once again, we've got sponsorship from John Deere with Tyson Maizga and from Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Jolene Shea. We've got the sponsorship from Bovagen with the drawing some semen, and we've also got the bar from MNP. Congratulations to everybody, and congratulations to the Speckle Parks.
Well, it definitely isn't getting any easier over here in the Simmental side of things. I always try and picture myself on the halter of these things, because it is just the most impressive thing to have a cow-calf pair out here. And when they're this quality, it makes what we do fun and entertaining, but it also puts programs on the map, and it's our way to showcase the production value of these cows behind it. I think there's two exceptional pairs here, and it's again a very close decision. I'll be the first to admit I think this second place calf is the best calf we've seen in front of a cow today, and that's no easy feat. And sometimes that's the most important thing. Where I would change this second place cow is in her udder attachment and her teat size. I think that's the only difference that I would change on that cow, because I think that calf is incredible. I think the cow's build's really good. I would just modify her udder when you compare her to our class winner. The blaze face cow at the front end of this class, a really refined cow, and probably more refined than our second place. Two different type cows, pretty and power, and that's okay, because there's different breeding programs for each of them. A big wagon of a bull calf with a lot of rib and shape. I think there's enough power, punch, and presence in that calf. The udder quality and attachment is what's going to sort these pairs, and that's taking nothing away from a really good cow standing in second. So congratulations to these exhibitors. I know that's a tough call to make. The third place cow obviously just runs into a couple hammers up front here. She is a feminine featured cow doing a nice job. We just got a lot of extras in front of her with power and punch and pretty. So I commend these exhibitors. It's a tough call. This is the way we see them today.
We have the placings in class number 21, our senior division in our purebred Simmental females. These cows are born 2022 or earlier with their 2025 calf at side. In first place and your champion, senior female, entry 3243, Wheatland McLady, 2291K, Caffett side, Wheatland McBull, 540N, shown today by Wheatland Cattle Company, Beanfate, Saskatchewan. Additional owner, Mickelson Land and Cattle. We'd like to thank for sponsoring our champion female banner. That banner is sponsored by Bar A Simmental, your reserve champion, senior female. In third place, entry number 3244, Black Gold Miss Soda Pop, 134J with Caffett side, JLC Miss Soda Pop, 42N. We want to do the herdsman.
When we're finished with the bull pictures, champion bull pictures, the next class in the ring in the Speckle Park will be progeny of dam. So I'd imagine the marshals are getting them all put together in the back as soon as we can, so we can get through here as quick as possible. There should be 3 entries.
I believe we're going to move into our herdsman award once they make their way to that, I guess, in the interim. We'll bring in the champion and reserve champion out of each division. And this will be for the overall grand and reserve champion drive for the Simmentals. Coming out of the junior heifer calf division, your champion was entry number 3197, reserve champion entry 3175. Coming out of the intermediate division, your champion is entry number 3190, reserve champion, entry number 3152. Okay, where's my seat? Out of the senior division, we have entry number 3136 and 3198. Are we ready? Are they ready here? And while we're bringing in the remainder of them, we're going to welcome in Ms. Grace Medved, Federated Co-op Feed Coordinator. She'll be making the presentation to our Herdsman Award. Of course, the Herdsman Award presentation, Performax Animal Nutrition is proud to present the Herdsman Award. Performax Nutrition is focused on cow-calf operations across the prairies. Come visit their booth at Co-op Agro booth in the John Deere Sales Arena. Might be the best kept secret, I'm not sure, but let's welcome 3-star Simmentals, the Herdsman Award for 2025 in the Simmental barn.
Okay, you don't owe me a drink for that one then. But
I had you.
But I'm waiting for this one.
No,
Remember?
You spilled the one. You spilled the one.
Oh, I think this is the most folks we've had in for a presentation. I love it when the whole family, 3 or 4 generations come in. This is awesome. How about a nice round of applause? Your Herdsman's Award, 3-star Simmentals. Congratulations, and again, thank you to Grace Medved, representing Federated Co-op, and she is your feed coordinator. Thank you, Grace, for taking time out of your busy day and joining us here at the Canadian Western Agribition. Class in the ring, and I think we got them all squeezed in, is the overall Grand and Reserve Grand Championship in our Simmental division. I left off with the calves, or our Grand Champion, or our champion yearling female coming in. is at number 3207. Reserve champion yearling was 3209. Going into the 2-year-olds with calf at side, 3239, as well as 3241. And coming out of the seniors is entry 3243 and 3245.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the final drive here, and I mean, wow, what an impressive group in front of us. Let's give everyone a round of applause. Tyson and I apologize for taking some time, but when you have this quality of cattle that have walked through this ring, and you have two people that sometimes have a little bit of different opinion, I think that we have come to a beautiful consensus here with these females. You know, we're in unprecedented times in the livestock industry right now. We're seeing some really good times, and it's paid off for us. It's paid off for us because we've all stuck by it. But we're also facing a dwindling cow herd in North America. And why is that? Well, part of the reason I believe it is because being a rancher is a 365-day-a-year, whoa, job. And you get snotted on, you get shit on, you get lots of things happen to you. And you know what? It's not easy. Ranching is not easy. Raising cattle is not easy. And having Tyson and I here, I think, is a really good example of what we're facing in this industry, and that is succession. Moving from the older generation to the younger generation. Do we always agree? Absolutely not. But they are our legacy. These cattle in front of us, this is our brand. This is our brand, and this is what we do and we love. But our legacy are the people on the halters. Our legacy are the kids that we're bringing up through this industry that are going to take and breed cattle 365 days a year. I don't need to talk anymore. This is an incredible set of females. Many that went back to the barn are an incredible set of females. You guys go back and find the one you like. These are the ones that Tyson and I like. Tyson will go and pick a champion and a reserve.
And your grand champion, Simmental female, coming out of the senior division, entry number 3243, Wheatland Mickelson Lady, 2291K with her bull calf outside. Wheatland Mick Bull, 540 inch, shown today by Wheatland Cattle Company of Bean Fate and Mickelson Land and Cattle. And your reserve champion, coming out of the 2-year-old division, entry number 3239, RF Scream 3121, calf at side, RF Scream 5141, shown today by Rancier Farms, Killam, Alberta, additional owner, Cade Rancier. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for a powerful female division in our Simmental breed today. All right, we're going to be back at 110 for some presentations. 120, 1:20 for the start of the bull class.
Well, the class in the ring right now on the Speckle Park side is progeny of dam. So these, obviously, these two entries are both from the same dam.
I really enjoy these progeny of dam classes because I find that, I mean, it's become a little bit more exclusive, especially nowadays, in getting, semen genetics for your guys' herd. But I think that the cow herd is what you can't remove from an operation. And I think that if you can develop your female side to be elite, then that's how you're going to stay in top of the game, especially when, sires come and go and semen availability swaps around. So it's really important to me to see these progeny of dam individuals here. And I think that it's nice when you can get them and you can breed them better and you can see the similarities between the cattle that are exhibited in front of me here. And it's just really important to emphasize that cow strength in your guys' herds. So we're going to go ahead. We got a division winner and a reserve champion bull. They're going to be your champion progeny of dam today. Let's give them a round of applause, folks.
So our champion progeny of dam is from KFC Farms, Abbotsford, BC, entry 3398. And the cow is KFC Guinevere 14J. So congratulations. So our next class in the ring should be Get of Sire. I think we'll have 2 entries. Next class in the ring is Get a Sire. I think there's going to be 2. And, the Progeny of Dam banner was presented by the MX Ranch. Get a Sire banner is presented by Wolf Lake Speckle Parks.
Well, on the mirror edge here of the progeny of dam, we have the Get a Sire here. And again, you culminate the progeny of the bull in this case and what they bring forward. And it's nice to see because the consistency of your breeding group is what's going to help you hit your target audience when it comes to selling females, bulls, replacement heifers, whatever you're marketing off your place. If they're consistent, then somebody can take that group and then they can breed it accordingly, right? Because I haven't seen a perfect one walk through the ring yet. So it's all about mixing and matching and balancing those probabilities to find out what's going to work work best for you. There's 3 really strong groups that are represented here today, but I am going to give the advantage to the leadoff group over there. They're going to be your champions today.
Okay, the champion get of sire is the INC Cattle Company, and they're running on the get of INC Talladega, 11J. I believe he's a previous exhibition champion. Anyway, congratulations to everybody at INC. And they receive the Wolf Lake Speckle Park banner. Next class in the ring is Breeders' Herd. There are 5 entries. I'm not sure how many are going to show, but we got 5 entries on the program. Can we have the Breeders' Herd coming in, guys? Okay, Breeders' Herd is a group of 4 animals bred by the exhibitors. So it's a kind of a keen, kind of a cool class. Kind of demonstrates the programs. Historically, it has been one of the largest classes of breeders' herds of any breed at Agribition, so we'll just see how many show up. There should be 5. Yeah, we should have started closer to this end. Once we get this organized, like this breeder's herd class, this will probably be the largest set of cattle that will come out for any breed for their breeder's herd. I think the Speckle Park people deserve a good round of applause here. This is quite a feat to bring out this many groups from and representing each one of their own operations. Congratulations to all of everybody involved.
Well, I won't draw it out any longer. I know we're probably just past our go time here for the Speckle Park show, but like you said, this is a tremendous offering that you guys have. I mean, I know what it's like trying to breed cattle and then breed good ones and then get them to a show and then have them do well there. It's not easy. It takes a ton of effort and a ton of attention to detail, and even to see as many groups as we got out here with cattle that are as consistent and high quality as they are, I mean, hats off to you guys. This is a tremendous group here. I have adjudicated these cattle, so I have to already show my preferences as I go through here, but there's a couple really strong groups here, but we are going to use KFC Farms for the champion, and if I had a reserves, I'd go right down here to Nada Ranch. Congratulations, guys.
So we're going to have KFC as champion breeders herd here today. Congratulations to Ken and Ashley and crew. Next final class of the day will be a pair of bulls. Okay, our final class of the day will be our pair of bull class. There should be, well, we've got 5 sets in the program. So if you just come to this end as far as you can with the first set, and we'll fill the ring. Okay, we'll have our parables class, and then we will be naming our premier breeder, premier exhibitor.
Well, before they take away my mic privileges, I am going to wrap this up. Thank you guys so much for having me out here. It has been tremendous. And, you know, you look down the line here at all the cattle that we have, all the ones we've seen through the ring today, and, you know, hats off to you guys. I've said it before. You're coming leaps and bounds in terms of quality and consistency here, and it's evident through all these classes. And, you know, not to be outdone here by the pair of bulls. And I'm going to use these guys as your champions. Congratulations. It's been a tremendous showing, guys. Thank you so much for having me out. I had a great time doing this.
So champion pair of bulls comes from PJS Speckle Park in Prince Albert. And we'd like to announce at this time, Ashley, if you'll just hang on, KFC Cattle is a premier breeder, premier exhibitor, and we've got Farm Credit Corporation, Wilco Van Meel to do a presentation. Oh, Ken's there too. Good job, Ken. I don't know how many of you know this, but the PJS crew actually lost a member of their crew last night in a car accident. Basically, the entire Speckle Park barn went to work and got their cattle all to the show, and thoughts are with them. It hits awful close to home for me. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just a few moments away from reconvening with the Simmental show here at the Canadian Western Agribition and moving into the bull division. But just prior to that, we'd like to make a couple, I think, very important presentations here today. We're going to recognize the 2025 Simmental Commercial Breeder of the Year. That goes to Stolzen Farms. They're a fifth-generation mixed ranching farming operation at Hodville, Saskatchewan, where they run 650 cows along with a grain operation. Over the past 20 years, they have added some of the best Simmental genetics available to their commercial herd, with genetics sourced from Wheatland Cattle, Crossroad Farms, Mater Ranches, Rendezvous Farms, and Labatt Simmentals. 4 years ago, they reduced their breeding days from 60 days down to 45, which they feel has improved gestation in their cow herd and more uniformity in their calves. Calving starts February 1st, carries through to mid-March. Adding years of Simmental breeding and genetics into their cow herd has given them the best cow herd ever, great milking cows, healthy udders, big growthy steer calves, and unbelievable replacement heifers. They are honored to be recognized as the 2025 Simmental Commercial Breeder of the Year. Let's congratulate Stolzen Farms. We'd like to move on into our next presentation here this afternoon, and that's recognizing the 2025 Purebred Breeder of the Year, and this year's award goes to City View Simmentals. City View Simmentals, operated by Blaine and Tina Barnett with their kids Brody and Addison. They're located southwest of Moose Jaw. At Agribition 36 years ago, City View Simmentals began with the purchase of DMX Ms. Foxy Gal 4Z from Don and Bonnie McLaren out of the 1989 Simmental sale. Growing up on a small mixed farm with commercial Simmental cattle is what intrigued Blaine to begin a registered herd. Each year, purebred heifers from reputable herds were added as 4-H projects. Blaine and his brothers Joe and Brian enjoyed exhibiting heifers for many years as 4-H and YCSA members. The Barnett family is now calving approximately 120 purebred and full-blood cows, 60 commercial Simmental influence cows, along with 100 custom cows each year. Blaine and Tina married in 2005 and proud of their kids' active involvement in the farm. Now in high school, Brody has a passion for running equipment, and Addie's passion is cows, where its day-to-day chores are traveling down the show road. The kids are both YCSA members and have started their own herds. Tina looks after the day-to-day operations, while Blaine manages an 8,000-acre grain farm for the past 23 years. Blaine has been active in the Simmental breed since he began as YCSA member, serving as SYCSA president, director on the national YCSA board, Agribition Simmental breed rep, SSA director, SSA vice president, and most recently, Saskatchewan Simmental Association president. City View started selling bulls privately before consigning to the Regina bull sale in 2000 through to 2010. In 2011, they partnered with Ivanhoe Angus Sunnyside Simmentals to have a bull sale together in Moose Jaw. City View now hosts their own annual bull sale at the farm, 19 miles southwest of Moose Jaw, each and every March. They have also marketed select females at many sales across Western Canada, and they enjoy showing cattle throughout the year. While the Barnett family remains active in the cattle industry, the Barnett brothers have each found their own path. While Blaine and Tina head up the Simmental side of things, Joe and Aaron run Twin View Livestock, raising elite Galvey cattle. Ron and Lisa and their lovely daughter Cassie operate Abound Livestock, specializing in high-power Angus cattle. A constant remains throughout, where everyone works together when it's needed. From big jobs to advice, everyone's idea, and everyone is just a phone call away. City View Simmentals and Abound Livestock now partnered together to host the annual sale. They believe strongly in the value of family and working together towards a common good. City View Simmentals, the Barnett family of Moose Jaw, would like to thank the Saskatchewan Simmental Association for honoring them with this very prestigious award. Congratulations, City View Simmental, Purebred Breeder of the Year. That was about 140 miles long, that one. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you, certainly no stranger to the Simmental business and certainly no stranger to the Canadian Western Agribition, Mr. Bruce Holmquist.
Thanks, Glenn. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's certainly an honor to be here representing the Canadian Simmental Association. This will be my last time doing this in this capacity. I've had a lot of great memories in not only this ring at different events across Canada representing Simmental. Time to pass the torch to someone new and looking forward to assisting with that. But more importantly, I want to bring greetings from President Randy Noble and the CSA Board of Directors. We have several directors here exhibiting, some in the crowd, some online from Eastern Canada. It's been a very good year for Simmental and for the CSA. No secrets coming out on too much there, because it's translated into great prices in the sale ring and value created for the breeders and by the breeders. An important part of our programming association is with the Friends of Canadian Simmental Foundation, and I'm happy to have our Vice President Mark Sholigan here to make some special announcements. Thanks again, everyone. Here's Mark.
Well, thank you very much, Bruce. For those of us in the crowd here, let's put our hands together for Bruce as he brings greeting from our Simmental board and the staff. It's been a great run here, Bruce. Thank you guys very much. But on behalf of our Simmental Foundation, we just want to let everyone know about one of the great announcements we had. Our Friends of Canadian Simmental Foundation scholarship winners for 2025. Every year we give out 5 scholarships, a total value of $15,000, and this year we had an incredible group of candidates that were evaluated and selected, and our top 5 are here announced. The the Friends of Canadian Simmental Foundation. We have three $1,000 winners. We'd like to congratulate Jackson Corner from Ontario, Max Burris from Alberta, Shelby Wojcik from Saskatchewan, and Lily Howell from Alberta. They all receive a $3,000 Friends of Canadian Simmental Foundation scholarship. As well this year, our overall high point was awarded our Trevor Vance first-year scholarship. This is for a first-year academic person, and that is valued at $3,000. And this year, both our first-year scholarship winner and our overall winner was Heidi McFadden from Ontario. So congratulations to all of those scholarship winners. We'd like to thank everyone for supporting the Friends of Canadian Simmental Foundation, our nonprofit foundation. We have our annual sale every summer. And we'd like to thank everyone that continues to support the FCSF throughout the year. We'll turn it back to our announcer, Glenn.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and certainly it's great to acknowledge all the scholarships throughout the year, and certainly we do encourage the youth, whether it's in the Simmental Association or all the other good breeds that are being shown here at Canadian Western Agribition. Youth is our future, and that's what we try to promote and help out wherever we can. We're back in the Simmental pen here in the GMC Arena. Going to start with the percentage bulls born in 2025. We do have two exhibitors in this class, entry 3246 MRC Heavy Hitter 10N, and entry 3249 Cliffs Broker ET 53N. Chase Miller, if you're still within earshot, we would certainly love you to come back up to the announcer stand if you would, please. And if anybody in the barn area knows where Chase is, please send them back up to the announcer stand. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while our first class is in the ring and our judges, Tyson Hurt and Mrs. Corrine Gibson, are evaluating these two bulls, I'd like to turn your attention to the big screen.
We move into our percentage bull show here, and a nice set of calves. We just opted to use the softer sided, a little freer moving calf to win the group here. One that we really like the skull and the presentation on, and just how he ties in, at the top side of his blade there. The big rugged calf comes to us in second. One with probably more muscle if you were to get push and shove on him, but for us, we just want to see him just go a little easier off his rear ankles, but undeniable amount of muscle shape in that calf.
They got to come back for the banners, don't they?
No, because this is, they don't, purebred don't do that.
And first place in our percentage bull calves, born in 25, entry number 3249, Cliffs Broker ET 53N, shown by the Cliffs Farm of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And in second place, entry number 3246, MRC Heavy Hitter 10N, M&R Cattle Company, Wimborne, Alberta.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We do want to recognize those two bull calves that just left the ring. The champion will receive the banner courtesy of Wheatland Simmentals, and the reserve champion from R Plus Simmentals as well. Class in the ring is the percentage bull born in 2023.
A really good individual here, a single entry, and I always joke on the single entries, it's the one class that we can all agree on. So there's my terrible dad joke. But this is a pretty good calf here. He's good skulled, and he's square on the corners. He's got some muscle and some length and some eye appeal to him. I think he's a really good individual with enough body and shape. I congratulate this
And your champion percentage bull here at the Canadian Western Agribition in our Simmental show here this afternoon, receiving the banner from Blush Rose. Again, this is entry 3250, CD Lionheart's 3746, Canadian Sires and Donors, Mountain View County, Alberta. We're now bringing our two representatives from the calf division as well as the bull from the senior division. This will be the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion percentage bulls. The Grand Champion banner is sponsored by Borson Marketing. Reserve Champion banner for our percentage bulls sponsored by Blair's Ag Cattle Company.
I do commend these exhibitors for bringing out these bulls, and you know, as we get closer and closer to bull sale season, I hope that you guys watching ringside will go back to the stall and visit with these exhibitors and how they can fit into your program. You know, obviously the hybrid vigor is there in these cattle, and it's evident in terms of the quality as well. You know, obviously not a huge numbers, but I think there's two really good bulls out here, and we're going to go ahead and use the big guy for our champion, and then follow up with the white face for reserve. But two exceptional individuals, and I commend them for bringing them out. I know it's a smaller show, but I appreciate the time, effort, and financial investment that they put into bringing these cattle out.
And your champion, the percentage bull here at the Canadian Western Agribition, is entry 3250, CD Lionheart, 3746. Again, the banner being presented and sponsored by Borson Marketing. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 3249, coming out of the calf division, Cliffs Broker ET 53N, shown today by the Cliffs Farm of Saskatoon. And our reserve champion is sponsored by Blair's Ag Cattle Company.
Okay, folks, we'd like to welcome you on the other side of the ring to our 2025 National Gelbvieh and Balancer Show. If we could have our first class in the ring, I believe our judges are ready. Our judges for today are Lee and Don Wilson from Miller Wilson Angus. Once again, welcome folks to our 2025 Canadian National Gelbvieh Show. First class in the ring will be our female purebred born April 1 to August 1st. We have 2585 Flaidland Katie 36N ET, exhibited by Flaidland Livestock, Gladmar, Saskatchewan. We have RAD Supernova Sensation 211N, exhibited by LCF Gelbvieh of Hazlitt, Saskatchewan. 2587 RWG Kitty N457 ET, exhibited by Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta. 2586 RWG Kitty N450 ET, exhibited by Royal Western Gelbvieh of Red Deer County, Alberta. We have 2588 LCF Sugar Lily 36N, exhibited by LCF Gelbvieh Livestock, Hazlitt, Saskatchewan. And rounding out our class is 2584 AWB Twin View Sugar 122N, exhibited by Twin View Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan.
Well, what we got? Is this on? Hello? Hello, hello, hello? This one? Feel there? Testing, testing, testing. There we are. No, I think I got it, don't I? Yep.
We're going to get some technical support here, Don. We'll get it figured out.
No worries.
That means I'm not going to be involved.
Well, we have a wonderful class to start this Gelby show out with. We got two really strong heifers on the top of this class, and you could certainly mix and match them as you want. We're going to go with this power heifer on top. She's got a lot of middle, a lot of body. Her shoulder ties into her so nicely, into a beautiful neck and head. She strides out free and easy. She's got tons of width when you get in behind her. Big body, looks cowy all over. We really appreciate this heifer in behind her too. Again, the heifer, when you get in behind her, you appreciate how stout she is, how solid top she is. A female, again, that's got lots of middle. A female that certainly ties into her shoulder nicely as well. Just not quite as much as this heifer's got on top. For her age, there's really negligible age difference in them, but we really like both these heifers. We get into a really classy fronted little heifer that gets in third here. There's not a lot of age difference really from top to bottom in this class. We like a lot of things about this heifer. She's really a wide-based heifer, a female that certainly tracks out well. We would make her a little stronger in her heart girth, tie her shoulder and lay it in a little bit flatter to put her any higher today. She gets a little bit higher flanked and not quite as much body as these heifers, and we don't want to be hard on that heifer because she's certainly got lots. It's just she's in some tough company. Then another big middle black heifer that comes in next. Really solid top heifer. She really holds her top and her really flat and level and beautiful. She gets a little bit more brisket than some of these other heifers, gets a little finer boned when you get especially into her hind leg in comparison to the heifers on top of her, but we really appreciate her. There's a lot of heifer there, a lot of length of body. Again, certainly ties into her shoulder and her neck very, very nicely. We get into the black heifer next, and again, lots of good in this heifer. She's really a long-bodied individual. She's certainly a strong enough topped individual. She gives up a little bit of the capacity in the middle of her body in comparison to the heifers on top of her. That's the only thing that's going to put her there today, but there's still so much good in that heifer, and we really appreciate her. Then we round up with the red heifer in this class that, again, there's certainly lots and lots of good in that heifer. She's giving up some power and performance in middle to some of these other heifers, but we really appreciate her. There's lots of good in her. Certainly a good class top to bottom, but a really strong top end.
Thank you, Judge. We'll first place in this class on our Gelby side is RWG Kitty N457ET by Royal Western Gelby. Second goes to AWB Twin View Sugar 122N from Twin View Livestock, Park Bank, Saskatchewan. Third is Flaidlin Katie 36N ET, exhibited by Flaidlin Livestock, Gladmar, Saskatchewan. Fourth was RWG Kitty N450, exhibited by Royal Western Gelby. Fifth was 2589 RAD Supernova Sensation from LCF Gelby Livestock, Hazlitt, Saskatchewan. And rounding out our class in sixth place was LCF Sugar Lily 36N, also exhibited by LCF Gelby of Hazlitt, Saskatchewan. Second will now be, class two. They were also our junior champion heifer calves, those two first and second there. 2587 will be your champion. 2584 will be your reserve. Now we have one entry in class three. We have female born February 16, March 31st. We have an entry 2590 DVE Davidson Miss Tip 176N, exhibited by Davidson Gelby, Pontex, Saskatchewan.
And back in the Simmental side of the GMC arena, we're proud to be moving into our purebred bull division. Of course, this will be the Junior Bull Calves 2025 with a birth date February 7th through to March 5th. We do have 4 exhibitors in this class. Once again, February 7th through to March 5th.
On the Gelby side, when we had our junior champion heifer calves there, they received a banner award from Flaidland Livestock, sponsored, and our reserve heifer calf in the last class there received a banner from Cowlick Ranch of Alberta.
Well, what a nice baby we got in this March class. She's a heifer with a lot of length of body. She's got a lot of shape to her. She's got a really nice foot in her, and heifer with a lot of rib shape and a lot of depth. I think she's just going to be a really good one. Look forward to seeing her in her division.
Winning the last class was DVA Davidson Miss Tip 176N. We're rolling into our Class 5, female born January 1 to February 15th, 2025. We have 5 entries. 2595 DVE Davidson Miss Excel 102N, exhibited by Davidson Gelby, Pontiac, Saskatchewan. 2596 DRT Lonesome Sissy 148N, exhibited by Lonesome Dove Ranch of Pontiac, Saskatchewan. 2594 DVE Davidson Miss Optimus 69N, exhibited by Davidson Gelby of Pontiac, Saskatchewan. Entry number 2593 AWB Twinview Rebecca 55N, exhibited by Twinview Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan, with an additional owner, Chloe Wagner. And rounding out our class, 2597 TIP BLT Sheila 001NET, exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle Weyburn, and additional owner of Braden Thompson.
Back on the Simmental side, as we get into the purebred bulls, a class winner that Karina and I gravitated to, just a nice combination of levelness and muscle shape. A deep-sided kind of a calf that, I thought we found pretty quickly. The one in second finds a nice home in second. He is stouter-footed and bigger-legged kind of a calf that's as soft-sided as you could want one, and a good hair coat on this calf. He's maybe just a shot more common in terms of his skull shape, and we'd maybe just like to modify him on his ankles ever so slightly, but two kind of contrasting type on the top end. The bull we come to next is a long, stretchy kind of a calf. He's nice in terms of his condition for us today. For us, he's just a little straighter on his back wheels when you compare him to the two above him. And then the calf we round the class off with, we love the extension in this one and how long and level he is. For us, we just want to see a little more masculinity and punch on him.
Thank you very much, Tyson. We now have the placings in class number 33, our junior bull calves of 2025. In first place, entry number 32, Boundary Black, Prairie King 251 and Boundary Ranch of Robsart, Saskatchewan. In second place, entry number 32, Peters KG Mr. Nacho Libra, 45M, Peter Simmentals of Purdue, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry number 3275, MJP Mr. Caliber, 24N with Porter Simmentals, Canistino, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top 4, we're going to go with entry number 3260, Halls Mr. Folsom, 83N, shown today by Halls Cattle Company of Craven, Saskatchewan. We also like to thank Little Willow Creek Simmentals sponsoring our championship banner for our junior bull calves, and Eric Simmentals sponsoring the reserve champion banner. Next class in the ring in the Simmental pen will be class number 33, purebred bull calves born 2025. This is our intermediate division. These calves have an age split of January 19th through to January 26th. Once again, January 19th through to the 26th, purebred bull calves, intermediate division.
On the Gelby side, our previous division winner, our intermediate division winner, was sponsored by Lonesome Dove Ranch. Again, in the ring is split one of the January to February 15th heifer calves.
For our folks following on DLMS, we do have one scratch in this split. It's entry number 3283. 3283 is a scratch in this class.
Well, over in the Gelby side of the ring, we've got another really nice class of heifer calves here. We've got two really solid heifer calves on the top of this class. We really appreciate them. This is a beautiful headed heifer that starts this class out. That's such a feminine, attractive head in this heifer. Really attractive in her neck and right into her shoulder. She's really tidy in her chest floor. A female, when you watch them walk out, she walks out as true and wide as any heifer in the class, and that's kind of what sets her apart from the other heifers. She really balances up really, really well, this heifer. She's got lots of expanse in her middle and the right kind of shape for us, where it's really a bold rib but not soggy. She's just a beautiful female. Female that comes in next, now if you want straight performance, she probably outperforms this front heifer. She's a little longer bodied. She's got a lot of mass when you get in behind her. Really solid topped individual. Again, certainly an attractive enough head, a female that we like really, really well as well. A little bit longer body, but not quite as soft as this heifer on top is. And yet, again, I'm trying not to be too hard on a really, really good heifer because she's tremendously good. This heifer that sits on top of this class is just a little deeper from her flank to the top of her back, and that's what's going to put her where she is. Just balances up just a hair better than this heifer. Really like the heifer that comes in next as far as the length, the body that she's got. She's certainly a solid top female. She does track quite a bit narrower than these heifers on top of her. She wants to toe out a little bit on her fronts and gets a little plainer through her throat and her brisket compared to the two heifers on top of her, but we do appreciate how much length the body this heifer has. She's certainly clean enough in her lines. There's a lot to like about this really deep red heifer that comes in next. Again, a super long-bodied heifer. She's certainly a solid topped heifer. And then again, she does have enough width when you get in behind her. She does get to get a little softer topped, especially on the move, and a heifer that does give up a little bit of balance to these heifers on top of her. But boy, we appreciate a lot about that heifer. We appreciate the hair coat in her. Certainly not quite as pretty headed as certainly the top heifer, but we really like her as well. Then the heifer that rounds up the class, there's a lot of good in that heifer as well. You know, she frames out as big as any heifer in the class, and we certainly don't mind framing a female. A female that we give a little more flex to her pastern when she gets out on the move, and again, a little bit plainer made than some of these heifers on top, but there's so much good in that heifer. Again, lots of length of body and certainly some performance in her. Really strong class. Really do appreciate these two heifers on top.
Thank you, Judge. First in this class, in the first split of Gelby calves, born January 1, February 15th, 2593 AWB Twin View Rebecca 56N, exhibited by Twin View Livestock and Chloe Wagner. Second in class, 2594 DVE Davidson Miss Optimus 69N, exhibited by Davidson Gelby, Pontiac, Saskatchewan. Third in class, 2597 TIP BLT Sheila 001N ET, exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle and Braden Thompson. Fourth, 2596 DRT Lonesome Sissy 148N, exhibited by Lonesome Dove Ranch, Pontiac, Saskatchewan. And rounding out our class was DVE Davidson Miss Excel 102N, exhibited by Davidson Gelby, Pontiac, Saskatchewan. We now have class or split 2 of that same age group, January 1 to February 15th, 2025. We have entry 2592 AWB Twin View Natalie 6NET, exhibited by Twin View Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. 2591 BBG Lola 6N Braylon Blake Gelby, Glentworth, Saskatchewan. And we have 2598 TIP Miss Lily 3N, exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle, Weyburn, Saskatchewan, with the additional owner of Rosso Charlet.
All right, back over here on our Simmental side as we move into a new division. Crean and I both gravitated to the black calf pretty quickly. You know, he's long and extended. He's up-headed. He's still got enough punch and power, good scrotal and testicular development. Motor's out here really good, and he's put together really nice. I do think it becomes a little bit of a discussion between second and third, the red calf. You know, he's definitely leaner in his condition, which we like at this stage of the game. You know, for us, I think he's bold enough. He's good enough looking. For us, when you compare him to that class winner, he maybe just doesn't have the flash and the skull shape that we see in him. But specifically over our third place, he still is cleaner in terms of his lines. The third place bull, we really like the power and foot underneath this calf. You know, he's a big, rugged kind of an individual. He is packing a little extra navel for us today, and then just some cosmetic things we'd alter on him. The blaze face calf, you know, he hits you pretty hard when he comes in the ring. I think he's really up-headed. He's really athletic in terms of how he gets off his front end. When you analyze him on the move, he does want to drop his pins ever so slightly and come up in his spine, but we really like how long and extended and proud he is up through his front end, and that's definitely a class advantage. The next black baldy calf we come to, he's a deep-sided bull, a bull we really like for that rib shape and how he turns to his flank. When you get behind him, he's just a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape. The red calf we come to next, maybe just a little looser hided kind of a calf, and maybe not the show ring presence that we find at the top end, and then the bull we round the class off with a stout constructed individual. Just want to see him a little more relaxed in terms of the angle of his shoulder and hock.
Well, thank you very much, Tyson. In first place and your champion in your intermediate division. Of course, they'll receive the banner courtesy of Hoagie Livestock. Your first place is entry number 3269, WF Century 293N, shown today by Walgren Farms of Edgerton, Alberta. Second place and your reserve champion in division, receiving the banner from Tim Cattle Company, CJG Rusty 5N, Goudy's Prairie Acres of Stoughton, Saskatchewan. In third place, let's congratulate entry 3278, NAC Caliber 115 and Norheim Light Simmentals, Rossburn, Manitoba. Fourth place, entry number 3270, Scott Excalibur 27N, Scotland and Cattle of Arrowwood, Alberta. In fifth place, entry number 3285, Double Bar D Capital 464N, Double Bar D Ranch of Grenfell. Entry number 3281 is sixth place. Pheasantdale Paddy Wagon 158N, Pheasantdale Cattle Company of Belcaris. And rounding out the top seven to be entry number 3251, Peter's Mr. Oil Money 24N, Peter Simmental, Purdue, Saskatchewan.
Hello. What a nice heifer we got to win this class. I think just one that really ties everything together. She's got some depth of body and lots of rib, and I think she's certainly feminine enough through that front end. Nice long neck on her, and a really good foot. This heifer is so sound. She rolls along the ring like with such ease. Then we got a big red heifer, and if I could change her, I'd give her a little more hawk probably. She gets a little straight down them hinds, and she's having a tough time showing me some flexibility through them hinds, but big-bodied heifer with a lot of hip and a lot of top inner, female with lots to offer. Red heifer down the line, I think female again, I'd like to stretch out that hip. She gets a little straight down her hinds and has trouble moving them today, but female is certainly attractive enough, pretty enough, really nice hair coat on her. 3 really good females.
Thank you, Judge. First in the split over on the Gelby side was 2592 AWB Twinview Natalie 6NET Twinview Livestock Parkbeg Saskatchewan. Second in class coming back in for a championship will be 2598 TIP Miss Lily 3N exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle, Weyburn, Saskatchewan, and Rosso Charlet. Third in class 2591 BBG Lola 6N exhibited by Braylon Blake Gilvey of Glentworth, Saskatchewan. We'll now be bringing in our previous first and seconds from the last 2 splits. We should have 2593, 2594, 2592, and 2598. And they'll be receiving a banner sponsored by P&R Cattle Company, and our reserve banner will be sponsored by Jonas Cattle Company.
In the Simmental pen right now, we're in Class 33. This will be Split 1 of our senior bull calves, January 9th through to January 16th. January 9th to the 16th, first class of our senior bull calves, Class 33 in the purebred division.
Well, we have a very nice division in the ring here. We've got some heifers that have got some substance and some style, and cattle that can track out free and easy. There's lots of flexibility in these cattle, beautiful hair coats, presented well. We always go with cattle that, we're looking to the future. We certainly don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we want them to make cows. That's what they need to do for us. So we like some balance. We like some rib shape, some middle, and still some performance in them, some width. And we're certainly happy with all 4 that are out here. With that, Lee's going to go out and select our champion and then our reserve.
Congratulations to Twinview Livestock and having first and second our champion and reserve champion senior heifer calves. The champion was AWB Twinview Natalie 6NET, entry number 2592, and the reserve was 2593 with AWB Twinview Rebecca 55N. Both exhibited by Twinview Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. Congratulations. At this time, we have a moment. I'd like to welcome our judges on the Gelby side, Lee and Don Wilson. They own and operate Miller Wilson Angus at Bashaw, Alberta. They have 3 children, Ty and Ariel, Dakota with Bobby, and Jalen with Lauren, as well as 10 beautiful grandchildren. Lee and Don have been in the Angus business for over 50 years, running over 200 cows and an extensive ET program. They're proud to have their sole livelihood come from the cattle and have exported genetics to 27 countries. Their passion for showing cattle has been evident in the many national champions displayed in Canada and around the world. And they have judged hundreds of cattle shows across North America and globally, in Argentina, and Australia, Sydney. They've been at Mexican National Angus Show in Ireland and South Africa. The breed shows they've judged included the Charolais, Highlands, Galloways, Angus, Brahma, Charolais, Dexter, Hereford, Highland, Limousin, Lowline, Simmental, Shorthorn, and Maine-Anjou. So today we'd like to welcome Lee and Don Wilson for Bashaw, Alberta.
Well, over here in the Simmental ring, we have two really stellar individuals here, and I think you guys can place them either way for yourself in the crowd. I know Tyson and I go back and forth on which one we are going to pick, and we're going with this black bull here. He's really square on his wheels. He has a good spine length. He has enough extension from his hooks to his pins, just an overall complete bull. Where we place him above the second is the hooks to the pins, the straighter on the back wheels, but I'll tell you, this guy has a lot of good things about him. There's little to no sheath. He's very good scrotal development for his age, and I really like this calf. Moving into third, we just don't have quite the capacity, but a long-bodied, nice hind leg set, good scrotal development. We move into the next bull, and there's just a little bit of extra sheath there for us today, and he doesn't quite balance out quite as well. The red bull we have coming next, just a little bit tighter in behind those shoulders, and we just like to free him up a little in his movement. And then the last place bull, a nice long-bodied bull. You got to really appreciate him for that. He just gets outpowered today.
Thank you very much, Corrine. The placings in Split 1 in our senior division on our bull calves. First place and returning to the championship drive will be entry number 3263, HFL Redline ET 5048N, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. In second place, also returning to the championship drive, will be entry number 3267, Erickson 44N, Erickson Simmentals Incorporated, Clavet, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry number 3253, DK Tactical 9N, DK Land and Cattle Corp, Lampman, Saskatchewan. In fourth place, entry number 3277, NAC Caliber 37N, Northern Light Simmentals, Rossburn, Manitoba. Fifth place, entry number 3279, Riskin Commander 260N, Riskin Hope Farm of Craik, Saskatchewan. And rounding out the top six will be entry number 3265, GFD Lithium 22N, Grona Farms, Porcupine Plains, Saskatchewan. Class in the ring is Split 2 in the senior bull calves.
Over on our Gelby side, we have our Split 1 of our bred females. We have 2599 Flaidland Mercury 12M, exhibited by Flaidland Livestock of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. We have entry number 2600 RWG Parkland M320, exhibited by Royal Western Gelby of Red Deer County, Alberta.
We'll correct that placing in the Simmental. The first place was 3253, DK Tactical, 9N, DK Land and Cattle Corp. Second, as announced, 3267, Erickson 44N. Third place goes to 3263, HFL Redline ET 5048N. Do apologize. Again, first place, 3253.
Well, we sure wouldn't argue with you if you want to switch these two heifers. They're two different types of females. We like the body of this front one. I prefer the front end of the second place heifer. I like her head a lot better than the heifer we're winning with. I think the heifer that wins it comes in just a little nicer package behind her shoulder. I think her teat structure looks a little more appealing to us today. And that's probably one of the bigger reasons we put her where we do. She's flatter sided. The second heifer has so much rib shape to her, it's incredible. but does she bounce up like the first one? Gives a little higher flank maybe for us today with all that shape she has, and she really is. She's 3 dimensions at every angle you look at her. I would change her teat structure a little bit today to beat the front heifer, but you guys make up your own mind. There's 2 really good heifers.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. Winning our class was 2600 RWG Parkland M320 from Royal Western Gelby. Second in class was 2599 Flaidland Mercury 12M from Flagland Livestock of Gladmar. We'll now have Class 8 in the ring. Will be our second split of females born January 1, February 29, 2024. TIP Miss Daisy 11M 2602 and entry 2601 BBG Mave 17MET exhibited by Braylon Blake Gilvey.
Really like the top 2 bulls over here on our Simmental side, and I guess they're probably more similar than they are different if you ask me. The blaze face bull, we just prefer his skull shape and just a little crisper in his lines in today's ring. But specifically, it would be the skull and head shape that we prefer on him over our second place. Both are big-bodied, stout, constructed bulls that get around and move really good. Just obviously prefer the skull on the blaze face bull. As we move into third, I think this calf has as much natural presence as you could ask for. He comes out super high out of the top side of his blade. The red baldy bull, he maybe just gives up a little bit of rear rib and flank and maybe some hip length when you compare it to our top 2. The black bull that we come in next, a bull that's big and stout and powerful and rugged in his design. We just want to see him with a little more flex and go out of his rear hock. And then the red calf we round the class off with, a bull that just a little lower fronted and more moderate in the way he's put together, but we do like how he gets out and motors in the ring today.
Have the placings in split 2 in our senior bull calf. First place, entry number 3258, Pawn Neon Lights, 529N, Southpaw Cattle Company. Second place, entry number 3261, HFL American Pharaoh, ET, 5031N, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Third place, entry 3266, KRU 9 Live, 712N, Kruger Farms of Sundre, Alberta. In fourth place, entry 3264, JFD Platinum 13N, Grona Farms of Porcupine Plain, Saskatchewan. And rounding up to top 5, entry number 3259, Pa Narco 531N, Southpaw Cattle Company, Carstairs, Alberta.
Well, we've got 2 heifers in this Gelvy ring that we appreciate lots of things about each of them. We've gone with a heifer that can move out free and easy. She certainly tracks true and straight, and she's got lots of flexibility in her joints. Female that would certainly change the teat size in this heifer and placement. We really struggle with this heifer that comes in second. There's so much we like about this heifer. We really love her teat size and placement, and looks like she has the ability to lay down a beautiful udder. Where we really struggle is how she moves, and she struggles a lot off of her front end, and it's tough for us to use something that's just not as sound as she should be today. And in an ideal world, we'd be using that heifer to win this class, but we've made a judgment call that we just can't use that today, and maybe she'll come out of that, and maybe she won't. So unfortunately today, that's where she has to be because of that.
Winning our class in our second split is 2601 BBG Mave 17M ET from Braylon Blake Gelvey of Glentworth. Second was 2502 TIP Miss Daisy 11M, exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. We'll have our two split winners coming back in, and they'll be receiving a champion banner presented from Twin View Livestock and a reserve champion banner presented by RY Trail Vet.
Killing that music. Well, we'll talk anyway. Well, we have a really interesting division in the Gelvey side here. We've certainly got some differences and variation in all of these heifers. There's certainly not any two of them that really go together. First of all, we have to have soundness in cattle for us. You know, they have to go out into the real world and make a cow, and it's tough when they struggle on the move, and sometimes it's not their fault, sometimes it is, but that's the first order of business. Structure is really, really important for us. We do, you know, like to have cattle with a beautiful udder. It's a thing that is visual. It maybe isn't always means that they're going to have the most milk for sure, but it's the most functional and sound udder for us. Then on top of that, we want them to have a beautiful head, come off of their front end really nice, tie in their shoulder, et cetera, et cetera. And again, we've got all kinds of differences in this ring, and we've already spoken about them in their class. With that, Lee's going to go out and select our two champions. We're pretty confident for us in the two that we're using, and congratulations to all.
There it is, folks, your champion and reserves champion females in our bred division. We have from class 1, 2600 RWG Parkland M320 is our champion, and as the reserve, 2599 Flaidland Mercury 12M from Flaidland Livestock. 2600 Parkland will receive a banner from Twin View Livestock, and 2599 will be receiving a banner from RY Trail Vet Services. On our Gelby side, we have Class 10 coming in the ring. This is our female born 2025 with her 2020, or born in 2023 with her 2025 calf at side. We have 2504 RWG Daisy L475 with her calf at side. RWG Daisy N303, exhibited by Royal Western Gelby, Red Deer County, Alberta. We have RWG Goodnight L415 with her calf at side. RWG Goodnight N411, exhibited by Royal Western Gelby of Red Deer County, Alberta. Additional owner Keston Holman and Real World Genetics. We have 2603 AWB Twinview Lexus 58L, calf at side. AWB Twinview Lexus 80N, exhibited by Twinview Livestock, Parkbank, Saskatchewan, with an additional owner of Beamish Land and Cattle. Rounding out our class, we have 2607 DRT Lonesome Sapphire Jewel with her calf at side. Lonesome Sapphire Gem 10N, exhibited by Lonesome Dove Ranch.
Probably one of the more challenging classes we've had on the Simmental side of things, and just if you could combine this class, there's attributes in each and every one of these bulls that I think have relevance not only in the breed but in the beef industry. You know, Crean and I quickly gravitated to the dark red calf that wins the class. You know, he's good enough looking, bold enough. He's got some body and some shape, and he gets out and moves good enough for us today. We thought he was a pretty safe place to start. There's a lot of discussion we had between second, third, fourth, all the way down, really, to be honest with you. And you know, I do want to admit this second place bull, I'd probably alter his tail head, how it lays in, and then just loosen him up in terms of his structure. But on the standstill, he does keep it together in terms of his hip and his top and his shape, and he is just, you know, an overwhelming bull in terms of muscle shape and squareness. But for us, we just want to see him just a shot more relaxed in his tail head. And then the one that we come to in third, a bull that I love the body shape on. You know, from the center of his rib back to his flank, he's really good, and he's got a nice turn there. He's got good testicular development. The longer he was out here was where we kind of you know, went back and forth. Did he hold it together enough? He does want to you know, pinch right behind his shoulder and then run downhill from tailhead to his front shoulder, and the longer he was out here, that became more and more evident to Crean and I. We think this bull's really good in a body shape standpoint. We just want to see him a little more elevated in his front end to compete with the two above him. The next bull is probably the most elite in terms of his look. This baldy calf comes out and hits you really hard. He just stands there with a proudness and a presence to him. He's really elevated in that front end, and he's long and smooth in the way he's put together. When push comes to shove, I do think he is one of the lighter muscled bulls in this class and probably one of the narrower chested ones. But I you know, just an undeniable amount of class advantages in the presence that he brings to the table. The bull that we come to next, he's a loose-hided son of a gun. He's got the extra hair and body, and you know, from a commercial breeder standpoint, I think that there's a lot to like about this bull. For us, we just want to tidy him up in his navel and then square him out of his hip. But I think that's a good rugged rascal there. The baldy bull that we come to next, and he's super square on the corners and agile in motion, and that's where his class advantages are, is he is probably the most athletic bull in this class when you ask him to go, with the most reach off of both ends. For us, he does taper to the base of his stifle, and the color pattern doesn't help, does look a little shelly out here when you compare him to our class winners, but a super athletic one. And then the bull we round the class off with, probably the longest spine bull in this class. So I think there's a lot to like about all these bulls. We kind of sorted through them how we put our preferences, but I do encourage you guys that are sitting ringside to mark your programs how you see fit. Find the ones that work for your program.
Thank you very much, Tyson. We now have the placings in split 3 in our senior bull calf division in the Simmental purebreds. First place, returning to the championship drive, would be entry number 3273, City View Fireball 517N, City View Simmentals of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Second place, also returning to the championship drive, entry 3271, Boundary Formidable 8N, Boundary Ranch of Robsart, Saskatchewan. In third place, entry number 3272, City View Commander 507N, City View Simmentals of Moose Jaw. Fourth place, entry 3257, Paw Neon Moon 521N, Southpaw Cattle Company of Carstairs, Alberta. In fifth place, entry number 3262, HFL Dark Horse 5020N, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. In sixth place, entry number 3284, Double Bardy Capital 405N, Double Bardy Ranch of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. And in seventh place, entry number 3282, Clearwater Rudy 1N, Clearwater Simmentals of Mountain View County, Alberta. We're now going to bring back in our top two finishers in each of our three splits. Coming out of split one is entry number 3253 and 3267. Split two being represented by 3258 and 3261. And split three, 3273 and 3271. Championship banner for the senior division, sponsored by DK Land and Cattle. Reserve champion is sponsored by Peters Simmentals.
Coming out of this class on the female side on the Gelvies, it will be our champion and reserve champion 2-year-old females. And they will receive a banner for champion presented by Bluff Island Stock Farm and a reserve champion banner from LCF Gelvie Livestock.
Really strong senior division. Didn't mean to cut it. Senior division of bull calves here, and I think that, we sorted through and tried to find the ones with enough mass and muscle while keeping structural integrity in check. There's a lot of good cattle that we've sent back to the barns, but I I always think that this senior bull calf and senior heifer to calf division is always the most impressive in the Simmental ring, and this one definitely doesn't disappoint. Karina and I have gone back and forth and landed on a conclusion, and she'll show you the two we like best.
And your champion senior calf coming out of split one, 32-53 DK Tactical 9N, shown today by DK Landon Cattle Corp, Lampman, Saskatchewan. Coming out of the same split, your reserve champion senior calf, entry number 3267 Erickson 44N, shown today by Erickson Simmentals Incorporated, Clavet, Saskatchewan. Congratulations. Your champion receives the, kind of ironical, receives the banner sponsored by DK Land and Cattle, and your reserve champion from Peters Simmentals.
Well, over in the Gelby ring, we've got a beautiful set of cows. It's such a shame that we can't use all of these cows on the top of this class because we just love them top to bottom. This is as tough a class as we've had, as good a class as we've had, and you'd be really, really proud to be a Gelby breeder in the ring right now. We've got an April 2-year-old with an April heifer calf on her, and she's big. I mean, if you don't like big cattle, you're not going to use this female. We never mind a big animal if they can hold themselves. She's got the kind of rib that we love. She's really got capacity. You get on top of this female, and she's got a ton of rib shape, and she's really wide pinned, a female that tracks really wide. She's got an exceptional leg in her, really the right kind of leg for us. She's got lots of flex in her pastern, as does the calf. Really nice through her hock. When you get down into their front end, they're beautiful fronted. They balance up so nice. Just tremendous top females, tremendous expansive rib on both calf and the cow. Lots of extension in their front end, beautiful headed females, and we just love this pair. Would we change her udder a little bit? We certainly would. There's lots of longevity in that udder, though, and certainly enough milk in that udder. We've got a tremendous pair in second here, and you could certainly argue that they could win this class as well. If you don't like big cattle, you're going to go to this second pair. This is a February heifer calf on a February cow. And again, you have to appreciate when these 2-year-olds come out and they're calving right at 24 months and they're doing a job on the calf like this cow is. Same as our front cow. We got a really nice heifer calf on this cow. I would argue that this calf is maybe better than the cow. I really appreciate the type of rib shape that she's got. She's got lots of barrel, really ties in nicely into her shoulder. She's got lots of forerib and lots of rib behind. A female that you get in behind her, you certainly aren't disappointed. She's got lots of shape. She's got it right down into her stifle. Again, moves out and is attractive. The cow doesn't balance up quite as nice as for us as the calf does or the front pair, and yet we really like her. We don't want to be hard on a really, really good cow. She's definitely the better uddered cow of the two. Maybe milky enough for a 2-year-old, but that's okay. We really appreciate the balance of that udder. We really appreciate this female. She does get a little bit flatter made than this female on top does, and that's what's going to sort them for us. She doesn't quite balance up like this front cow does, and yet we really appreciate what she's done on her calf, and we really appreciate this cow. She's certainly soft enough middled. We really do like her. She does break a little bit in her loin as well when she gets on the move, and honestly, it's just the tiniest little things that separate these two pairs for us, and we love both of them. The female that comes in next, we really appreciate as well. Again, a very young 2-year-old, again, calving right at 24 months. Really good calf on her, arguably maybe as good a calf as what's in the ring. She gets a little bit shorter bodied, a little bit shorter quartered, does tip a little bit in her udder, and that's what's going to put her where she is. But boy, we like how robust she is. She's beautiful fronted, beautiful headed female, and the calf balances up just as well. And again, a very, very good calf in front of her. And again, we round up the class with a tremendous pair. Like, it's just, again, such a shame that we can't use them all at the top of this class, because who wouldn't love to own that pair? That's a tremendous pair. Really strong topped individual, calf's the same. She's not quite as soft made as some of these cows on top. Maybe could refine her teats as far as the length, especially a little bit. But man, that's a good pair. And again, just a shame we have to put them down the line. Tremendous group of cattle. Really a credit to the Gelby breeders. Really, really good class.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. Winning our class, our champion 2-year-old with calf at side with a banner presented by Bluff Island Stock Farm is 2605 RWG Goodnight L145 with her calf at side RWG Goodnight N411, exhibited by Royal Western Gelbvieh and Keston Holman and Real World Genetics. Our reserve female in the class with a banner from LCF Gelbvieh Livestock was 2603 AWB Twinview Lexus 58L with her calf at side AWB Twinview Lexus 80N, exhibited by Twinview Livestock, Parkbank, Saskatchewan, and Beamish Land and Cattle. At this time, we'd like to have a representative come forward from Flaidland Livestock. Can we have somebody from Flaidland Livestock come forward? Somebody in the barn could roust up one of the folks. On the Gelbvieh side, I'd like to also thank our ring people. We have Sherry Leachman and Lexi Cadu helping us out move our cattle around the ring, and we're very fortunate to have those folks as well. Thank you to the Flaidland Livestock crew. They are this year's 2025 Agribition Herdsman Award. They're receiving an award from Federated Feed Co-op Coordinator, Gracie Medvid. We'd like to thank the Federated Co-op for providing these banners and prizes for our herds people. Once again, it's Flaidland Livestock and their family from Gladmarsh, Saskatchewan. Congratulations. In our Gelbvieh side, we'll be bringing our top two from each of our classes from our champions. We'll be bringing them back in. Right now we have coming into the ring, we should have our junior division calves. We should have 2587, our RWG Kitty N457 ET. We should have 2584 from AWB Twinview Sugar from Twinview Livestock. We'll have our intermediate division champion 2590 DVE Davidson Miss Tip 176N. We'll have our senior division champion in reserve heifer calves. They were 2597 AWB Twinview Natalie 6N from Twinview Livestock and 2593 AWB Twinview Rebecca 56N, also from Twinview Livestock. We'll have our yearling heifers, 2600 RWG Parkland M320 from Royal Western Gelbvieh, and 2599 Flaidland Mercury 12M from Flaidland Livestock. And our most recent winners here are champion and reserve 2-year-old females. We'll have 2605 RWG Goodnight L415 from Royal Western, with a reserve champ in that class, 2603 AWB Twinview Lexus 58L from Twinview Livestock. This will be our championship drive in our females, and we'd like to congratulate all the people that have made it this far out here. So congratulations, folks.
All right, back on the Simmental side, I think two bulls that are contrasting in their type and kind, and you can pick them how you like them. We went for the added skeletal extension and stretch and length of body in our class winner, and he's probably just a shot better when he gets out in the move, maintaining a leveler spine and leveler hip. That's where we would change this second place bull. He does want to get up underneath himself when you compare him to our class winner. Now, undoubtedly, he's a little softer sided, and that's what we like about him. But when push comes to shove, that's the decision that we had to make. Two good bulls that each have their place in the industry. The red bull that comes to us next, we love the body in this one. He's super deep sided. For us, he just gets outside himself when you ask him to go. He's kind of throwing his shoulders out and his hawk out. But on the standstill, he's tough not to like because of the body and the shape that he's got. The bull we round the class off with, a bull that, lots of muscle shape and dimension to him. We just want to see him get out and go a little freer for us today.
Thank you very much. Tyson's placings in split one in our purebred bull calves, or yearlings 2024 models. First place returning to the championship drive would be entry number 3292, Rust Heavy Hitter 14M, KT Ranches, Cherryville, British Columbia. Second place also returning to the drive would be number 3287, PF Sniper RLP 31M. Shown today by Peschel Farms of Rocky View County, Alberta. Additional owners JCL Angus, Checkmate Livestock, Garrett and Amanda Rockefeller. Third place, entry number 3293, WKF Burn It Down, shown today by Windy Knoll Farm, North Kingston, Nova Scotia. And rounding out the top four, entry number 3294, RBP 2019 K Buddy 8M, shown today by Double F Cattle Company, Parkside, Saskatchewan. Additional owner, Porter Simmentals. Class in the ring is now split two in our yearling bulls with an age split of January 4th through to January 19th.
Well, let's give these Gelbvieh breeders a round of applause over on this side of the ring. What a beautiful lineup of females we have here in front of us. We've talked these females each individually in class, and we really do like cattle with performance, cattle that have got some middle, cattle that look like they're going to go out into the world and do some good in the industry. And boy, it's a great time to have cattle. We have never seen prices like they are today, and we hear there's that saying that says do what you love and you'll never work a day in your life. And if that isn't BS, I don't know what I've ever heard, because I don't think there's anyone that works harder than a rancher or a farmer. So you definitely work hard in this game, and there's a lot of hours that are put into it, and when you get the results that you see out in the ring here today, it does my heart good, because it takes a lot to get these cattle to town. It takes a lot to keep them in this kind of condition, to keep healthy, to be able to have this kind of hair coat. They're presented extremely well, and we're just really proud of what we see in the ring here today. Congratulations to all of you. Lee's going to go out and select our two champions, and it's been a real pleasure.
There you have it, folks. Our grand champion female is number 2605, RWG Goodnight L415, exhibited by Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta. And our reserve champion female today is 2603, AWB Twinview Lexus 58L from Twinview Livestock and Beamish Land and Cattle. So today they'll be receiving awards. Our champion from Beauvegan with their representative Cassie Archambault. They'll be receiving a $500 gift certificate. We have also Paige Miller from John Deere with their grand champion banners, and from Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Jolene Shea, and from MMP, Chublandago.
There's a fun set of Red Bulls here on the top end of this class, and again, depending on your preferences, you can sort them how you will. The calf that wins for us is the boldest sprung calf. He's got some muscle shape down his top. I did wonder if he maybe, was a little tighter in his forerib when he hit the ring. And I'm still maybe not convinced he's as explosive there as some of the other cattle in this ring, but I think he's stout, he's square. He gets out and moves good enough. He's a good calf to lead the class. I think there's discussion between 2 and 3 here, and the dark red bull, he's just leveler out of his top and his hip when you compare him to our third place animal. A bull that's good in terms of his scrotal and his bone and his foot. Where we got, when you compare him to our class winner, he's a little flatter at the base of his stifle and maybe doesn't have the flex and go out of his ankle that our class winner does, but that's a long level, deep-bodied kind of a bull that, has a lot of parts and pieces. We talked about this third place bull, how we would just alter him in terms of his spine and level him out of his hip, but I think that's a rugged, powerful dude with lots of natural muscle shape. He's lean and trim in the way he's put together. I think that's a good one. We just want to level him out. The one in third, a bull that's a little lower to the ground, maybe a shot more moderate than some of the ones at the top of this class. With that, he's a little more common in his front end and maybe just a shot shorter striding than some of the other ones. But I think that's a good built kind of a calf from a muscle and body composition standpoint. Then the big guy on the end, the blaze face bull, he's the longest spine calf in class undoubtedly and probably the highest performing. For us, we just want to modify him when you set him in motion and just give him a little more reach and flexibility.
Well, thank you very much, Tyson. Placings in split 2 in our yearling division. First place, coming back to the championship drive, will be entry number 3286, DK Platinum 20M, DK Landon Cattle Corp, Lampman, Saskatchewan. Second place, also returning to the championship drive, 3289, Erickson Prodigy 24M, Erickson Simmentals Incorporated, Clavette, Saskatchewan. Third place, entry number 3291, WBC All-In 26M, Stewart Livestock, Newbury, Ontario. In fourth place, number 3288, Crossroad Fortify 171M, Horner Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. And rounding out the top 5, we have entry 3290, CNT MAV 1M, Oak Hill Farms of Melville, Saskatchewan. We're going to move to the champion in our yearling bull division. Of course, our championship banner sponsored by X-Bar T Simmental. Reserve champion banner, Flying W Stock Farm. Coming out of split 1, we have entry 3292, Rust Heavy Hitter 14M. They'll be joined by entry number 3287, PF Sniper RLP 31M. And out of split 2, we have entry 3286, DK Platinum 20M. And entry number 3289, Erickson Prodigy 24M. Again, these 4 exhibitors will be competing for the champion and reserve champion in the purebred yearling bull division.
We move into these bigger yearling bulls, and it was a division that we had a lot of discussion on, and we're not going to stand out here and claim that every one of ours is perfect, because that's definitely not the case. But there's always things you want to breed on and alter on cattle, and that's what makes judging so much fun for me is getting to see these cattle, and it is such a small glimpse into their life that we get to see, and so it's the 15 minutes that they hit the ring, and some have good days and some have bad days, but this is probably one of the divisions we agreed on more once they got back out here, so Kareen will go show you the ones we like best.
On our Gelby side, we'll be going into our balancer show now. It's a small show, but quality is there, I'm sure. So we have our first female will be female and balancer with her 2023 with her 2025 tattooed calf at birth. It's class 25, and we have 2608 HL Rosebud 61L with her calf at side MGF HE Rosebud 93N, exhibited by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba.
Our final bull class in the Simmentals will be our senior bulls this time. Again, we just recognized our yearling champions. Of course, that was 3286 DK Platinum 20M with DK Landon Cattle Corp. Reserve champion 3289 Erickson Prodigy 24M Erickson Simmentals of Clavette. We have 3 exhibitors in this class, and then we're going to move into the overall Grand and Reserve Purebred Senior Bull. But prior to that, we'll get through the senior class, hand out the banners, sponsored by Scissor Creek Cattle and Black Gold, and then move into the overall Grand and Reserve Champion Drive.
Well, one balancer, 2-year-old, and actually she comes in here really fresh. I think the pair complement themselves. They're kind of identical looking cattle. I think when you get back and have a analyze them, very good footed, a really nice udder, maybe one of the nicer udders we've seen in the show. I think she's just balanced nice. Nice pair of young females.
Winning that division and grand champion balancer female is HL Rosebud 61L with her calf HE Rosebud 93N, exhibited by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba. They were receiving a banner presented from Fur River Livestock. And they'll also receive a banner presented from RPS Gelby and a buckle, Canadian 50th anniversary buckle from the Mansask Association. Next up, we have Class 30. It'll be our balancer bull calves, born this past year, 2025. We have 2609 BPW Never Give Up 122N, exhibited by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while our judges, Corrine Gibson and Tyson Hertz, are examinees and these good senior bulls, I'd like to introduce Mr. Bruce Holmquist. He has a very special presentation to make, and that gives Tyson and Corrine some time, because there is 3 powerful bulls out there. Bruce, the microphone's all yours.
Thank you, Glenn. A few years ago, the Canadian Simmental Association implemented a Award of Excellence program to recognize 2 things. The very best cattle in the show ring that did rise to the top on more than one occasion, but more importantly, the people dedicated to hauling those cattle around. It takes a lot of work to get these cattle in show condition and to town, and it's expensive. So through the process, we have established and will award collector's buckle sponsored by Red Flame Ranch, and then a banner from the Canadian Simmental Association. This year, the top 5 females of course are done, so we know those. We don't know the bulls yet, but in ascending order, 5th place was Ty D's Prickly Pear 27M with 76 points. 4th, Destiny 42H, Moissanite 16M with 77 points. Then we had a tie between second and third. Oh, sorry. I'm going by my notes on my phone. Third place, Mater Violet, 84M, and WBCME, 36N, with 79 points each. Then we had J-Star Dono Carefree, 2412, with 82 points. And the winner this year, with a very clear majority at 118 points, was RF Scream, 3121, with 118 points. Congratulations to Rancier Farms. Is there someone here from Rancier Farms, Cade and Garth, to receive the banner? Congratulations. And good luck on the Supreme on Sunday.
Well, over in the Gelby ring, we've got just an April bull calf, and this calf is good. He just gets out and motors. He's tremendous, just a tremendous individual as far as the shape and the balance. Calf that's got a lot of meat and muscle, really good testicular development. He's got a beautiful head. It's masculine, and yet it's really attractive through his front end. And like I said, we just like the shape and how robust this calf is, and how he can move, and really yet a beautiful hair coat and soft made. He's just an excellent individual for a young calf.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. Winning our balancer bull calf class was 2609 BPW Never Give Up 122N, exhibited by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba.
Back on the Simmental side, I think it's an interesting trio of bulls here, and each have class advantages. The red bull we opted to use is definitely the freest moving bull in our opinion. Now, with that being said, I would alter how he gets out of his hip. He does want to drop those pins and cover his track that way. But when you analyze him and how square he hits the ground, that's the direct advantages he has over our second place bull. That second place bull wants to rotate up on that front end and maybe doesn't have the flex and go out of his ankle that we see in our class winner. Now, with that being said, on the standstill, I probably prefer the hip structure on our Black Blaze face bull. He's longer and leveler there. But I think an interesting duo at the top end. The bull that we round the class off with, a real shapely bull. He's got some muscle mass down the top side of his skeleton. We just like to alter him specifically on how he gets off his front shoulder.
Well, thank you very much, Tyson. We do have the placings in your champion in the Senior Bull Division, receiving the banner sponsored by Scissor Creek Cattle. Entry 3298, Ultra Barley Lethal Weapon 63L. Shown today by Canadian Sires and Donors, Mountain View County, Alberta. Additional owners, Double Bar D Farms and Ultra Livestock. Your reserve champion receiving the banner from Black Gold. Entry 3296, Tidy's North Face 24L. Shown today by Tidy Livestock, Streamstown, Alberta. Additional owners, Bits Simmentals. And rounding out the top three, entry 3299, CMS Cross the Line 370L, Yellow Rose Cattle and Hampton Simmentals, Fallon, Alberta. We're now getting ready for the overall Grand and Reserve Championship Purebred Simmental Bull, and we'll be inviting back the champions in each division to come back in for the championship drive.
On the Gelby side, we have one entry. This will be our junior division, or our senior bull, senior bull in the balancer division. 2610 GHGF Foreman L933, exhibited by Royal Western Gelby, with Rocky Top Gelby, Pin to Point Gelby, and Green Hills Gelby being additional owners.
Well, Gelby side here, our balancer show isn't that big, but we got a couple good ones. Really good calf coming back. And this is a September born coming too. I think he's just really tidy bull that's got lots of shape to him, lots of round. I really like his hip, how it ties into him. Tailhead sits down nice. Not a big show, but it's going to be a good one.
Congratulations to Royal Western with Rocky Top, Pinto Point, and Green Hills Gelby, additional owners, and winning the Senior Bull Division.
We're ready for the championship drive in the Simmental pen for our Bull Division. Coming out of the Junior Calf Division to be entry number 32, 32, and 3252. Out of the Intermediate Division, entry number 3269 and 3268. Out of the Senior Division, we have entry 3253 and 3267. Going into the Yearling Division, will be entry number 3286 and 3289. And out of the Senior Bowl, we have 3298 and 3296.
Well, we've got a really interesting championship over here in the balancer, Gelby side of the ring. We've got a really complete calf. He's just in April. Spoke about him. We love the balance in him. We love the hair coat in him. He's really classy. He gets out and really tracks out free and easy. He's got enough testicle for his age. Really proud calf. He comes off the top of his shoulder really, really nicely. Tremendous neck and head in this calf, and yet you get in behind him and he's got all kinds of shape and muscle and well down into his stifle, and just a calf that we really, really like. We really do appreciate the September-born off-age fella. There's a lot of mass in this guy. He's certainly wide enough when you get in behind him. We'd like to change his shoulder structure for us. He comes off that shoulder a little too straight, a little too far forward. It affects his movement a little bit, and so that we would certainly change about him. We tidy him up a little bit in his sheath, but we do like the testicle development in the bull. He's certainly, again, really up-headed. He's got a lot of performance for his age, and he's certainly a lot of size for his age. With that, we're going to go ahead and use this calf for champion. We just like the structure in this calf and the balance and everything that goes with the bells and whistles of this calf. So he's going to be our champion today, and the big bull's going to be reserve. And again, we appreciate a lot about that big bull, but again, structure would need to be a little bit different for us to be any higher. Congratulations to both of you.
Thanks, Judge Wilson. We'll be winning the Balancer Bowl is 2609 BPW Never Give Up 122N, exhibited by Maple Grove Gelby of Narcissus, Manitoba. And our reserve is 2610 GHGF Foreman L933, exhibited by Royal Western Gelby with Rocky Top Gelby, Pinto Point Gelby, and Green Hills Gelby as additional owners. They'll be receiving banners presented from the CGA. And Thackeray Land and Cattle and Diamond Z Livestock.
Well, as we transition back onto the Simmental side, and an awesome bull lineup that the breeders should be dang proud of, and I do believe that we saw something for everybody out here in the Simmental Bull Show, and that's kind of part of this industry, is find the ones that work for you. Crean and I were asked to do a job, and it's a job that we take very seriously, and we're not only humbled and honored to be here, but we take it as a large responsibility to be out here. I do think maybe we did make history as being the first mother-in-law and son-in-law combination to ever sort of show together, and it's been fun and challenging and everything in between for us. And Crean and I do, I guess for lack of a better term, we're more so the faces of the franchise of our operation, whether we like it or not. But there's a lot of people that help us. Specifically our spouses, both Crean's husband Clayton at home feeding cows right now, and then my wife Callie, that are sometimes the unsung heroes for our operation. And just because we're fortunate enough to put the mic in our hand, we don't get to do this without their support and their sacrifices as well. So those are two people that definitely need a shout out for us today. There's a lot of people that help get this show through the ring, and first and foremost, our ring stewards have been awesome out here, and they're also some of the unsung heroes. They make a lot of miles, and it's a thankless volunteer job that they are out here. So I do appreciate the extra steps that they make. This arena always has held a special spot in my heart. Not only do I enjoy exhibiting here, I enjoy sorting cattle here, and sorting cattle is one of the things that I would rather be on this side of the mic than the other side, I guess, to put it short, because when I'm on the other side, it's out of my control. But I do enjoy being out here in the show ring too, exhibiting our cattle, and the agriculture industry has always had a home here at Canadian Western Agribition, and they've always put the beef cattle at the forefront. So I want to commend Agribition for investing in these buildings, investing in our agriculture industry in the way they have, and they don't do that without the success or the support of the sponsors that we see here ringside. So it does come full circle. It's the sponsors, the people that distribute that money, that allow us breeders to be out here and showcase our genetics and showcase our programs. So I do appreciate the focal point of Agribition being the seed stock operations here, and that's not something that gets said about every show. So if you will, I know we're getting long on time and there's another show to follow, but let's put our hands together for the Agribition, the sponsors, the volunteers that make this show possible, and again, an honor to be out here. Crean's going to go show you your champion Simmental bull, followed by your reserve. Thank you guys again.
And your champion, Simmental bull, coming out of the yearling division. Entry number 3286, DK Platinum 20M, DK Landon Cattle Corp, Lampman, Saskatchewan. Well, why don't we just stay in that same division? Your reserve champion, also coming out of the yearling division. Entry 3289, Erickson Prodigy 24M, Erickson Simmentals Incorporated, Clavette, Saskatchewan. We have a number of dignitaries with us this afternoon to make the presentations of our banners. Of course, Labatt Simmentals are presenting the reserve champion banner. Our good folks from John Deere, Myers, Norris, Penny. They're also here, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Jolene Shea. Again, we have Paige Miller joining us from John Deere, Mackenzie Gordon with M&P. And again, also Kathy Archambault, she'll be here, and she's presenting a $500 certificate from Bovagen to our Grand Champion Bull. Again, that would be for semen collection services as well. So how about another round of applause, not only for our Simmental cattle, but for all of the major partners and sponsors who make this show happen.
Over on the Gelvie side, we'd have a couple of association awards from our Manitoba Saskatchewan Gelvie Association. Each year we present commercial and purebred producer of the year. This year we have Neil Overby from our association is going to present our commercial breeder of the year to Red Willow Ranch. Red Willow Ranch is operated by Jesse and Gail Sontag with their daughter Briar at Good Soil. They are a generational family farm, having taken the cow herd over from Jesse's family. Gelvie bulls are now being used over the Angus and Simmental base of the 175 head cow herd. The three-way cross has proven very effective, and they work to retain the half Gelvie females as replacements for the herd. They also have a grain segment to the farm and produce their own feed. After a farming accident that left Jesse's dad in a wheelchair, the farm was rented out and the cow herd drastically reduced. Since graduating from Lakeland College, Gail and Jesse have successfully increased the cow herd and taken over the operations. They focus heavily on trouble-free cattle since the bulk of their pasture is forest or bushland. They'd like to focus on highly productive maternal cow families through their bull acquisitions. Red Willow Ranch is a great example of young people charting their own path in agriculture. They demonstrate how hard work, determination, and dedication make goals achievable. Congratulations, Gail and Jesse. Our Purebred Breeder of the Year awards are no stranger to this facility, to the old facility, and to the Gelvie breed. We'd like to call Vern and Eileen Davidson forward from Davidson Gelvie. Vern and Eileen have been breeders since 1986, and that's one of the first times I met them. We were co-exhibiting and out here at Agribitions. So we'd like to bring Vern and Eileen forward, congratulate them on their hard work and many years of dedication to the Gelvie breed. Congratulations, Vern and Eileen. We're back into showing on the Gelvie side. We're going to start with our first class of purebred bull calves. These calves were born April 1 to August 1, 2025. We have 2612 Flaidland Ice Cube 28N, exhibited by Flaidland Livestock of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. We have entry 2613 RWG Newsflash N491ET, exhibited by Royal Western Gelvie, Red Deer County, Alberta. 2615 LCF No Limitations 347N, exhibited by LCF Gelvie Livestock of Haslett, Saskatchewan. And we have 2614 RWG Nothing But Taillights N428 ET, exhibited by Royal Western Gelvie of Red Deer County, Alberta. Our first and seconds in this class will also be our junior division champion and reserve champion bull calves. And they'll be receiving banners from Wade Davidson for champion and Lonesome Dove Ranch as reserve champion.
We got a real deep body to want to start this group of bull calves. Calves, they all got enough shape to them, definitely. Calves that got some hip in them, you get behind. Their testicle developments are adequate enough for these young guys. Is this the longest neck calf we're starting with? I don't think so. I do like his head, though. He's a little tidier made and headed, but he's a little shorter neck. But he is the deepest in the class, and I think he balances up as nice as anything in the group. Calf at second, I really like the hind leg on him. He's got a really nice hip to him. Gives up a little bit of prettiness maybe when you get looking underneath him and up through at brisket, but again, he's got a nice shaped skull to him. Calf with lots of shape when you get behind him. Calf in third, another one that's got lots of shape, lots of rib to him. I'd make him a little more confident on them hind legs when he gets moving around. He's not real sure where they want to be all the time, but calf, I'm sure at a little bit of time that's going to straighten itself out. Calf with a lot of shape and a lot of softness about him as well. Calf down the line there, he's just maybe a little greener than some of these. He's got certainly some nice attributes, but gives up some performance and power today.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. Winning our first class of bull calves and being our junior division winners will be 2613 RWG Newsflash N491ET from Royal Western Gelbvieh of Red Deer County, Alberta. Second in class, 2612 Flaidlin Ice Cube 28N, exhibited by Flaidlin Livestock of Gladmar, Saskatchewan. Third in class was 2614 RWG Nothing But Taillights N428ET, exhibited by Royal Western Gelbvieh, Red Deer County, Alberta. Rounding out our class is 2615 LCF No Limitations 347N, exhibited by LCF Gelbvieh of Haslett, Saskatchewan. So our first and second, they won a banner from junior division champion would be Wade Davidson, sponsored, and our reserve champion was Lonesome Dove Ranch. Next up, we'll have our bulls born February 16th to March 31st. It'll be our intermediate division champion and reserve champion bull calf as well. We've entry 2616, LCF King's Legacy 118N, exhibited by LCF Gelbvieh Livestock, and 2617, DRT Lonesome Unlock 393N from Lonesome Dove Ranch, Pontiac, Saskatchewan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have finished the backdrop and a photo opportunity with our judges and all of the grand champion, reserve champion banners, etc. Certainly a pleasure to be working alongside the folks from the Gelbvieh Association, and they're showing an excellent show going on the other side of the ring as well. We're going to move into what I call the finale of our show. This would be the Produce of Dam. Of course, this is for purebreds only. This is Class 42. It's sponsored by Compass Creative Designs. Again, Produce of Dam.
Well, again, we got another real powerhouse to start this class. You know, you get behind this calf, there's a lot more shape than you might realize when you look at him from the side profile. And he really is a smooth-bodied calf. He ties everything together pretty nice. Again, really nice footed calf, trucks along the ring like with ease. And we like the calf coming in second. He gives up a month pretty much, I think, for birth date, but just hard to compete with the weight per day age of this big black calf winning the class.
Winning our class and being our intermediate division champion with a banner from Jonas Cattle Company will be 2617 DRT Lonesome Unlock 393N, exhibited by Lonesome Dove Ranch. And reserve will be 2616 LCF King's Legacy 118N, and they'll receive a banner from Celine's Gilvey. Coming in the ring on the Gelvey side is Class 46, our purebred bull calf born January 1 to Feb 15, 2025. 2621 AWB Twin View Top Dollar 74N, exhibited by Twin View Livestock of Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. We have 2623 DVE Davidson Jackson 55N, exhibited by Davidson Gelvey of Pontex, Saskatchewan. We have 2624 Tip Mr. Noble 91N, exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle Incorporated, Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And we have 2618 BLB Goodview Navigator 543N, exhibited by Goodview Gelvey of Punashai, Saskatchewan. This is a split one of these class of bulls, born January 1 to February 15th.
Again, we'd like to congratulate Rancier Farms of Killam, Alberta for Produce of Dam. And again, that banner sponsored by Compass Creative Designs. Our next class in the ring on the Simmental side will be class number 43, Get of Sire. Again, this is for purebreds only. Get of Sire, class 43. Sponsored by Silver Creek Simmental. Tyson. And class 43, Get a Sire. I'd like to congratulate DK Land and Cattle Corp, Blampman, Saskatchewan, and receiving the banner from Silver Creek Simmental. Congratulations.
Well, over in the Gelbvieh ring, we've got a super long-bodied black calf to start this class out with. That's as long a body as you'd maybe ever see in a calf. He's just got an extra rib than anyone else, which makes him not quite as deep-middled as the calf behind him, certainly, because it's hard to be both. But he really holds his top in him well for a really, really long calf. Hooks to pins. He's really nice. Tail head lays into him very, very nicely. He's got a lot of testicle for his age. He's certainly sound enough on his feet and legs, and a calf that just there's a lot of calf there. We get into this calf in behind him, and we really, from his hip forward, prefer this calf to any calf in the ring. We love the body in him. We love the heart girth in him. The way his shoulder lays into him. He's attractive in his front end. Where it gives us a little bit of difficulty is in his hind leg structure. We would change that a little bit, give him just a little more bone to put him any higher today, but we really do appreciate this calf. You get in behind him, he's certainly got enough mass, and certainly enough mass over top. The third place calf really isn't wanting to be here today. He's a good calf. There's lots of good in this calf. He gets a little bit higher flanked, wants to rise up a little bit in that tail head in comparison to these other calves, and he's just not wanting to show himself off. We're not 100% sure he wants to stand really wide on those fronts. Might not be natural in him. He's just not having the day he wants to have today, and that's a little bit unfortunate. We get into the calf that rounds up the class, and he's certainly a long-bodied calf. He's certainly a solid top calf. He really is attractive in his head and his neck. He's masculine enough and yet attractive. He's a calf that gives up some of the balance to these calves on top of him today. You could give him a little more flex in his pastern to put him any higher, but we like this calf as well. Strong group of calves. There's certainly some differences in type and kind.
Thank you, Judge Wilson. Winning our first split in our senior division calves is 2623 DVE Davidson Jackson 55N from Davidson Gelbvieh of Pontiac, Saskatchewan. Second in class was 2621 AWB Twinview Top Dollar 74NET from Twinview Livestock of Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. Third in class 2618 BLB Goodview Navigator 543N from Goodview Gelbvieh of Punashai, Saskatchewan. And rounding out our class was 2624 TIP Mr. Noble 91N, exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle Incorporated of Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Class 44, the Breeders' Herd, purebred only. Let's congratulate DK Land and Cattle Corp, Blackman, Saskatchewan. They received the banner courtesy of Prairie Wind Farms. At this time, I'd like to reintroduce Mr. Bruce Elmquist with another very important announcement.
Thank you, Glenn. Thanks to Laura Shuttleworth, who's been doing the tabulating. We do have the results of the Award of Excellence bull winner in ascending order. 5th, Master Nashville, 7N with 84 points. 4th was Erickson Prodigy, 24M with 90 points. 3rd was Ultra Barley Lethal Weapon 63L with 105 points. Then we moved to WF Century 293N with 108 points. And the 2025 winner of the Red Flame Ranch Buckle and the Award of Excellence Male is WKF Burn It Down 130M with 122 points. Congratulations to Wendy Knoll, Laura Parsons.
On the Gelby side, we have our split 2 of our senior calves. We have 2622 DVE Davidson Gent 30N from Davidson Gelby of Pontiac, Saskatchewan. We have 2625 TIP Nova 19N, exhibited by Thackeray Land and Cattle of Weyburn with an additional owner of Nolan and Dylan Thackeray. We have 2620 AWB Twinview Fort Sedgwick 11N ET, exhibited by Twinview Livestock, Parkbank, Saskatchewan. And we have 2619 BLB Goodview North Star 522N from Goodview Gelby of Punishai, Saskatchewan. On the Gelby side, I'd once again like to welcome and thank Lee and Don Wilson from Miller Wilson Angus in Bashaw, Alberta. We'd like to thank them for taking time out of their day and their week here at Agribition to take in and judge our Gelby show. It's very much appreciated.
We got a nice complete calf to win this class. I think he's exceptionally sound, and just a really nice softness about him. A calf that blends that shoulder in as nice as any in the group. Certainly gives up some performance. We got some big dudes in here, but I think for the whole package, I think he's the nicest, most complete one that we can win the class with. We like this big power meat machine, comes in second. He is a big top, big loin bugger. Would you pretty him up a little bit in that front end? Sure, I'd pick his head a little higher off his body, set that shoulder into him a bit, but you certainly admire the muscle and the mass the calf has. Same as our third calf. That's a big dude. Calf that's got lots of bone to him, lots of foot to him. I think a calf that you get behind, he's stout and square. You tie that tail head in just a little better and maybe balance him up just a little better to run with this other calves in the class, but certainly a calf with some performance and some size and some frame to add pounds in the fall. Young guy comes in at the end of the line, I think just comes in a lot greener than the rest, gives up some performance, of course, but calf that's certainly made nice enough, it's sound and he's square, and you have a very nice group of calves.
Thank you, Lee. Winning our second split was 2620 AWB Twinview Fort Sedgwick 11N ET from Twinview Livestock, Parkbank. Second in class was DVE Gent 30N from Davidson Gelby, Pontiac, Saskatchewan. That was entry 2622. 2619 BLB Goodview North Star 522N from Goodview Gelvie of Punashai, Saskatchewan. Fourth was 2625 TIP